Last Night's Scandal, Carsington Brothers series, written by Loretta Chase. Prologue. London, 5 October, 1822. My lord, you must burn this letter after reading it. Should it fall into the wrong hands, I shall be once again exiled to the country, to one of my Carsington step-uncle's domiciles, where I shall most certainly be placed in isolation. I don't mind ruralising in small doses, but to be locked in and forbidden any social intercourse of any kind, for fear of my forming unsuitable acquaintances, or leading innocents astray, is intolerable, and will surely lead me to desperate acts. I am watched constantly. The only way to send you a proper unexpurgated and uncensored letter is to write in my secret place and arrange with certain persons, who must remain nameless, the undertaking being uncommonly dangerous, to put this epistle among the diplomatic dispatches. I should not undertake this perilous enterprise merely to note that it is exactly 1 year since we set out upon our most interesting journey to Bristol, nor should I endanger my freedom merely to convey the usual harmless news a young lady is permitted to communicate to a young gentleman of her acquaintance, even if he is practically her brother, or at least a cousin of sorts. I am driven to subterfuge because it is my duty to inform you of a further change in your circumstances. We children are supposed to know nothing of these matters, but I am not blind, and the fact is, your mamma is expecting again. Yes, it is shocking at her age, and the more so as it's scarcely a year since your first brother was born. Little David, by the way, is turning out amazingly like you, outwardly at least. Babies are chameleon-like in the early stages, but his looks seem to have settled. His hair is growing in fair like yours, and his eye-colour seems to have resolved itself to the same unusual shade of grey. But I digress. I was always mystified by your mamma's sudden fertility after 13 barren years. But great-grandmamma Hargate says that your parents' lengthy visits in recent years to what she calls their cottage love-nest in Scotland explain everything. Great-grandmamma says the haggis and the Scottish whisky did the trick. She said the combination always had a prodigious effect on great-grandpapa. I know what she meant by prodigious, because I happened to come upon her secret collection of scratched out. I must make short work of this, if it is to get safely into the dispatch bag. The ordeal will require my slipping out of a certain relative's house unnoticed, and finding a hackney. Luckily, I have allies. If I am caught, imprisonment in the country awaits me. But as you know, I regard my own safety and happiness as of no consequence in the pursuit of a noble cause. Yours sincerely, Olivia Wingate Carsington. Thebes, Egypt, 10 November, 1822. Dear Olivia, I received your letter some days ago and should have answered sooner, but my studies and our work consume all my time. Today, though, Uncle Rupert is away ejecting a party of Frenchmen from one of our excavations, for the 3rd time. The scoundrels wait for our servants to clear all the sand away, weeks and weeks of work. Then the devious Gauls produce a firman from a non-existent kashef or such, which they claim gives them sole rights to the site. I can break heads as well as the next fellow, and would have gone, but Aunt Daphne tied me to the rail of the dahabeeyah, a type of Nile boat, quite commodious, and told me to write to my family. If I write to my parents, it will only remind them I exist, and incite the usual irrational urge to have me home to watch their histrionics until they forget why they wanted me, and send me away to yet another dismal school. Since as Lord Rathbourne's stepdaughter, you qualify as family, no one can logically object to my writing to you instead. I find myself torn regarding your news. On the one hand, I am very sorry to learn that yet another innocent child will be thrown into the parental tempest. On the other, I'm selfishly glad to have siblings at last, and pleased that David is thriving. I don't see why anybody should mind your apprising me of my mother's pregnancy, but then I've never understood the strictures placed on females. It's worse here for women, if that's any consolation. In any case, I hope you suffer no imprisonment for enlightening me. Your temperature is not suited to rules, let alone captivity. This I learned first-hand during the adventure you refer to. Of course I recall vividly the day on which I suddenly and unexpectedly, 2 words I shall always associate with you, departed London with you. Every moment of our journey to Bristol is as deeply incised in my brain as the Greek and Egyptian inscriptions on the Rosetta Stone, and bound to endure as long. If someone, centuries hence, happens to dig up my corpse and anatomize my brain, he will find, etched there in unmistakable characters, Olivia, suddenly, unexpectedly. You know I leave sentiment to my parents. My thinking must be guided by facts. The fact is, my life took a remarkable turn after our journey. Had I not gone with you, I should have been sent to one of the many schools in Scotland run on Spartan principles, though, to be fair, the Spartans were soft by comparison. I should have had to put up with the same sort of infuriating narrow-mindedness prevailing at other schools, but under even more sadistic conditions, such as impenetrable Scottish accents and hideous weather, and the bagpipes. In thanks, I enclose a small token. According to Aunt Daphne, the scarab beetle sign is said as Cheper, with the KH pronounced like the German Ach. The hieroglyphic signs have several meanings and uses. The scarab signifies rebirth. I look upon this journey to Egypt as a rebirth. It's turned out more exciting than I dared to hope. Over the centuries the sand has swallowed whole worlds, which we've scarcely begun to uncover. The people fascinate me, and my days are mentally and physically stimulating as they never were at home. I'm not sure when we'll return to England. I hope it isn't for a very long time. I must end here. Uncle Rupert has returned, all in one piece, we're pleased to note, and I cannot wait to hear about his encounter with those worthless slugs. Yours sincerely, Lyle. P.S. I wish you would not address me as my lord. I can hear you say it with that provoking hint of mockery in your voice, and I can see you making an excessive sort of curtsy, or perhaps, given your confusion regarding what girls may and may not do, a bow. L. P.P.S. What engrave scratched out? 4 years later. London, 12 February 1826. My dear L., felicitations on your 18th birthday. I must be quick with this because I'm about to go into exile again, to Cheshire with Uncle Darius this time. That will teach me to take a little tattletale like Sophie Hubble to a gaming hell. How I wish your recent visit home had been longer. Then we might have celebrated this momentous day together. But you are far better off in Egypt, I know. 2. Had you lingered here, you might not have been permitted to return to Egypt at all. Not long after your departure we had a crisis with your parents. As you know, I've always protected adults from the truth. I gave Lord and Lady Atherton to understand that plague in Egypt was not the ghastly and fatal contagion one associates with medieval times, but merely one of the minor ailments travellers often experience. But mere weeks after your ship set sail, some busybody told them the truth. They became hysterical, going so far as to demand the ship be recalled. I told them it would kill you to turn back, but they said I was over-dramatizing. I? Can you credit it? Talk of the pot calling the ket, scratched out. But I must stop. The boy is here. No time to tell it all. Enough to say that step-papa has dealt with the matter, and you are safe. For now, adieu, my friend. I wonder if I shall ever see you again, and, oh, drat, must go. Yours sincerely, Olivia Carsington. P.S. Yes, I've dropped Wingate, and you won't wonder why when I tell you what my paternal uncle said about Mamma. If Papa were alive, he'd disowned them, and curse the boy. He will not wait. Oh. In a village, 10 miles from Edinburgh, Scotland, May 1826. No one had lived in Gorewood Castle for 2 years. Old Mr. Dalmay, whose health was failing, had had to move out a few years before that, into a modern, warmer and drier house in Edinburgh. His agent hadn't yet found a tenant, and the caretaker, who'd had an accident last spring, still wasn't back. That was why the restoration and repair work, which had been going on for as long as anybody could remember, which was to say for all the time Mr. Dalmay had lived in the castle, had gradually slackened. That was why, on this spring evening, Jock and Roy Rankin had the castle to themselves. They were scavenging, as usual. They'd learned the hard way that the splendid stones on the battlement didn't survive the more than 100-foot drop to the ground below. The castle basement, being filled with rubble, offered easier pickings. Someone had already tried to steal a piece of the stairway. Their employer would pay well for the remaining stone blocks. As they were digging out a sizable fragment of a stair from a bed of crumbled mortar and rubble, the lantern light shone on a round object that didn't look like a bit of mortar or stone fragment. Jock picked it up and squinted at it. "Look at this," he said. That isn't exactly what he said. He and Roy spoke a Scottish version of English that the average English speaker might easily mistake for Sanskrit or Albanian. If they had spoken recognizable English, it would have sounded like this. "What have you got there?" "Dunno. Brass button. Let me see." After scraping off dirt, Roy said, "A medal, maybe." He peered at the object. "Old medal," said Jock. "Some of them fetch a good price." "Could be." Roy scraped some more and peered some more. Then he spelled out painfully, R-E-X, then a mark, not a letter, then C-A-R-O-L-V-S. Jock, whose reading skills extended to recognizing a tavern sign, said, "What is it?" Roy looked at him. "Money," he said. They returned to digging with renewed energy. Chapter 1. London, 3 October 1831. Peregrine Dalmay, Earl of Lisle, looked from one parent to the other. "Scotland? I most certainly won't." The Marquess and Marchioness of Atherton exchanged glances. Lisle didn't try to guess what it meant. His parents lived in their own world. "But we were relying upon you," his mother said. "Why?" he said. "I made it clear in my last letter that I'd stay only a short time before returning to Egypt." They'd waited until now, moments before they were due to leave for Hargate House, to tell him about the crisis at one of the Dalmay family's Scottish properties. Tonight, the Earl and Countess of Hargate were giving a ball in honour of the 95th birthday of Eugenia, Dowager Countess of Hargate, matriarch of the Carsington family. Lisle had returned from Egypt to attend, and not simply because it might be his last chance to see the wicked old lady alive. Though a grown man of nearly 24, no longer in Rupert and Daphne Carsington's care, Lisle still regarded the Carsingtons as his family. They were the only proper family he'd ever known. He wouldn't dream of missing the celebration. He looked forward to seeing them all, especially Olivia. He hadn't seen her in 5 years, since his last visit home. When he arrived in London a fortnight ago, she'd been in Derbyshire. She'd returned only yesterday. She'd gone to her parents' country house early in September, mere days after the coronation, on account of a broken engagement. It was her 3rd or 4th or 10th. She'd reported them all in her letters, but he'd lost track, and reputed to have beat all her previous records for brevity. Not 2 hours had passed between her accepting Lord Gradfield's ring and sending it back to him, with one of her heavily underlined and capitalized letters. His lordship had taken his rejection hard, and provoked an innocent bystander into a duel, during which the men had wounded each other, though not mortally. The usual excitement with Olivia, in other words. Lyle certainly hadn't come home on his parents' account. They were ridiculous. They had children, but it wasn't a family. They were entirely wrapped up in each other and their endless dramas. This was typical. A great scene in the drawing-room about a topic normal people would have reserved for a rational discussion at a suitable time, not minutes before setting out for a ball. Gorewood Castle, it seemed, had been falling down for the last 300 or 400 years, and sporadically undergoing repairs in the course of those centuries. For some reason they'd suddenly decided it must be restored to its former glory, and he must go there to oversee the work because of some trouble with ghosts. "But you must go," his mother said. "Somebody must go. Somebody must do something." "That somebody ought to be your land agent," Lyle said. "It's absurd that Mains can find no workers in all of Midlothian. I thought the Scots were desperate for work." He moved to the fire to warm his hands. The few weeks since his return from Egypt weren't enough to acclimate him. This English autumn felt like dead winter to him. Scotland would be intolerable. The weather there was vile enough in midsummer, grey, windy, and rainy when it wasn't snowing or sleeting. He didn't mind harsh conditions. Strictly speaking, Egypt was a more brutal environment, but Egypt offered worlds for him to uncover. Scotland offered nothing to discover, no ancient mysteries to solve. "Mains has tried everything, even bribery," Father said. "What we need is the presence of a male family member. You know how clannish the Scots are. They want the laird of the castle to take charge. I cannot go. I cannot leave your mother when her health is so fragile." She was pregnant again, in other words. "It seems you must abandon me, my love," said Mother, lifting a limp hand to her head. "Peregrine has never cared about anything but his Greek and Latin and toxic Coptic," Lyle said. "The ancient language of—" "It's always Egypt," Mother said with an ominous little sob. "Always your pyramids and mummies and scrolls, and never us. Your brothers don't even know who you are." "They know me well enough," Lyle said. "I'm the one who sends them all the jolly things from foreign parts." To them he was the dashing and mysterious older brother who had exciting adventures in a wild and dangerous land, and he did send them the kinds of gifts that delighted boys: bird and cat mummies, snakeskins, crocodile teeth, and beautifully preserved scorpions. He wrote to the lads, too, regularly. Yet he couldn't altogether quiet the inner voice telling him he'd abandoned his brothers. It was no good answering that he could do nothing for them here except share their misery. Only Lord Rathbourne, known throughout society as Lord Perfect, had ever been able to manage his parents. He'd saved Lyle from them. But Rathbourne had a family of his own now. Lyle knew he needed to do something for his brothers, but this castle business was nonsense. He'd have to postpone his return to Egypt for how long? And for what? "I don't see what good my shivering in a dank, crumbling old castle does my brothers," he said. "I can think of no more ridiculous errand than travelling 400 miles to save a lot of superstitious labourers from hobgoblins. Not that I understand what your villagers are afraid of. Every castle in Scotland is haunted. Every place is haunted. Battlefields, trees, rocks. They love their ghosts." "It's more than ghosts," his father said. "There have been shocking accidents. blood-curdling screams in the dead of night. They say a long-dormant curse was reawakened when your cousin Frederick Dalmay accidentally trod on the grave of Malcolm McFettridge's great-great-grandmother, his mother said with a shudder. Frederick's health began to fail immediately thereafter. In 3 years, he was dead. Lyle looked about him, wishing, not for the first time, there was someone he could turn to and say, "Do you believe this?" Though his parents were no more capable of seeing reason than Lyle was of seeing unicorns, his own sanity demanded that he introduce facts into the conversation. "Frederick Dalmay was 94 years old," he said. "He died in his sleep, in a house in Edinburgh 10 miles from the supposedly cursed castle." "That isn't the point," said his father. "The point is, Gorewood Castle is Dalmay property, and it's falling to pieces." And you never cared about it until now, Lyle thought. Cousin Frederick had left the castle years ago, and they'd let it be neglected. Why suddenly had it become so important? Why else? He was home and couldn't ignore them the way he ignored their letters. It was a ploy to keep him in England, not because they needed him or wanted him, merely because they thought this was where he ought to be. "What does he care?" his mother cried. "When has Peregrine ever cared about us?" She flung herself out of her chair and toward one of the windows, as though she would hurl herself out of it in despair. Lyle was not alarmed. His mother never threw herself out of windows or dashed her brains out against the chimney-piece. She only acted as though she'd do it. Drama was what his parents did instead of thinking. "What monstrous crime did we commit, Jasper, to be punished with this stony-hearted child?" she wailed. "Oh, Lyle! Oh, Lyle!" Lord Atherton put his hand to his head and assumed his favourite King Lear pose. "Who can a man turn to if not his eldest son and heir?" Before he could launch into the usual speech about ingratitude and marble-hearted fiends and thankless children, Mother took up the cause. "This is our payment for indulging you," she said, her eyes filling. "This is our reward for putting you into the care of Rupert Carsington, the most irresponsible man in England." "Only the Carsingtons matter to you," Father said. "How many letters have you written to us, in all the years you've spent in Egypt? I can count them on one hand." "But why should he write, when he never thinks of us?" said Mother. "I make a simple request, and he answers with mockery." Father stormed to the fire and struck his fist upon the mantelpiece. "By God, how am I to bear it? With worry and care you'll drive me to an early grave, Lyle, I vow." "Oh, my dearest love, don't say so," Mother shrieked. "I could never go on without you. I should swiftly follow you, and the poor boys would be orphaned." She hurtled away from the window to sink into a chair and commenced sobbing hysterically. His father flung out his hand, indicating his distraught spouse. "Now look what you've done to your mother." "She always does that," said Lyle. Father let his hand fall and turned from him in a huff. He drew out his handkerchief and pressed it into Mother's hand. In the nick of time, too, because her own would soon need wringing out. She was the most prodigious weeper. "For the boy's sake, we must pray that dreadful day never comes," Father said, patting her shoulder. His eyes filled too. "Lyle naturally will be off on his jaunts among the heathens, leaving his brothers to uncaring strangers." His brothers already lived among uncaring strangers, Lyle thought. If orphaned, they'd go to one of his father's sisters. Though Lord Atherton had lost one, Lord Rathbourne's first wife, some years ago, the other 6 were in fine fettle, and wouldn't notice a few more added to their own large broods. It wasn't as though any of them actually cared for their children directly. Servants, tutors, and governesses reared one's offspring. Parents had little to do but put their noses in when not wanted and find ways to annoy everybody and devise ridiculous and inconvenient schemes to waste one's time. He wouldn't allow them to manipulate him. If he let himself be drawn into the emotional whirlpool, he'd never get out. The way to keep on solid grounds was to keep to the facts. "The boys have scores of relatives to look after them, and more than sufficient money to live on," he said. "They won't end up abused and starved in an orphanage, and I will not go to Scotland on a fool's errand." "How can you be so heartless?" his mother cried. "A family treasure faces extinction." She sank back in the chair, letting her husband's handkerchief drop from her trembling fingers as she prepared to swoon. The butler entered. He pretended, as he always did, that an emotional extravaganza was not in progress. The carriage, he told them, was waiting. The drama didn't end with their departures, but continued throughout the drive to Hargate House. Thanks to the late start and the press of traffic, they were among the last to arrive. Lyle's parents resumed their approaches before and after greeting their hosts, and the assorted Carsington husbands and wives, and in the interval before they made their way through the crowd to the guest of honour. The birthday girl, the Dowager Countess of Hargate, appeared unchanged. Lyle knew, thanks to Olivia's letters, that the old lady still gossiped, drank, and played whist with her friends, known among the Carsingtons as the Harpies, and still found ample time and energy to terrorize her family. At present, garbed in the latest and most expensive mode, a drink in her hand, she sat on a sort of throne, the Harpies clustered about her like ladies-in-waiting to a queen, or perhaps like vultures about the queen vulture, depending on one's point of view. "You're looking sadly peakish, Penelope," she told Mother. "Some bloom when they're breeding, and some don't. A pity you're not one of the blooming ones, except for your nose. That's red enough, and your eyes, too. I shouldn't weep so much, was I your age. Nor dropping brats, either. If you'd asked me, I'd have advised you to stick with the birthing business when once you'd started, instead of stopping and leaving it until all your looks went and your muscles stretched past mending." Leaving Mother temporarily speechless and red in the face, her ancient ladyship nodded at Lyle. "Ah, the wanderer returns, brown as a berry as usual. It'll be a shock to you, I dare say, seeing girls fully clothed, but you'll have to bear it." Her friends caught the pun and laughed loudly. "Bear it, indeed," said Lady Cooper, one of the younger ones. She was only about 70. "What will you wager, Eugenia, that the girls wonder if he's as brown everywhere as his face?" Beside him, Mother gave a faint moan. The Dowager leaned toward him. "Always was a missish little prune," she said in a stage whisper. "Never mind her. It's my party, and I want the young people to have their fun. We're awash in pretty girls, and they're all panting to meet our great adventurer. Run along now, Lyle. If you find Olivia getting engaged to anybody, tell her not to be ridiculous." She warned him away and reverted to torturing his parents. Lyle abandoned them without the slightest twinge of conscience, and let himself become lost in the throng. The ballroom, as the Dowager had promised, was overrun with beautiful girls, and Lyle was by no means immune to the species, fully clothed or not. He certainly wasn't averse to dancing. He found partners easily, and danced happily. All the while, though, his gaze roamed the crowd, seeking one head of violently red hair. If Olivia wasn't dancing, she must be playing cards, and fleecing whoever was dim-witted enough to play with her. Or maybe she was in a dark corner getting engaged again, as the Dowager suspected. Olivia's many broken engagements, which would have ruined a girl of lesser fortune and less powerful family, wouldn't discourage suitors. They wouldn't mind her not being a beauty either. Olivia Carsington was a catch. Her late father, Jack Wingate, had been the feckless younger son of the recently deceased Earl of Fosbury, who'd left her a fortune. Her stepfather and Lyle's uncle, the Viscount Rathbourne, had pots of money too, and he was heir to the Earl of Hargate, who had even more. Between and during dances she was a frequent topic of conversation. The daring gown she'd worn to the coronation last month, her carriage race with Lady Davenport, the duel she'd challenged Lord Bentwhistle to, because he'd whipped a footboy, and so on and so on. She'd been out in society for 4 years, she still wasn't married, and she was still the talk of London. This didn't surprise him in the least. Her mother Bathsheba came from the rotten branch of the de Lucy family, a famous lot of swindlers, impostors, and bigamists. Before Bathsheba Wingate married Lord Rathbone, Olivia had shown clear signs of following in the ancestral footsteps. Since then, an aristocratic education had hidden the signs, but Olivia's character clearly had not changed at all. Lyle remembered some lines from a letter she'd written to him in Egypt, shortly after his first brother was born. "I look forward to the day when I become a bachelor. I should like to live an unsettled life." Judging by the talk, she'd succeeded. He was about to start actively searching for her when he noticed the men preening and jockeying for position in one corner of the room, competing for the current reigning beauty, no doubt. He went that way. The crowd was so thick that at first all he could see was the fashionably absurd coiffure rising above the men's heads. 2 birds of paradise seemed to have their beaks stuck into a great loop of red hair. Very red hair. Only one girl in all the world had that hair. Well then, no surprise to find Olivia in the centre of a crowd of men. She had rank and a thumping great dowry. That would more than make up for... The crowd parted then, giving him a full view. She turned his way, and he stopped short. He'd forgotten. Those great blue eyes. For a moment he stood, lost in a blue as deep as an Egyptian evening sky. Then he blinked and took in the rest, from the ridiculous birds hanging over the stiff loops of red hair to the pointed slippers peeping out from under the ruffles and furbelows at the hem of her pale green gown. Then his gaze went up again, and his brain slowed to a crawl. Between coiffure and shoes appeared a graceful arc of neck, and smooth shoulders, and a creamy bosom more than amply on display, and lower down, an armful of waist curving out gracefully into womanly hips. No, that had to be wrong. Olivia was many things. Beautiful wasn't one of them. Striking, yes, the fatally blue eyes and the vivid hair. Those were hers and no one else's, and yes, that was her face under the absurd coiffure. But no, it wasn't. He stared, his gaze going up, then down, again and again. The room's heat was suddenly beyond oppressive, and his heart was beating strangely, and his mind was a thick haze of memories where he was searching to make sense of what his eyes told him. He was dimly aware that he was supposed to say something, but he had no idea what. His manners had never been quite so instinctive as they ought to be. He was used to another world, another clime, other kinds of men and women. Though he'd learned to fit in this one, fitting in didn't come naturally to him. He'd never learned to say what he didn't mean, and now he didn't know what he meant to say. At the moment, everything anybody had ever done to civilize him was lost. He beheld a vision that stripped away all the rules and meaningless phrases and proper ways to look and move, and shredded them to bits, and blew them away. "Lord Lyle," she said, with a graceful dip of her head that made the bird's plumes flutter. "There's a wager on as to whether you'd turn up for great-grandmamma's party." At the sound of her voice, so familiar, reason began to slog its way through the muck of confusion. This was Olivia, reason said. Here were the facts. Her voice, her eyes, her hair, her face. Yes, her face was different because it had softened into womanliness. Her cheeks were softer, rounder. Her mouth was fuller. He was aware of people talking, of this one asking that one who he was, and another answering. But all of that seemed to be in another world, irrelevant. He couldn't see or hear or think anything but Olivia. Then he discerned the glint of laughter in her eyes, and the slight upturn of her mouth. He came back to earth with a thunk that should have been audible on the other side of the great ballroom. "I wouldn't miss it for the world," he said. "I'm glad to see you," she said. "And not merely because I've won the wager." She gave him one slow, assessing look that slid over his skin like fingertips and sent heat arrowing straight to his groin. Ye gods! She was more dangerous than ever. He wondered whose benefit that look was for. Was she simply exercising her power, or was she trying to provoke all her admirers simultaneously by pretending he was the only man in the room? Excellent work, either way. All the same, enough was enough. She wasn't a little girl any more, if she'd ever been a little girl, and he wasn't a little boy. He knew how to play this game. He let his gaze drift down again to her breasts. "You've grown," he said. "I knew you'd mock my hair," she said. She knew he wasn't referring to her hair. One thing Olivia had never been was naive. But he took the hint and dutifully regarded the coiffure. Though it towered over many other men, he was tall enough to look the birds in the eye. Other women wore equally fantastical hair arrangements, he was aware. While men's fashions had grown increasingly sober in recent decades, women's had grown increasingly deranged. "Some birds have landed on your head," he said, "and died there." "They must think they've gone to heaven," said a male voice nearby. "Looks like rigor mortis," Lyle said. Olivia sent him a fleeting smile. Something curious happened inside his chest. Something else happened lower down, not at all curious and all too familiar. He willed the feelings into oblivion. She couldn't help it, he told himself. She was born that way, a dreadful Delucy through and through. He mustn't take it personally. She was his friend and ally, practically his sister. He made himself picture her as she'd been on the day when he first met her, a skinny 12-year-old who'd tried to brain him with his sketchbook, a provoking, dangerously fascinating girl. "I dressed for you," she said, "in honor of your noble quest in Egypt. I ordered the silk for my gown to match the green of the Nile in your watercolors. We had to use birds of paradise because we couldn't find ibises." Voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone, she leaned toward him, offering a nearer and fuller view of alabaster flesh, curved precisely to fit a man's hands. At these close quarters he was acutely aware of the faint sheen of moisture the ballroom's heat had brought to her skin. He was aware, too, of the scent of a woman arising therefrom, a dangerous blend of humid flesh and a light, flowery fragrance. She should have warned him, drat her. Think about the skinny 12-year-old, he counselled himself. "I wanted to dress like one of the ladies in the copies of the tomb paintings you sent," she went on, "but that was forbidden." The scent and the stress on forbidden were softening his brain. Facts, he told himself. Stick to facts, like... Where were her freckles? Perhaps the room's gentle candlelight made them less obvious. Or maybe she'd powdered her breasts. Or had she bleached them with lemon juice? Stop thinking about her breasts. That way madness lies. What's she saying? Something about tomb paintings. He filled his mind with images of flat figures on stone walls. "The ladies in the tomb paintings are not, technically speaking, dressed," he said. "When alive, they seem to be tightly wrapped in an extremely thin piece of linen." The costume left nothing to the imagination, which was probably why even he, who preferred to stick to facts and leave the realm of imagination to his parents, had no trouble at all picturing Olivia's curvaceous new body wrapped in a thin piece of linen. "Then when they're dead," he went on, "they're overdressed, tightly wrapped in layers of linen from head to foot. Neither form of attire seems practical for an English ball." "You never change," she said, drawing back. "Always so literal." "Leave it to Lyle to throw away a golden opportunity," said another male voice. "Instead of complimenting the lady, as any man with eyes must do, and trying to win her favour, he must wander into a boring lecture about pagan customs." "Yes, because it's safe there." "My attention has not wandered, I assure you, Miss Carsington," Lyle said. "At present it could not be more firmly fixed." He'd like to fix his hands on the throat of the fiend who'd given her this face and body, as though she needed any more weapons. It must have been the devil. A trade of some kind. sometime in the 5 years since Lyle had last seen her. Naturally, Satan, like anyone else, would have had the worst of any bargain with her. In a corner of his mind, the voice that warned him of snakes, scorpions, and cutthroats lurking in the darkness said, "Watch out." But he already knew that, because he knew Olivia. She was dangerous. Beautiful or striking, with or without breasts, she exerted a fatal fascination. She easily captivated otherwise intelligent men, most of whom had already seen her destroy the peace of other equally intelligent men. He knew that. Her letters had been filled with her numerous romantic disappointments, among other things. He'd heard other stories since entering this ballroom. He knew what she was like. He was merely temporarily unhinged because he was a man. It was a purely physical reaction, completely natural when one encountered a beautiful woman. He had such reactions all the time. This was disturbing only because he was reacting to Olivia, who was his friend and ally, practically his sister. He'd always thought of her that way, and that was the way he'd continue to think of her, he told himself. He'd had a bit of a shock, that was all. He was a man who encountered shocks nearly every day of his life, and thrived on them. "Having fixed my attention for the moment," he said, "perhaps the lady would be so kind as to grant the next dance." "That's mine," said one of the men, hovering at her shoulder. "Miss Carsington promised." Olivia snapped her fan shut. "You may have another, Lord Belder," she said. "I haven't seen Lord Lyle this age, and he'll soon be gone again. He's the most elusive man in the world. If I don't take this dance, who knows when I should have another? He could be drowned in a shipwreck. He could be eaten by crocodiles or bitten by a viper or a scorpion. He could succumb to plague. He's never happy, you know, except when risking his life to advance our knowledge of an ancient civilization. I can dance with you any time." Belder looked murder at Lyle, but he smiled at Olivia and yielded his claim. As Lyle led her away, he finally understood why so many men kept shooting each other on her account. They all wanted her, and they couldn't help it. She knew it, and she didn't care. Chapter 2. The gloved hand Olivia had taken was warm, and stronger and firmer than she remembered. When it clasped hers, she grew warm everywhere, which startled her, and that was by no means her first shock this evening. Had she ever taken Lyle's hand before? She couldn't remember, but it had been instinctive to do so, to go with him, though he wasn't the young man she used to know. For one thing, he was much larger, and not simply physically, though that change was impressive enough. When he first drew near moments ago, he blocked her view of the rest of the room. He'd always been taller than she, but he wasn't a lanky youth any more. He was a man, exuding virility to a dizzying degree. She wasn't the only one he made dizzy. Among the hordes of men about her were a few women friends. She'd seen the way they looked at Lyle when he entered her circle. Now, as he and she passed into the crowd proper, on their way to the dancing area, she saw heads turn. And for once, it wasn't only men, and they weren't all staring at her. She'd stared too when she'd first spotted him, though she knew him so well. He captured one's attention because he wasn't like anybody else. She studied him surreptitiously, sizing him up as she sized up everybody, as any dreadful Delusi would do. The Egyptian sun had darkened his skin to bronze and lightened his hair to pale gold, but that wasn't the only way he was different. The black coat hugged his broad shoulders and lean torso, and the trousers outlined his long, muscled legs. His linen was immaculately white, his evening slippers glossy black. Though he wore the same impeccable evening attire as other men, he seemed not fully clothed somehow, perhaps because no other gentleman made one so forcefully aware of the powerful body underneath the elegant attire. She saw other women taking him in, pausing in their conversations to study him or try to catch his eye. They saw only the outside. That, she admitted, was exciting enough. She knew he was different in other, less obvious ways. His wasn't the usual gentleman's education. Daphne Carsington had taught him all and more than he would have learned at public school and university. Rupert Carsington had taught him survival skills few gentlemen had need for. How to handle a knife, for instance, and how to throw a man out of a window. All this she knew. What she hadn't been prepared for was the change in his voice, the tantalizing hint of a non-English lilt in the aristocratic accents, and the way the sound conjured images of tents and turbans and half-naked women languishing on Turkey carpets. He didn't carry himself in the way he used to do, either. For nearly 10 years he'd lived in a complicated and dangerous world, where he'd learned to move as quietly and smoothly as a cat or a cobra. The deep gold skin and golden hair made one think of tigers, but that didn't quite capture his otherness. He moved like water. As he threaded his way through the crowd, he sent ripples through it. Watching him pass, women fainted mentally and men contemplated killing him. As one who'd learned to be acutely aware of his surroundings, he'd sense this, she was sure, though his face gave nothing away. But she, who'd known him for so long, was aware that he wasn't as coolly contained and detached as he seemed. The logical, pedantic surface hid a fierce, obstinate nature. That, she suspected, hadn't changed. Too, he had a temper, which, the set of his mouth told her, had been sorely tried recently. She tugged his hand. He looked down at her, his grey eyes glinting silver in the candlelight. "This way," she said. She led him past a cluster of servants bearing trays, dropped his hand to take 2 glasses of champagne from one of the trays, then passed out of the ballroom into the corridor, and thence into an antechamber. After the briefest hesitation, he followed her in. "Close the door," she said. "Olivia," he said. "Oh, please," she said. "As though I've any reputation to lose." He closed the door. "As a matter of fact, you do, though I'm sure you ought to have been ruined ages ago." "There isn't much that money and rank can't buy, including reputation," she said. "Here, take one of these, and let me welcome you home properly." He took one of the glasses she offered, his gloved fingertips brushing hers. She felt the spark of contact under her glove, under her skin. Her heart sparked, too, and its beating grew hurried. She stepped back half a pace, and clinked her glass against his. "Welcome home, my dear friend," she said. "I was never so glad to see anybody as I was to see you." She'd wanted to launch herself at him and throw her arms about his neck. She would have done it, too, whatever propriety said, but the look in his silvery eyes when he first caught sight of her stopped her in her tracks. He was her friend, yes, and only great-grandmamma knew her better than he did. But he was a man now, not the boy she used to know. "I was bored senseless," she went on, "but the look on your face when you discovered my bosoms was priceless. It was all I could do to keep a straight face." He looked there now, and the heat started where he looked and spread outward and deepened. In an instant she was in a sweat again, the way she'd been a little while ago when he first looked at her. That was all the warning she needed. This was one fire she'd better not play with. He studied her bosom critically, the way he might have examined a line of hieroglyphic writing. "You didn't have them the last time I saw you," he said. "I was completely flummoxed. Where did you get them?" Where did I get them? Gad, that was so like him, puzzling over her breasts as though they were a bit of ancient pottery. "They simply grew. Everything grew, very slowly. Isn't that odd? I was precocious in every other way." She drank. "But never mind my bosoms, Lyle." "Easy for you to say. You're not a man, and I haven't got used to them yet." And she hadn't got used to what happened when he looked at her in that way. She laughed. "Well, look then, if you must. Great-grandmamma told me the time will come all too soon when men won't be interested in looking there, and I ought to enjoy it while I can." "She hasn't changed at all." "She's frailer, and tires more quickly than she used to do, though she still gets about. I don't know what I'll do when she's gone." Great-grandmamma was her confidante, the only one who knew all of Olivia's secrets. She couldn't possibly tell mamma or step-papa everything. They'd done their very best for her. The truth would only distress them. She had to protect them from it. "I don't know what I should have done tonight without her," Lyle said. "She took my parents prisoner and let me escape." He dragged his hand through his hair, turning it into a wild tousle that would make women swoon. "I oughtn't to let them trouble me, but I can't seem to master the art of ignoring them." "What can't you ignore this time?" she said. He shrugged. "The usual madness. I needn't bore you with the details." His parents, she knew, were the cross he had to bear. All their world revolved around them. All others, including their children, were merely supporting players in the great drama of their life. Great-grandmamma was the only one who could cut them down to size effortlessly, because she said and did exactly as she pleased. Everyone else was either at a loss or too polite or kind, or didn't think it worth the trouble. Even step-papa could do no more than manage them, and that was so trying to his temper that he did so only in extreme circumstances. "You must tell me all," she said. "I dote on Lord and Lady Atherton's madnesses. They make me feel utterly sober and logical and rather sweetly dull by comparison." He smiled a little, a crooked upturn of the right side of his mouth. Her heart gave a sharp lurch. She moved away and threw herself carelessly into a thickly cushioned chair by the fire. "Come, get warm," she said. "The ballroom was as hot as Hades, but not to you, I know. Away from that crush of warm bodies, you must think you're in an ice-house." She waved a hand at the chair opposite. "Tell me what your parents want from you now." He came to the fire, but he didn't take the chair. He looked at the fire for a long time, then at her, but briefly, before reverting to the fascinating flames. "It's to do with the crumbling wreck of a castle we own, about 10 miles from Edinburgh," he said. "How very strange," Olivia said after Lyle had summarized the scene with his parents. He knew she could fill in the histrionic details herself. In the last 9 years, she'd spent more time with father and mother than he had. "I wish it were strange," he said. "But it isn't in the least odd for them." "I meant the ghosts," she said. "How strange that workers keep away on account of ghosts. Only think of how many haunt the Tower of London. There's the executioner chasing the Countess of Salisbury round the chopping block." "Anne Boleyn, carrying her head." "The young princes," she said. "That's only a few, and it's only one building. We've ghosts everywhere, and nobody seems to mind. How odd that Scottish labourers should be afraid. I thought they liked to be haunted." "I made the same point to my parents, but logic is a language they refuse to understand," he said. "Not that this has anything to do with ghosts or castles, really. It's all about keeping me at home." "But you'd go mad here," she said. She'd always understood, from the day they'd met, and he'd told her of his determination to go to Egypt. She'd called it a noble quest. "I shouldn't mind so much," he said, "if they truly needed me here. My brothers need me. They need somebody. But I'm at a loss what to do. I doubt my parents would miss them if I took them to Egypt. But they're too young. Children from northern climes don't thrive there." She put her head back a little to gaze up at him. When those great blue eyes turned upward to his face, things happened inside him. Complicated things, involving not merely animal instincts and his reproductive organs. The things jumped about in his chest, and there was a kind of pain, like little stabs when they did it. He looked away, into the fire again. "What will you do?" she said. "I haven't decided," he said. "The so-called crisis broke minutes before we were to set out this evening. I haven't had time to consider what to do. Not that I mean to do anything about the castle nonsense. It's my brothers I need to think about. I shall have to spend more time with them, and decide then." "You're right," she said. "The castle isn't worth your troubling about. A great waste of your time. If you—" She broke off because the door flew open and Lady Rathbourne entered. Dark-haired, her eyes not quite the same blue as her daughter's, she was a great beauty in her own right. Lyle could regard her with equanimity, though, and with affection, and without bewildering feelings. "For heaven's sake, Olivia! Velda's been looking everywhere for you," she said. You were supposed to be dancing. Lyle, you ought to know better than to let Olivia lure you into a tete-a-tete. Mamma, we haven't seen each other in 5 years. Lyle can call on you tomorrow, if he doesn't mind fighting his way through the hordes of besotted gentlemen, said her ladyship. At present the other young ladies are clamouring to dance with him. He is not your property, and your prolonged absence is making Belder agitated. Come, Lyle, I'm sure you don't want to end the party by fighting one of Olivia's jealous swains, poor fools. It's too ridiculous for words. They left the antechamber, and Lyle and Olivia soon parted ways, she to Lord Belder and her other admirers, and he to the scores of young ladies who could not have been less like her had they belonged to another species. It wasn't until later, when he was dancing with one of them, that he remembered what he'd seen, in the instant before Lady Rathbone interrupted the conversation, the gleam in Olivia's 2 blue eyes, before their expression turned inward, in the way he'd learned to recognize so many years ago. Thinking. She'd been thinking. And that, as her mother could have told anybody, was always dangerous. Somerset House, London, Wednesday, 5 October. It was not an official meeting of the Society of Antiquaries. For one thing, they usually met on Thursday. For another, their meetings did not begin until November. But the Earl of Lisle did not return to London every day, and he would likely be gone again by November. Any scholar interested in Egyptian antiquities wanted to hear what he had to say, and the event, though arranged on short notice, was well attended. The last time he'd returned, though merely 18 years old, he had presented a significant paper dealing with the names of the Egyptian pharaohs. Technically speaking, the decipherment of hieroglyphs was Daphne Carsington's specialty. Everyone knew this. Everyone knew she was a genius. The trouble was, she was a woman. A male had to represent her, or her discoveries and theories would be mercilessly attacked and mocked by the large and noisy element who feared and hated women who had any intelligence, let alone more than they. Her brother, who most usually represented her, was abroad. Her husband, Rupert Carsington, though not nearly as stupid as everyone believed him to be, would never be able to read a scholarly paper with a straight face, if, that is, he didn't fall asleep while reading it. Since Lisle and Daphne had collaborated for years, and since he had the highest regard for her abilities, he was more than happy to stand in her place and present her latest paper with the seriousness it deserved. But one person in the audience thought the whole thing a great joke. Lord Belder sat in the front row next to Olivia, and he was mocking every word Lisle uttered. If he was trying to impress Olivia with that technique, he was barking up the wrong tree. More likely, though, Belder merely wanted to provoke Lisle. He'd made sure to be in the way yesterday when Lisle had called on her. But half the world was at her parents' house, and Lisle hadn't a chance to exchange more than a few words with her. He'd told her about the paper he was presenting, and she'd said she would attend, and Belder had said he'd escort her. He wouldn't dream of missing Lord Lisle's little lecture, he said. Lisle's temper was easily ignited at the best of times. At present he was seething on Daphne's account. Belder was mocking her hard work. Still, the idiot wouldn't be let to continue for much longer, Lisle told himself. Belder wasn't at Almack's or a ball, and the present audience had little patience with this sort of behaviour. Sure enough, Lisle had scarcely thought it when one of the scholars spoke up. "Sir," the gentleman said coldly, "perhaps you would be good enough to reserve your wit for a more suitable milieu. I suggest your club, or a coffee-house or tavern. We came to hear the gentleman at the lectern, not you." Lisle pretended to brush a speck of dust from his notes. Without looking up, he said, "Wit? Was that what it was? I beg your pardon, Lord Belder, for not responding to your remarks. I mistook you for a saint." "A saint?" said Belder with a laugh, for Olivia's benefit, no doubt, to show how little he cared about being reprimanded publicly like a boorish schoolboy. "Certainly," Lisle said. "In Egypt, you see, those of slow understanding or no understanding are called saints, and their peculiarities of appearance, speech, and behaviour are regarded as signs of divine blessing. The audience roared. The scholars took a moment to exact their revenge, making Belder the butt of their jokes. He obliged them by turning redder than Olivia's hair. Having administered the set-down Belder had been begging for, Lyle delivered the rest of Daphne's paper in peace. When he'd finished answering questions and the audience began to disperse, he broke through the wall of men surrounding Olivia. Dim-witted fowl clustered about a dozing crocodile as he saw it, and offered to take her home. Turning away from Belder, she bestowed a smile on Lyle so dazzling that he couldn't see straight for a moment. Then she took his arm. They walked to her carriage, her maid Bailey trailing after them. The footman had put down the step, and Olivia was moving toward it when a boy flew along the pavement straight at them. He was running at top speed, dodging the groups of scholarly gentlemen arguing about pharaohs as they walked along the Strand. He dodged Lyle as well, but then he made the mistake of glancing Olivia's way, and the blaze of beauty blinded and unbalanced him. His step faltered, and his focus went astray, even while his legs kept moving. At this same moment, Lord Belder was hurrying toward Olivia's carriage. The boy ran straight into him, and they both stumbled. The boy landed on the pavement, and Belder in the gutter. The lad scrambled to his feet, threw Belder a horrified look, and set off. "Stop, thief!" Belder roared. A couple of his friends caught the boy as he tried to run past them. His lordship rose from the gutter. Passing acquaintances treated him to the usual lumbering wit. "Just waking up, Belder?" Or, "Is that the latest in beauty baths, Belder?" And so on. Brown and black substances of unsavoury origin splotched his fawn trousers and blue coat, his elaborately tied neckcloth, his waistcoat, and his gloves. He looked down at his clothes, then at the boy. The look made the boy squirm and yell. "It was an accident, your worship. I didn't take nothing." "It's true," Olivia called over the noise. "I saw what happened. If he'd been stealing, he would—" "Wait in the carriage, and let me deal with it," Lyle cut in before she could explain how petty theft was properly done. She was, after all, an expert. "Don't be silly," she said. "I can settle this." He tried to lead her away, but she shook him off and marched to the men holding the boy. "Let him go," she said. "It was an accident." To Lyle the warning signs were obvious. The flush rising from her neck to her cheeks, and the "you blockheads" implied in her stress on accident. Since he couldn't drag her away bodily, he would have to drown her out. But Belder spoke first. "You don't know what these wretched creatures get up to, Miss Carsington," he said. "They bump into people on purpose to pick our pockets." Lyle said, "That may be so, but—" "Not this one," Olivia said. "A proper thief would have been so quick and efficient you'd hardly notice him. He'd take care not to knock you down or draw attention to himself, and he wouldn't pause, but get away instantly. Furthermore, they usually work in pairs." She was absolutely right, and any rational man would recognize this. But Belder was in a temper. He had scores to settle, and the boy was the easiest target. He only gave her a patronizing smile and turned to the bystanders. "Someone fetch a constable," he called. "No!" the boy shouted. "I didn't take nothing." He pulled and kicked, trying to get free. Lord Belder cuffed his head. "You great bully!" Olivia cried. Up went her furled umbrella and down sharply on his shoulder. "Ow! Release that child!" She swung the umbrella at the men holding the boy. Belder grabbed her arm to stop her beating his friends. Lyle saw the dirty gloved hand wrapped about Olivia's arm. Then he saw red. He advanced, took Belder roughly by the arm, and yanked him away. "Don't touch her," he said in a low, hard voice. "Don't ever touch her." Chapter 3. 2 minutes later. "Oh, miss," said Bailey. "They're going to kill each other." Lyle had flung Belder away almost as soon as he'd grabbed him, but Belder wasn't about to let it end there. He pushed Lyle, and Lyle pushed back harder, knocking Belder against the fence. Belder bounced up, tore off his gloves, threw down his hat, and put up his fists. Lyle did the same. "Don't touch her," he'd said, in a low, deadly voice that made her shiver. How silly! She was no schoolroom miss, yet her heart raced as it had never done before, though men fought over her all the time, and though she knew it meant nothing special to Lyle. He acted instinctively, protective by nature, belligerent too. But she hadn't seen him fight in years. She hadn't seen any fights in years, she reminded herself. Men usually met at dawn well out of the public eye because duelling was illegal. Fisticuffs, however, were not. Still, they were hardly common among gentlemen in broad day on a major London thoroughfare. No wonder she was excited. "They will try to kill each other," she told Bailey. "But all they'll do is pummel each other, and that's preferable to pistols at 20 paces. Belder's spoiling for a fight, and Lyle will enjoy accommodating him." A glance at her maid told her that Bailey, too, was not unmoved. A petite, pretty brunette, Bailey was not as delicate as she looked. She would not have survived her employment with Olivia otherwise. "You've never seen Lyle fight?" Olivia said. "He looks so angelic, I know, with his fair hair and those cool grey eyes of his, but he's a ferocious pugilist. I once saw him make mincemeat of a great ox of a boy, easily twice his size." It had happened on the day she'd started on her noble quest to Bristol. Lyle hadn't approved of Nat Diggoby as a travelling companion for her. Truth to tell, she hadn't been overly fond of Diggoby either. Though she'd pretended not to care, she'd been vastly relieved when Lyle took his place. She turned her attention to the fight, wishing she could see more of it. She could hear the grunts and the thuds of fists connecting with body parts, but a great crowd of men blocked her view. They were shouting encouragement in between betting on the outcome. Even she knew better than to try to break into that circle. A lady did not get mixed up in throngs of bloodthirsty males. A lady waited at a safe distance from the fray. If she could have climbed onto the footman's perch at the back of the carriage, she could have a better view, but she mustn't do that either. She could only wait, listening and making do with glimpses, and hoping Lyle would come out of it in one piece. He was used to fighting, she told herself. People were always trying to kill him in Egypt. Still, Belder was for some reason madly jealous of him, and Lyle had humiliated the man in front of an audience of important men. After what seemed hours, but could only have been minutes, there was a shout, then quiet. Then the wall of men began to give way. She saw Belder lying on the ground, and some of his friends going to him. She pushed forward, using her elbows and her umbrella to make way through the thinning crowd. She grabbed Lyle's arm and tugged. "Come away," she said. He looked at her blankly. His hair was tangled and filthy, and his lip was bleeding. Blood spattered his neckcloth, which was torn. A sleeve of his coat had been partly ripped away from the shoulder seam. "Come away," she said. "He can't fight any more." Lyle looked at the man on the ground, then turned back to her. "Are you not going to comfort him?" "No." He took out his handkerchief and started to wipe his lip, and winced. She took the handkerchief from him and dabbed at his lip. "You'll have a prime black eye by tomorrow, and you'll be eating soft foods for the next few days," she said. "You have a knack for attracting idiots," he said. She stopped dabbing. "Your lip is going to swell," she said. "With any luck, you won't be able to talk." She shook her head, turned away, and started for her carriage. He followed. "You oughtn't to encourage them when you don't want them," he said. "I don't have to encourage them," she said. "Delusive women attract men, and men, by and large, are idiots. That includes you. You were looking for an excuse to fight just as he was." "Perhaps I was," Lyle said. "I can't remember when last I had so much fun thrashing somebody." He offered his bruised and dirty hand to help her keep her balance on the narrow carriage step. She looked down at his hand and raised an eyebrow. "Squeamish?" he said. "Not likely," she said. "I was thinking that's going to hurt later." "It was worth it," he said. "Men," she thought. She took his hand, climbed into the carriage, and settled onto her seat. Bailey followed and took the seat opposite. "I'm not sure the fun of beating Belder will be worth the price," she said. I'm used to black eyes and sore jaws, he said. That isn't what I meant, she said. Your parents won't be pleased when they hear about it. He shrugged. You'd better let me drive you home, she said. He shook his head. It's out of your way. Nichols will be along in a minute as soon as he recovers my hat. The slim valet hurried toward them at that moment, brushing at Lyle's hat with his handkerchief. Bailey gave Lyle's handsome manservant a sharp glance, and sniffed disdainfully. We'd better go straight home, miss, she said. She's right, Lyle said. It won't be long before all of London hears how you beat Belder with your umbrella. You'll want to be at home before the news arrives so you can shape the tale to suit you. It wouldn't matter what version of the story Olivia gave her parents. They were growing tired of the scandals. Grandmamma and Grandpapa Hargate would have something to say too, and that wouldn't be pleasant. They thought it was long past time she was married. She needed a husband and children to settle her, they believed. They'd settled all their children satisfactorily, but their offspring were all men, and they weren't in the least like her. No one was like her, except other dreadful Delucies, restless, untrustworthy creatures. If she married, her life would narrow down to wifehood and motherhood, and she'd spend the years slowly suffocating. She'd never do anything truly interesting, ever again. Certainly she'd never have the great adventures she'd always dreamed of. Not that she had much hope of any at present, in a society bound by increasingly strict rules. But so long as she was nobody's wife, and so long as great-grandmamma was alive to stand up to the others for her, Olivia had a measure of freedom at least. She wouldn't give that up until she had absolutely no other choice. "Join us for dinner," she told Lyle. "We can talk then." "I reckon I'd better wash first," he said. He grinned at her, looking for a moment like a grubby schoolboy, and reminding her of the schoolboy who'd pummeled Nat Diggoby and played the part of her loyal squire en route to Bristol. The grin, combined with the recollection, set things fluttering inside her. "I reckon you'd better," she said. He closed the carriage door. She sat back in her seat, so that she wouldn't be tempted to look out of the window and watch him walk away. She felt the carriage bounce slightly as the footmen leapt up to their places. One of them rapped on the carriage roof, and the vehicle lurched into motion. After a minute or two, Bailey said, "Miss, you've still got his lordship's handkerchief." Olivia looked down at it. She'd have it laundered, then add it to her collection. The glove of her right hand concealed the scarab he'd sent her long ago. She'd had it made into a ring, which she wore constantly. There were his letters as well, too few of them, one for every half-dozen of hers. She had his friendship, and every one of his letters. She had the trinkets he'd sent her, and odd, rubbishy remembrances she'd collected. That, she knew, was as much as anyone would ever get from him. He'd given himself, heart and mind and soul, to Egypt a long time ago. "You won't miss it," she said. Atherton House, the same evening. "Oh, Peregrine, how could you?" Lady Atherton wailed. "Brawling, like a common ruffian, in the Strand of all places for all the world to see." She turned to her husband. "You see, Jasper, this is what comes of leaving Rupert Carsington in charge of him for all these years." That was completely illogical. Lyle had been getting into fights for as long as he could remember. He hadn't needed any guidance from Uncle Rupert in that department. He'd never in his life run from a fight, no matter who the adversary or how big or how many. Never had, never would. "You've turned into a savage," his father raged. "You cannot even present a paper to the Society of Antiquaries without instigating a riot." "Hardly a riot," Lyle said. "More like a scuffle. The papers have more interesting matters to report." "The papers like nothing better than lurid stories about men fighting over Olivia Carsington," Mamma said. "I cannot believe you let her make a fool of you, too. I am mortified. How shall I face my friends after this? How shall I hold my head up?" She sank onto the chaise longue and burst into tears. "This is what comes of indulging your Egyptian nonsense," said Father.
Well, I'm putting a stop to it, once and for all. Until I see a glimmer of filial duty, a semblance of gentlemanly behaviour, you shall not get another farthing from me."
Lyle stared at him for a moment. He'd expected a scene, naturally. He would have been shocked if his parents had not ranted and raved. But this was new. He wasn't sure he'd heard aright. Like other noblemen's sons, Lyle was utterly dependent on his father financially. Money was all he got from his parents. They'd never given him affection or understanding. Those the Carsingtons gave him, abundantly. But he couldn't go to the Carsingtons for money. "You're cutting me off?" he said.
"You've mocked us, ignored us, used us, and abused our generosity," Father said. "We've borne it all patiently, but this time you've gone too far. You've embarrassed your mother."
On cue, his mother fainted. "This is mad," Lyle said. "How am I to live?" His father hurried to his mother's side to administer smelling salts.
"If you want money, you'll do as other gentlemen do," he said,
as he tenderly lifted Mother's head from the pillow onto which it had conveniently fallen.
"You'll respect your parents' wishes. You'll go to Scotland as we ask, and you'll assume responsibility for once in your life. You'll go to Egypt again over my dead body."
Lyle didn't come to dinner after all. Late in the afternoon, Olivia received a note from him. "If I come to dinner, I'll have to kill somebody. Best to keep away. You're probably in enough trouble. L." She wrote back, "It isn't safe to write. Meet me at Hyde Park Corner. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning. Do not fail me. O." Hyde Park, the following morning. Only a few years ago, London's most fashionable gentlemen could be counted on to take a stroll in Hyde Park every morning, then return at the fashionable hour, between 5 and 7 o'clock in the afternoon. These days, a stroll in the forenoon was not merely unfashionable, but vulgar. Morning was therefore the perfect time for a clandestine rendezvous, as Olivia would have written in one of her missives. She was late, naturally, and Lyle had never been good at waiting. But he forgot his impatience when she came into view, a great pale blue plume waving from the top of her hat, like a banner carried into battle. She wore a riding dress of military cut, of a deep blue that matched her eyes. The low slant of morning sun caught the curly hair escaping the confines of her hat and pins, and made it shimmer like garnets. When she came alongside him, he still hadn't caught his breath. "You've no idea the difficulty I had getting away from Bailey," she said. "You'd think she'd be glad to be excused, as she hates riding in town, but no, she was determined to come with me. I had the devil's own time persuading her to stay and allay suspicion. As it was, I was obliged to take a groom." She tipped her beplumed head in the direction of a young male in livery, trailing at a tactful distance behind her. "Not that you and I have anything to hide, but all the family are vexed with me for getting you into the fight with Belder."
"I got myself into it," he said.
"Your eye is very bad," she said, leaning forward a little to peer at it.
"It looks worse than it is," he said. "Nichols knows how to treat these things.
If he hadn't known, that eye would be swollen shut at present. It'll turn a few ugly colours over the next few days, and then it'll fade. My mouth, as you have no doubt observed with regret, is not so much damaged as you thought." "You are not as pretty as you were at the ball," she said. "Mamma had a lively description of the fight and your injuries from somebody, and she's furious. She says I ought to keep away from you. She says you have enough difficulties without my getting you into trouble."
"Nonsense," he said. "Who will I talk to if you keep away? Come along. It's too noisy here."
Though the park itself was deserted, by the haut ton at any rate, Hyde Park Corner bustled. Peddlers, milkmaids, soldiers, and loiterers of all sorts crowded the pavement. On the Knightsbridge Road, the Royal Mail and the stage-coaches vied for space with lowly farm wagons, elegant private carriages, riders, and pedestrians. Stray children, cats, and dogs darted among the vehicles and horses. It was here, at Hyde Park Corner, that their first adventure together had begun. The memory came back vividly. Olivia, standing with a surly ox of a boy, Lyle having to beat the boy out of the way, then climbing onto a farm wagon after her. Every time he awaited her, he expected the skinny girl he used to know, with her striking hair and eyes. Every time, seeing her as she was now, threw him off balance. He still wasn't used to the beauty she'd become. It almost hurt to look at her face, and the soft curves of her body, which the snug tailoring of her riding dress emphasized, made a muddle of feelings inside. Wrong feelings. They were the kind any attractive woman could inspire in a man. Any number of loose women could tend to them. What he needed at this moment was a friend, and ally. Yet even when they entered the park, he found he wasn't quite ready to talk. He needed to clear the jumbled feelings from his head, or his heart. He wasn't sure where they were exactly. "Race?" he said. Her eyes lit. Their horses were fresh, happy to gallop westward along the deserted Rotten Row. Her mare was as powerful as his, and she rode with the same skill and daring she applied to everything in her life. He won, but not by much, and at the end they were laughing, at themselves, and at the sheer pleasure of a gallop on a fine autumn morning. They eased to a trot, then headed further into the park. When they reached a stand of trees, well out of sight of the more travelled pathways, they slowed their mounts to a walk. Then he told her what had happened. "They've cut you off?" she said incredulously. "But they can't. You'll go mad here. You must return to Egypt."
"I told you they were determined to keep me home," he said. "I didn't realize how determined. I thought they might settle down after a while, or forget, as they usually do. But they're even more adamant today than they were yesterday about that dratted castle. Father will only extend funds for me to undertake their restoration fantasy."
"I can imagine what he's thinking," she said. "He thinks you'll become involved in the project and transfer your passion to it."
His heart raced guiltily. "My passion?" he said.
"Your parents are jealous of Egypt," she said. "They don't understand the difference between an old castle and ancient monuments. It's all old to them." He wouldn't have called Egypt a passion, but Olivia would, and perhaps after all what he felt for the place and his work there was a sort of passion. She understood so well, sometimes better than he did. But then she was a Deleuze, and they'd survived for so many generations because they were adept at reading people and manipulating them.
"I suppose I should be grateful they didn't think of using the purse strings before," he said.
"If they had, Lord Rathbourne would have paid your way," she said.
"Your stepfather's done more than enough for me," Lyle said. "He has you and your sisters and brothers to think of now."
"I would give you my money," she said. "You know I would."
"That would be monstrous improper," he said. "I'm glad it's not possible."
Her funds, he knew, had been very carefully tied up, to protect her not only from fortune hunters but from herself. She was a strange mixture of contradictions, her mind calculating and her heart generous. Her leaping to the ragamuffin's defence yesterday was typical. She drew nearer and put out her gloved hand to touch his. "I won't let you be trapped here," she said. "We'll think of something." There it was, the gleam in her great blue eyes.
"No, we won't," he said firmly.
She was his friend and ally and confidant, but her impulsiveness, ethical blind spots, and fervent nature sometimes made his hair stand on end. He, who dealt daily with snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, thieves, cutthroats, and, worst of all, officials. To say her judgment was dubious at best was putting it very mildly indeed. 9 years ago she'd lured him into a journey to Bristol on a hunt for a pirate's treasure of all things. That was one of her ideas, with a capital I. It could have ended very badly for him, in a sadistic Scottish school, for instance, had Lord Rathbourne not intervened. Lyle knew very well that his journeying to Egypt instead was entirely thanks to Rathbourne. Lyle knew, too, that one couldn't rely on miracles. Furthermore, he was a man now, not a boy. He couldn't expect and didn't want friends and relatives to get him out of every difficulty. "No, Lyle, you must listen," she said eagerly. "I have the most wonderful idea."
Olivia. with an idea. A prospect to strike terror into the heart of any man with a modicum of intelligence and any sense of self-preservation. "No ideas," he said. "Not on any account."
"Let's go to Scotland," she said. "Together." Her heart pounded so hard it must be audible at Kensington Palace. She'd been thinking about the castle in Scotland since Saturday.
"Have you lost your mind?" he said.
"I knew you'd say that," she said.
"I'm not going to Scotland."
"But we'll go together," she said. "It'll be fun, an adventure."
"Don't be ridiculous," he said. "We're not children any more. Even you can't get away with going to Scotland with a man. Your parents will never approve."
"They don't have to know."
His grey eyes widened. "Olivia."
"Tomorrow morning they're leaving for Derbyshire," she said. "I'm staying in London with great-grandmamma."
He looked away. "This grows worse by the minute."
"I've thought it through," she said.
"Since when?" he said, his too keen gaze coming back to her. "I told you only a moment ago what's happened."
"I've been thinking about the castle," she said. That was absolutely true. It was better to stick as close to the truth as possible with Lyle. He was not only viciously logical and straightforward to a fault, but she thought he could read her mind a little. "I was trying to devise a plan to save you from it."
"You are not rescuing me," he said. "You are not my knight in shining armour, or whatever you think you are. I'm nearly 24 years old, and perfectly capable of taking care of myself."
"Please don't turn all proud male on me," she said. "If you would only listen, you'll understand how practical my idea is."
9 years ago you had the practical idea of saving your mother from penury by running away to Bristol to dig up a pirate's treasure in the Earl of Mandeville's garden.
"Yes, and it was fun, wasn't it?" she said. "It was an adventure. You have adventures all the time. She waved one gloved hand in the air. "I break engagements and hit men with my umbrella."
He shot her a glance she couldn't read. Then he nudged his horse into motion. He needed distance. He didn't want to be thinking about this, about the girl she used to be who wanted to be a knight and undertake noble quests. She followed him.
"Don't close your mind," she said. "You're a scholar, and a scholar keeps an open mind."
"Not to insanity," he said. "You can't simply jaunt off to Scotland because you're bored with breaking engagements and hitting men with your umbrella. I'm sorry you have to abide by silly rules for women, but I can't change them. And even I know you can't pop into a carriage and travel 400 miles on your own without stirring up a terrific scandal."
"I always stir up scandal," she said. "I'm known for it. Whatever I do or say at this dinner or that party makes the rounds of the ton the following morning. Olivia Carsington, last night's scandal, that's me. I should have it engraved on my visiting cards."
He looked about him. The park was quiet this morning, activity in the surrounding streets sounding so faintly that one heard clearly the leaves rustling in the trees, the clip-clop of their horses' hooves, and the call of a pair of birds one to the other. He could hear his heart pounding too. He was tempted, horribly tempted. But she always tempted him. She'd been doing it since she was 12 years old. If he hadn't spent most of the last 10 years in Egypt, she would have made a shambles of his life. "I should not have to tell you this," he said, "but since you've lost your mind, I reckon I must. You may think of me as a brother, but I'm not. You can't travel with me unchaperoned."
"Of course I must be chaperoned," she said. "But you can leave all the arrangements to me. All you have to do—"
"I'm not doing anything," he said. "Of all the harebrained schemes—" He broke off, shaking his head. "I can't believe this. My father has cut off my money. I have nowhere to go and nothing to live on. And you want me to take you 400 miles to a mouldering old castle. In October, no less. Do you know what Scotland's like in October?"
"It's dark and wet and cold and gloomy and terribly romantic," she said.
"I'm not going," he said. "I can't believe I'm even arguing with you about this."
"It'll be fun," she said. "An adventure."
An adventure. He had them all the time, but not with Olivia. Not in years. But this wasn't the same Olivia. He'd been able to manage that one, to a point. But then he'd been a 13-year-old boy, oblivious when not actively hostile to females.
"It's my one and only, my very last chance for an adventure," she said. "The family is sick to death of my carryings on, and Grandmamma and Grandpapa Hargate are insisting I marry. When they start insisting, one might as well give up fighting. You know how they like to have everybody wed and settled. I shall have to settle on somebody and settle down and be a wife and mother. Settle, settle, settle. I shall never have a chance to do anything interesting ever again." He remembered how fearless she'd been, setting out on her own, climbing into wagons, luring a pair of grooms into a card game. He thought about her life now, one party after another, where the mildest departure from propriety set the scandal-mongers whispering behind their fans.
"Damn it, don't do this to me, Olivia," he said.
"You know it's true," she said. "Women lead narrow lives. We're somebody's daughters, then somebody's wives, and somebody's mothers. We never do anything. Not as men do."
He shook his head. "No," he said. "I will not let my parents coerce me."
"You don't have a choice," she said. "You've always been able to ignore them or get around them, but they've finally realized they have one powerful hold over you."
"And you're playing into their hands," he said. "Have you any idea what's involved in rebuilding an old castle?"
"I have an excellent idea," she said.
"It could take years. Years! In Scotland! With the bagpipes!"
She smiled. "It won't take years if I help you," she said. "And it won't hurt to let your parents think they've won one battle. If we play this game properly, you'll be back in Egypt by spring, very likely."
The smile was enough to make him yield, but the guardian voice that had kept him alive all these years said, "Wait. Think." It was very hard to think when the full power of those blue eyes was turned upon him, and things were stabbing at his heart. Yet he wasn't altogether bewitched. He was still the stubborn boy who'd known her long ago, as well as the scholar, the detached observer who'd watched her in action recently. He knew she could make people, especially men, believe anything. "No," he said as gently as he could. "If I let them control me this way, they'll use it again and again. If I give in to this demand, they'll make more."
Her smile didn't falter. "Oh, well, if you won't agree, you won't," she said cheerfully.
"I knew you'd understand."
"Oh, I do, absolutely."
"Good, because—"
"You needn't explain," she said. "I understand completely, but I can't stay. I've a great deal to do today." She touched her crop to the brim of her hat and galloped away. Chapter 4. Atherton House, Friday, 7 October. Lyle should have realized. He should have been prepared. But of course that was out of the question in anything involving Olivia. Olivia, suddenly, unexpectedly. The 3 words engraved in his mind. He came down to breakfast, and there she was. Not only Olivia, either. She'd brought along the Dowager Lady Hargate and 2 of the Harpies, Lady Cooper and Lady Withcote. Lyle hadn't slept well. In the quiet of his club he'd come up with any number of schemes for dealing with his parents, but each proved fatally flawed. Then Lord Winterton turned up. Their paths had crossed in Egypt more than once, and they had a great deal to talk about. Winterton invited Lyle to his house to examine a fine set of papyri he'd brought back from his latest trip. The papyri were a welcome distraction from Lyle's parents and Olivia, and the cool-headed Winterton made an agreeable antidote to all the emotional turmoil. Lyle accepted an invitation to dine, and time slipped away. As a result, he had no more idea this morning how to deal with his parents than he'd had yesterday when Olivia galloped away. Everyone beamed at him as he entered the breakfast-room. Lyle prided himself on having no imagination. He didn't believe in a sense of impending doom. Until now. He went to the sideboard and filled his plate. He walked to the table and sat down next to Lady Withcote and opposite Olivia. "Olivia's been telling us of your plan," said Mother.
Lyle's insides went cold. "My plan," he repeated. He looked at Olivia.
"To take me to Scotland, to help you with the castle," she said.
"What?"
"I thought you would have told them already," she said. "I'm sorry I spoiled the surprise."
"Everyone understands, child, I'm sure," said the Dowager. "You were carried away with excitement and couldn't wait."
"What?"
"It was a surprise indeed," said Mother, "and I will confess I was not altogether enthusiastic at first."
"But—"
"She thought it wasn't the thing," the Dowager told Lyle. "A pair of young people setting out for Scotland together. Not at all suitable for a young lady, she said. As though we didn't know that and hadn't already worked it out."
"Worked out—"
"Lady Cooper and Lady Withcote have kindly agreed to act as chaperones," Olivia said. "We'll each take our ladies' maids. Great-grandmamma has agreed to lend us some housemaids and footmen until we can hire permanent ones, and I shall borrow mamma's cook and butler, since they won't be needed while the family is in Derbyshire."
Lyle looked about him at the cheerful faces. She'd done it. She'd gone ahead and done it, after he'd told her in no uncertain terms. No, this was a nightmare. He wasn't awake. Were his parents blind? Was he the only one who noticed how suspiciously well the Dowager was behaving? Did no one else see the evil gleam in her eye? No, they saw nothing, because Olivia had completely bamboozled everybody. It was mad, mad. Cooper and Withcote as chaperons. Like all of the Dowager's friends, they lived to gossip, drink, gamble, and ogle young men. There couldn't exist more unsuitable chaperons outside of a brothel. This was absurd. He would have to bring everybody to their senses. "Olivia, I thought I made it clear—"
"But you did," she said, all wide-eyed innocence. "I understand completely. If I had a calling, as you do, only a matter of life and death could distract me from it. Your calling is ancient Egypt. A Scottish castle does not seize your imagination."
"I have no imagination," he said. "I see what's there and not what isn't."
"Yes, I know. And that would make it excruciating for you to try to discover the beauty in a ruined castle," she said. "What you need is an expert eye and an imagination. I shall supply them while you supply the practical side of things." "I'm so sorry I didn't understand the difficulties, my dear," said Mother. "As Olivia said, sending you alone would be like sending a soldier into battle with a rifle, but no ammunition."
He looked at his father, who smiled indulgently back at him. Indulgent? Father? And why not? Olivia had merely done to his parents what she did to everybody. She'd made them believe. "It's a brilliant solution," his lordship said. "You'll be there to protect the ladies from any dreadful things that may be lurking about the place, and to get to the bottom of whatever has set off the unfortunate series of events."
"And Olivia will be there to protect you from decorating," Mother said.
She laughed. They all laughed. "Ha ha," said Lyle. "I find I'm too excited to eat my breakfast. I think I'll take a turn in the garden. Olivia, would you care to join me?"
"I should like nothing better," she said,
all glowing guilelessness. In the garden, 10 minutes later. Lyle loomed over Olivia, his grey eyes as hard as flint. "Have you lost your mind?" he said. "Weren't you listening to me yesterday? Are you becoming like my parents, hearing only the voices in your head?"
To be compared to his insane parents was infuriating. Nonetheless, Olivia maintained her cheerfully innocent expression and didn't kick him in the shins. "Of course I was listening," she said. "That's how I realized you were completely irrational about the subject, and I would have to take desperate measures to save you from yourself."
"I?" he said. "I'm not the one who needs saving. I know exactly what I'm doing and why. I told you we couldn't give in to them."
"You don't have a choice," she said.
"There are always choices," he said. "I only need time to ascertain what they are. You didn't even give me time to think about it."
"You don't have time," she said. "If you don't take control of the situation now, they'll raise the stakes. You don't understand them.
You don't know how they think. I do. That was what Deleuze's did, and that was how they survived. They looked into others' hearts and minds and used what they found there. For once, you need to trust my judgment.
You have no judgment, he said. You don't know what you want. You're feeling stifled here, and my parents have offered an opportunity for excitement. That's all you're thinking about. I saw the gleam in your eye when I first told you about our haunted castle. I could practically hear what you were thinking. Ghosts, a mystery, danger. To you it's an adventure. You told me so. But it's no adventure to me.
Because it isn't Egypt, she said. Because nothing but Egypt can be interesting or important.
That isn't.
And because you're obstinate, she said. Because you won't open your mind to the possibilities. Because you want to fight as usual, instead of finding a way to make the best of the opportunity. You're not an opportunist, I know. That's my specialty. Why can't you see that the cleverest thing to do is to pool our resources?
I don't care about being clever, he said. This isn't a game to me.
Is that what you think? That it's a game to me?
Everything is, he said. I spoke to you yesterday in confidence. I thought you understood. But it's merely sport to you, playing people as though they were cards.
I did it for your sake, you thick-headed man. But he was too busy being all hurt and indignant to listen to anything she said. He went on as though she hadn't spoken.
You've played well, I'll admit. You've shown me you can manage even my parents and make them fall in with your ridiculous schemes. But I'm not them. I know you. I know your tricks. And I won't have my life upended because you're bored with yours.
That is one of the most detestable, hurtful, willfully obtuse things you've ever said to me, she said. You're acting like a complete idiot, and idiots bore me. Go to the devil. She gave him a hard shove. He wasn't expecting it. He stumbled and lost his balance, and fell backward into the shrubbery. Moron, she said, and stormed away. White's Club. Shortly after midnight. Lyle had spent the day trying to wear out his rage by boxing, fencing, riding hard, and, in desperation, firing at targets in a shooting gallery. He still wanted to kill somebody. He was sitting in the card room, eyeing the occupants over the rim of his glass and debating which one was worth picking a fight with, when a deferential voice at his shoulder said, "I apologize for disturbing your lordship, but a message has come." Lyle looked around. The servant placed a silver tray on the table at his elbow. The folded and sealed notepaper bore his name. Although, thanks to a bottle or two, he was not as clear-headed as he'd been when he arrived, he had no trouble identifying the penmanship. Moreover, it wanted no special mental gifts to ascertain that a message from Olivia after midnight could not contain news he'd enjoy. He tore open the note. Ormont House, Friday, 7 October. My lord, having waited in vain all day for an apology, I can wait no longer. I shall leave it to you to explain to Lord and Lady Atherton your absurd refusal to do what will make everybody happy. My arrangements are made. My bags are packed. The servants are ready for the great expedition. The dear ladies who have so kindly agreed to leave the comforts of their domiciles in order to accompany us, scratched out, me, on this noble quest, are ready and impatient to set out. If you deem yourself abandoned, you have only yourself and your base ingratitude to thank for it. My conscience is clear. You have left me no choice. By the time you read this, I shall be gone. Yours sincerely, Olivia Carsington.
No, he said. Not again.
On the old North Road, an hour later. I vow, it's been an age since I was in a travelling carriage, said Lady Withcote as the carriage stopped to pay the Kingsland turnpike toll. I'd altogether forgotten what a hard ride it is, especially over the paving stones. A hard ride indeed, said Lady Cooper. Put me in mind of my wedding night. What a jarring exercise that turned out to be. Almost put me off the business permanent. Always the way with the first husband, said Lady Withcote. It's due to a girl being young and knowing no more than what goes where. "And maybe she doesn't know even that," said Lady Cooper. "As a consequence, she doesn't know how to train him," said Lady Withcote. "And by the time she does know, he's past learning." Lady Cooper sighed. Lady Withcote leaned toward Olivia, who shared the opposite seat with Bailey. "Still, it wasn't as bad as you'd think. Our parents chose the first one, and he'd be twice our age or more, but then it was good odds we'd be young widows. Being older and wiser, we knew better how to get what we liked the second time. Some of us did try the second husband first, before consenting to marry," said Lady Cooper. "And there were those who never troubled with marrying a second time," said Lady Withcote. Olivia knew they referred to great-grandmamma. She'd been scrupulously faithful to her spouse. After he died, she wasn't faithful to anybody. "Well, we're done with the paving stones for the present," she said cheerfully as the carriage jolted into motion again. Even a luxurious, well-sprung travelling carriage like this was built for enduring rough roads and long journeys. It was not, as the town carriages were, built strictly for comfort. The wheels rattling over the stones made for a noisy as well as jarring ride. For the last hour the ladies had shouted over the noise of the carriage wheels on paving stones and bounced in their seats. Olivia had shouted and bounced along with them. Her bottom was sore and her back was aching, though Shoreditch Church, from which the distance from London was measured, was only 1.25 miles behind them. By now the houses had thinned, and the road was smoother. The coach moved a degree faster, and the next mile passed more swiftly than the last. They passed through the Stamford toll-gate and climbed Stamford Hill. From the top one was supposed to be able to see St. Paul's. Olivia stood to put down the window panel. She leaned out and looked back, but the night was dark. She could see only the occasional faint glow of street lamps, and a bit more of a glow in the great houses where balls would continue for hours yet. The moon would not rise until after dawn, when it would be of no use at all, even if it hadn't been only a degree past new, the thinnest of sickles. She raised the panel again, hooked it into place, and sank into her seat. "Any sign of him?" said Lady Cooper. "Oh, no, it's far too soon," Olivia said. "We'll be well upon our way by the time he catches up. Too far to turn back." "It would be dreadful to have to turn back," said Lady Withcote. "This is the most exciting thing we've done in ages. So dull, these modern times. Not like the old days." "Oh, that was a time, my dear," said Lady Cooper. "I wish you could have known what it was like. The men dressed so beautifully," said Lady Withcote. "Peacocks they were, truly. But for all their fine silks and lace, they were wilder and rougher than the present generation." Lyle accepted, Olivia thought. But then he'd grown up among the Carsington men, and they weren't tame, even the civilized ones. "Remember when Eugenia quarrelled with Lord Drayhue?" said Lady Cooper. Lady Withcote nodded. "How could I forget? I was a newlywed then, and she was the most dashing of widows. He'd become too dictatorial, she said, and she wouldn't tolerate it. She bolted." "He hunted her down," said Lady Cooper. "She'd gone to Lord Morden in Dorset. What a row there was when Drayhue found them. The men fought a duel. It went on for an age. It was swords in those days. Real fighting. None of this 20 paces and shooting off a pistol. All that wants is aim. But a sword, now, that wants skill. The trouble was, the two gentlemen were equally deadly with the blades. They scratched each other well, but neither could finish the other, and neither would yield. They finally collapsed, the two of them. Couldn't fight to the death, but they fought to exhaustion. Those were the days." Lady Withcote let out a nostalgic sigh. "Oh, they were, my dear. Men were men." Lady Cooper sighed too. Men would always be men, Olivia thought. The outer trappings changed, but their brains didn't. "Never fear," she said. "We don't need men for excitement. With or without them, I know we'll have a great adventure." Meanwhile, in London. Lyle arrived at Ormond House as a carriage heaped with luggage and servants was making its way up the street. With any luck, that would be the advance carriage. Not the last one. He didn't count on having any luck. He paid the hackney driver, ran up the steps, and slammed the door knocker. The dowager's butler Dudley opened the door. As his gaze took in Lyle, his blank expression soured into annoyance. Undoubtedly he was on the brink of summoning a footman to throw the intruder into the street. Though the Earl of Lyle's other scrapes and bruises were fading quickly, his black eye had grown more colourful, green and red and purple and yellow. In his wild haste he'd left his hat and gloves at the club. Nichols would never have let him out of the house in this condition, but Nichols had not been about to tend to him. Wise and experienced butlers, however, did not leap to hasty conclusions. Dudley took a moment to better scrutinize the deranged male standing on the doorstep at an hour when drunkards, vagabonds, and housebreakers began their rounds. The butler's face smoothed into the usual blank, and he said, "Good evening, Lord Lyle."
"Here already, is he?"
came a cracked but clearly audible voice from behind the servant.
"Send him in, send him in."
The butler bowed and stepped to one side. Lyle strode into the vestibule. He heard the door close behind him as he continued to the great entrance hall. There stood the Dowager Countess of Hargate, leaning on her cane. She was dressed in an elaborately ruffled and laced silken robe of a style already long out of fashion when the Parisian mob stormed the Bastille. She eyed him up and she eyed him down.
"Looks like someone ruffled your feathers," she said.
She might be 1,000 years old, and everyone in the family, including him, might be afraid of her. But the art of saying what he didn't mean didn't come naturally to him. At the moment he had no patience with mannerly niceties.
"You've let her go," he said. "You must be completely besotted with that awful girl to let her do this."
She cackled, the wicked witch.
"When did she leave?" he said.
"At the stroke of midnight," she said. "You know Olivia. Loves her dramatic entrances and exits."
Midnight had struck more than an hour ago.
"This is mad," he said. "I cannot believe you let her set out for Scotland on her own. In the dead of night, no less."
"Hardly the dead of night," said her ladyship. "The parties are only starting, and she's hardly on her own. She's got Agatha and Millicent with her, not to mention a brace of servants. I'll admit that the butler is a featherweight, but her cook weighs 16 stone. She's taken 6 sturdy housemaids and another 6 footmen with her as well. And you know I like big, good-looking fellows about me. Not that I can do much these days but admire the view."
Lyle's mind started down the path of wondering what she'd done to or with footmen before old age got the better of her. He hauled it back to Olivia.
"A motley assortment of servants," he said. "2 eccentric old ladies. I know you dote on her and indulge her in everything, but this is beyond outrageous."
"Olivia can take care of herself," said her ladyship. "Everyone underestimates her, especially men."
"I don't."
"Don't you?"
He refused to let the unwavering hazel gaze disconcert him.
"She's the wickedest girl who ever lived," he said. "She did this on purpose."
She knew he'd feel guilty and responsible, even though she was clearly in the wrong. She knew he couldn't tell his parents she'd gone to Gorewood without him, and he was staying home. Staying home. Possibly forever. Home. Without Olivia to make it bearable, though she could be unbearable herself at times. Curse her.
"I can't believe that there isn't one person in this family who can control her," he said. "Now I must turn my life upside down, drop everything, and race after her, in the middle of the night, no less."
"No hurry," said the Dowager. "Remember, she's got those 2 beldams with her. She'll be lucky to reach Hertfordshire before dawn."
Meanwhile, on the old North Road, Olivia had known that travelling with an entourage one couldn't match the speed of the Royal Mail. Still, when the Dowager had said it would take a fortnight to reach Edinburgh, Olivia had thought she was joking, or referring to the last century. She was revising her thinking. She'd known they'd stop to change horses about every 10 miles, and at shorter intervals during uphill stretches. While the best hostlers could change a team in 2 minutes to accommodate the strict schedules of mail and stage, that didn't apply to her and her retinue.
Now it dawned on her that elderly ladies would require longer pauses at the posting inns. They'd disembark more often than mail or stagecoach travellers were allowed to do, and spend more time visiting the privy or walking about to stretch their legs, or fortifying themselves with food and drink, especially drink. The ladies had made short work of the large basket cook had prepared. Now empty, it rested on the carriage floor at Bailey's feet. Looking on the bright side, though, one couldn't ask for more entertaining company for a long journey. They travelled on, the two older women telling hair-raising stories about their younger days, until at last at Waltham Cross they reached Hertfordshire. Given the easy pace, the same team probably could have taken them another 10 miles to Ware, but the coachman would stop here, at the Falcon Inn, to change horses. The Carsington family made the same stops at the same posting inns every time, the selection based on many years' travelling experience. On Olivia's copy of Patterson's Roads, the Dowager had marked the stops and written down the names of favoured inns. "At last," said Lady Withcote as the carriage entered the courtyard. "I'm perishing for a cup of tea," said Lady Cooper. She knocked on the roof with her umbrella. "I know we mustn't dawdle, dear. We won't be but a minute." Olivia doubted that. She'd have to hurry them along. "I'll go with you," she said. "It's dead dark, the yard's poorly lit, and it's raining." She could hear it now, a patter on the carriage roof. "Lud, child, we don't need a nursemaid to walk a few steps," Lady Cooper said indignantly. "I hope I'm not so decrepit as that." "Certainly not," Olivia said. "But if we've been here once, we've been here 1,000 times," said Lady Withcote. "I could find my way blindfolded and drunk," said Lady Cooper. "You've done that," said Lady Withcote. "Coming home from one of Lady Jersey's breakfasts, as I recollect." During this exchange, a servant opened the carriage door and put down the steps. Unsteadily the ladies descended. "That was a party," said Lady Cooper. "Nothing like it nowadays. Only one paltry, dull affair after another. Nobody ever gets killed any more." The coach door closed, cutting off their voices. Watching from the window, Olivia soon lost sight of them. The rain turned them into a pair of dark shapes, Lady Cooper a trifle shorter and plumper than her friend, before the gloom absorbed them completely. Olivia sank back into her seat. Though, according to Mr. Patterson, they'd travelled only 11.5 miles, it had taken nearly 3 hours. The bustle and excitement of their hasty departure was long behind them. With that distraction gone, the storm of anger and hurt returned. That stupid, obstinate, ungrateful man! She wished she'd pushed him harder. She wished she'd had her umbrella with her. She'd have enjoyed knocking it against his thick skull. Well, she'd teach him to try those high-handed tactics with her. She'd thought he understood her. But no, he'd turned into a man, and he behaved the way they all did. Minutes passed. Rain drummed on the roof and on the cobblestones, dulling the clatter of wheels and the clop of hoofs. Even in the small hours of morning, on a dark, wet night, travellers came and went. Coaching inns never slept. In spite of her temper, or perhaps worn out by it, she must have dozed, because her head jerked upright at the sound of voices outside the carriage. The door opened. There stood the coachman and several other men, including 2 of her great-grandmother's footmen, all holding umbrellas.
"If you please, miss," said the coachman. "A bad storm blowing in."
"It's very bad, miss," said the other man, the innkeeper apparently.
"And getting worse by the minute. I urged the other ladies to wait until it blows over. I judge it won't be more than an hour or 2.
A gust of wind wailed through the courtyard, trying to take the umbrellas with it. The drumming had swelled to a thunderous pounding. Olivia was impatient to be off again. It was better to be far from London by the time Lyle caught up. All the same, whatever he thought of her judgment, she wasn't a reckless fool who'd risk the servants or the horses. She and Bailey climbed down from the carriage and hurried into the inn. Though the Dowager seemed to think he'd easily catch up with Olivia,
and though he'd spent a wearying day, Lyle did not go to bed and take a few hours to rest, like the sensible gentleman he was. Instead, as soon as he returned home, he speedily bathed, changed his clothes, and ordered his valet to pack. Nichols being accustomed to hasty departures, they were able to set out from London by 2:30 in the morning. A carriage followed, bearing trunks and valises, and whatever household goods Nichols thought they'd need and could be collected on short notice. That was how Lyle and his manservant came to be riding on the Old North Road, 10 miles from London, when the wind gusted up, tearing over the countryside, and the great black clouds massing over his head gave way, and the rain went from drizzle to downpour to deluge in 3.5 minutes. Chapter 5. Olivia found her travelling companions already comfortably settled at a large table in a corner of the public dining-room, food and drink before them. Other stranded travellers had gathered here as well. Some were drying off in front of the fire, others were at table, and still others were using the respite for a shave or boot cleaning. She'd always liked stopping for a meal at a coaching inn. There one encountered so many different kinds of people, of all classes, unlike the beau monde, where they were all the same, and most of them were related. Since her usual stops were never long enough, she would have happily joined the company here, if the short nap in the carriage had not made her aware of how deeply tired she was. It usually wanted a week or more to prepare for a long journey like this one. She'd organised everything, for herself as well as the 2 ladies, in less than 48 hours. That left almost no time for sleep. That was why, instead of joining the company, she hired what the innkeeper claimed was the best bedchamber in the house. She sank into the large, comfortable armchair placed before the fire. Despite the warmth and quiet, her mind wouldn't still. It was a long time before the whirl of thoughts and feelings began to blur, and she sank into forgetfulness. A moment later, it seemed, she felt the light touch of a hand on her arm, and jolted awake. "I'm sorry to startle you, miss," said Bailey. Her mind still thick, Olivia looked up. A crease had appeared between Bailey's sleek eyebrows. Not a good sign. Bailey didn't worry easily. "The ladies," said Olivia. She stood up so abruptly that her head spun. "Yes, miss. A row about a card game. I'm sorry to trouble you, but they've upset the local squire's son. He's making an ugly scene and calling for constables and magistrates, and nobody's putting him in his place. The innkeeper's afraid of him, it looks like. I thought you'd wish to take the ladies safe away." While she spoke, Bailey was tidying Olivia's hair and shaking the wrinkles out of her skirts, and otherwise concealing evidence of her mistress having slept in her clothes. Aware they'd probably need to make a speedy exit from the inn, she contrived to get Olivia into most of her outer garments while they hurried along the corridor. At the top of the stairs, the raised voices were plainly audible. Olivia raced down and into the public dining-room. That was when she realized she'd spent more time with her unquiet mind than she'd supposed. Not only had the rain stopped, but grey daylight illuminated the scene outside of the windows. The dining-room was a bustle. The rain must have delayed a number of travellers, and they were all hungry. Those eager to be on their way hastily swallowed their food and departed. Even so, the room was more crowded than it had been a few hours earlier. Busy servants rushed in and out, carrying trays. Meanwhile, one male voice continued shouting, and the mood of the room was growing ugly. The innkeeper having failed to take charge, a fracas was brewing. Normally Olivia wouldn't have minded. A melee could be exciting. The trouble was it usually led to authorities being summoned. That would mean a long delay, which she preferred to avoid. All this went through her mind while she sized up the source of the disturbance. A stout, sandy-haired young man, who must have been drinking all night, was pounding on the table where Olivia had last left the ladies. By the looks of the table, they'd emptied mine host's wine-cellar as well as his larder and his guests' pockets.
"You cheated!"
the drunkard shouted.
"I saw you do it!"
Lady Cooper rose from her chair.
"If there's anything I can't abide," she said, "it's a sore loser. Cheating indeed.
"Now, Mr. Flood, sir," said the innkeeper. "It's only a little game." "Little game? This pair robbed me of £50.
"Robbed you, indeed," said Lady Withcote. "It's not our fault you can't hold your liquor, and can't see straight," said Lady Cooper, "and can't tell a knave from a king. Not our doing," said Lady Withcote, "if your mind's too muddled to remember the cards in your own hand."
"I saw well enough to see you cheat, you thieving old hags."
"Hags!" shrieked Lady Withcote. "I'll hag you, you sotted moron," said Lady Cooper. "Why, was I a man?"
"Was you a man, I'd knock you down," the young man shouted.
Olivia pushed her way through the crowd. "Ladies, come away," she said. "The man is obviously out of his senses, else he wouldn't behave in this ungentlemanly manner, threatening harmless women." Face red, the young drunkard whirled round toward her. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Olivia often had this effect on men seeing her for the first time. He was very drunk, but not blind. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she tried to herd the ladies out of the room. To her annoyance, he recovered quickly.
"Oh, no, you don't," he shouted. "They got me drunk and took advantage and robbed me, and they won't get away with it. I'm taking them to magistrate, and I'll see them carted and flogged for it."
He picked up a chair and threw it at a wall.
"I want my money."
The threat did not alarm her. Any dreadful Dellucy could make a magistrate putty in her hands. But Olivia was in no mood to beguile magistrates or waste time calming obstinate, obnoxious men. She'd spent the last 2 days in a frenzy of preparation, all for the sake of a stubborn, rude, idiot male. She'd scarcely fallen asleep before being awakened on account of yet another obstinate, rude, idiot male. She was tired and hungry, and the man she'd considered her best friend had turned out to be exactly like every other thick-headed man. "You, sir," she said, in the cold, clipped accents her stepfather used to crush upstarts and ignoramuses. "You have insulted these ladies. You will apologize." He paused in the act of picking up another chair. He set it down and stared at her. "What?" The onlookers' grumbling and muttering subsided. "Apologize," she said. He laughed.
"To them battle-axes?"
He jerked a dirty thumb at her companions.
"Are you daft?"
"Then choose your weapon," she said.
"What?"
"Choose," she said. "Pistols or swords?" He looked about the room.
"Is this a joke? Because I won't be made a fool of."
She stripped off her gloves, walked up to him, and slapped him with one of them. "Coward," she said. A collective gasp. She stepped back a pace while surreptitiously taking note of her surroundings, escape routes, obstacles, and possible weapons. "Your behaviour is despicable," she said. "You are contemptible."
"Why, you—"
He lunged at her. She grabbed a coffee pot from the table at her right and swung it against the side of his head. Then matters grew lively indeed. While the storm raged, Lyle had had to take shelter at an inn in Enfield, more than a mile down the road. By the time he rode into the courtyard of the Falcon Inn, the sun was well up. He expected the inn yard to be bustling with stranded travellers eager to be on their way. What he found was a lot of people milling about near the door to the dining room, all of them straining apparently to see what was going on inside. He dismounted, leaving Nichols to deal with the horses, and started toward the door.
"What is it?"
he heard somebody say.
"Squire's son drunk again and raging about something,"
someone answered.
"Nothing new in that. This time a red-headed female's raking him over the coals."
Lyle hurried into the dining room in time to hear Olivia insult somebody. He thrust through the crowd, but he wasn't quick enough. He saw and heard her slap an obviously drunk young man with her glove. Thanks to a gawking onlooker getting in the way, Lyle hadn't time to tackle the drunkard before the man went for her. Olivia hit him with a coffee pot, and he went down. A servant carrying a tray tripped over him and knocked over a guest in the process. Some people ran to the doors and a few climbed onto chairs and tables, but the majority crowded close to the centre of the fray. While Lyle was clearing a path to Olivia, he caught sight of Bailey. Unlike everyone else, the maid kept her head, calmly gathering the two old ladies and shooing them toward the courtyard. Olivia's voice called his attention back. "You are a disgrace to your entire benighted sex," he heard her say, in the icy tones she must have learned from Rathbourne. The dazed drunkard lay where he'd fallen, blinking up at her. Now was the time for her to make herself scarce. But no. "A gentleman takes his lumps and learns from them," she raged on. "But you, picking on women! You ought to be ashamed, you great drunken bully. It's a pity there's no one about man enough to give you a proper thrashing." "You tell him, miss," someone shouted from the safety of the back of the room. "Always throwing his weight around. No one touches him, 'cause he's squire's son." They were eager for a brawl. Normally Lyle would enjoy joining in. He'd take great pleasure in giving this jackass a thrashing he wouldn't forget. But brawls were unpredictable things, and Olivia in one of her temper fits was unpredictable too. He couldn't trust her not to get killed. He tapped her on the shoulder. She threw an impatient glance back at him, a furious flash of blue, before reverting to her tirade. Lyle couldn't be sure, given the state she was in, that she'd even recognized him, and given the state she was in, there was only one thing to do. He came up close behind her, looped his arm over her right shoulder and across and down under her left arm, thrust his hip into the small of her back to take her off balance, and dragged her away. She struggled, but the awkward angle of her body left her no leverage at all. She could only stumble back whither he towed her, cursing him all the while. "I'm not done with him, devil take you! I'm not going! Let me go!" "Stifle it," he said. "We have to get out of here before the village constable comes and people find out who you are and you end up in the newspapers again." "Lyle?"
"Who else?"
An instant's silence, then, "No!" she shrieked. "Take your hands off me! I'm not done with him, the great drunken thickhead!" She tried to kick backward, but he kept his legs out of danger as he pulled her over the cobblestones toward the coach. "If you don't settle down, I vow I'll knock you unconscious, tie and gag you, and take you straight to Derbyshire," he said. "Ooh, you're so big and strong. I'm so afraid."
"Or maybe I'll leave you trussed by the side of the road."
The innkeeper, who'd followed them out, ran ahead to open the coach door before the footman could do it. Lyle pushed her up the step. She stumbled into the vehicle, and her maid caught her. He slammed the door shut.
"Away," he told the coachman. "I'll be right behind you."
He watched the carriage rattle out of the courtyard.
"Thank ye, sir," said the innkeeper. "Best to have the ladies out of the way in a case like this. Out of sight, out of mind, I always say."
Lyle thrust a bag of coins into his hand.
"Sorry about the mess," he said.
He quickly found his horse and Nichols. A few minutes later he was upon the Old North Road once again. She was going to kill him, unless he killed her first. Where? Hertfordshire. 21 miles from London. Declaring themselves famished, the ladies Cooper and Withcote disembarked and hurried into the Saracen's Head for breakfast. Olivia sent Bailey in with them, but remained in the carriage, trying to collect herself. She needed a cool head to think, to deal with Lyle. Between the exhaustion and the annoyance of realizing she'd miscalculated, cool thinking was difficult. It hadn't helped to hear the two ladies, dear as they were, prattling on. They'd seen Lyle throw somebody out of his way, and that was the most thrilling thing they'd seen in years. They wouldn't stop talking about it, and speculating in their usual bawdy way about his muscles and stamina and such. Their comments brought back the warm pressure of his powerful arm across her body. She could practically feel it still, as though he'd left an imprint, curse him. Never mind. He was a man being excessively manly, and it was thrilling, but she'd recover. And being Lyle, naturally, he had to be aggravating and turn up more quickly than she'd expected. She'd known he'd follow. He saw himself as her big brother, and he was protective by nature. Furthermore, like every other male, he believed he was infinitely more rational and capable than any woman. No man could trust a woman to take charge of anything except a household and children, and among the upper orders women were barely trusted with those departments. Even her mother, who was not at all blind to her faults, would know Olivia was more than qualified to undertake both a long journey and the restoration of a property. Not that she'd intended to do it alone, but she could. Well then, all was going according to plan, except for the unforeseen to-do at the Falcon Inn, which she'd quite enjoyed. The look on the bully's face when she'd slapped him with her glove was priceless. But then Lyle had come and dragged her away, and the carriage door opened. There he stood, looking up at her, a rainbow of colours ringing one silver-grey eye.
"You'd better come in and eat breakfast now," he said. "We won't stop to eat again until midday."
"We?" she said. "You weren't coming. You would rather live like a pauper in Egypt or die of starvation than yield to your parents. You have decided that journeying to Scotland is a fate worse than death."
"Travelling with you, it's going to be even more fateful, I dare say," he said. "Do you want to eat or not? It'll be hours before you get another chance."
"You are not in charge of this journey," she said.
"Now I am," he said. "You were determined to make me do this. Now you'll have to do it my way. Eat or starve, it's your choice. I'm going to look at the famous bed."
Leaving the carriage door open, he turned away and sauntered back into the inn. Olivia burst into the bedchamber 10 minutes later. "You—" she began. But even in one of her blind rages she could hardly miss the bed, and it stopped her dead. "Good grief," she said. "It's enormous." Lyle casually looked up from his examination of one of the bedposts at the head. Her bonnet was askew and her hair was coming loose, red curls tumbling against her pearly skin. Her clothes were rumpled from travelling. Anger still sparked in the impossibly blue eyes, though they'd widened at the sight of the bed that had been famous in Shakespeare's time. She looked wild, and though he ought to be used to that shatteringly beautiful face by now, the wildness threw him off balance again, and his heartbeat was sharp and painful.
"That's why it's called the Great Bed of Ware," he said calmly. "You've never seen it before?"
She shook her head, and the curls danced madly.
"Quite old, by English standards at any rate," he said. "Shakespeare refers to it in Twelfth Night."
"I've seen this style of thing," she said. "Tons of oak, carved within an inch of its life, but nothing nearly as large." It was, indeed, carved with dizzying exuberance. Flowers and fruits and animals and people and mythological beings covered every inch of the black oak.
12 feet square and 9 feet tall," he said.
Facts were always safe and soothing.
"It's a room, really, enclosed by curtains. Look at the panels."
She stepped nearer. He caught her scent, and remembered the feel of her body under his hands when he'd pulled her out of the inn. Facts. He focused on the physical features of the bed. Inside carved arches, 2 panels portrayed scenes of the town, including its famous swans. He lightly ran his index finger over their inlaid wood. It lacked the grace of Egyptian art. To his surprise, though, he found it enchanting.
"They're like windows, you see," he said. "It was meant to entertain. It must have been even more eye-catching when it was new. Here and there you can see bits of paint. In its early days it would have been quite colourful, like the temples and tombs of Egypt. And the same as in Egypt, visitors have left their marks."
He traced a set of initials.
"Seals, too."
He let his gaze return to her face. Wonder filled it now. The rage was gone, the storm blown over, because she was enchanted as well. She was sophisticated and cunning and had never been naive, yet her imagination was boundless, and she could be captivated like a child.
"How odd that you've never seen it before," he said.
She examined a lion's head with a red seal on its nose. "Not at all odd," she said. "Since we're usually travelling to Derbyshire or Cheshire, we don't take this road. And when I leave London, it's because I'm in disgrace, which means getting me out and far away as quickly as possible. No time for sightseeing." He looked away from her face. Too much of that, and he'd grow addle-pated. He studied one of the satyrs adorning a bedpost. "Slapping that drunkard with your glove and calling him a coward wasn't the cleverest thing you've ever done. But it was immensely satisfying. You lost your temper," he said. When she lost her temper, he couldn't trust her brain or her instincts. He couldn't trust her to take care of herself. He came away from the bedpost and folded his hands behind his back. "What did your mother tell you about losing your temper?" he said, in the same patient tone he'd heard her mother employ on the day he'd met Olivia. She narrowed her eyes at him. "I must count to 20. "I think you didn't count to 20, he said. "I wasn't in the mood," she said. "I'm amazed you didn't treat him to one of your apologies." Putting a hand to his heart, he said in falsetto, "Oh, sir, I do most humbly and abjectly beg your pardon." Then you could flutter your eyelashes at him and fall to your knees. She'd done this the first time they'd met, and the performance had left him dumbstruck. "By the time you were done," he went on, "everyone would be weeping or reeling, including him, and you could slip out quietly." "I'm sorry now I didn't," she said. "It would have prevented my being manhandled out of the inn." It would have prevented his feeling her supple body under his arm. "I don't see why you didn't drag him out to the courtyard and put his head under the pump," she said. "That's what someone ought to have done when the trouble started. But everyone was afraid of him. Not you, I'd think. But you had to get all manly and overbearing with me." "It was more fun dragging you out," he said. She drew nearer and examined his eye. Her scents warmed about him, and his heart was racing. "That Belder," she said, shaking her head. "Why didn't he hit you harder?" She swept out of the room. The day was cool and grey, and the rain had laid the dust. The ladies wanted fresh air, they said. Riding in a gloomy, stuffy carriage wasn't their idea of agreeable travel. Olivia suspected that the reason they wanted the louvered window panels open was to admire the masculine scenery nearby. It was fine scenery, and she couldn't help enjoying it too, though Lyle had turned out to be a tragic disappointment. He rode alongside, practically at her shoulder, keeping pace with the carriage, instead of riding on ahead as she'd expected him to do. Their carriage's speed, in consideration of the lady's old bones, was slower than Lyle could like. It was slower than Olivia liked, certainly. She wished she were riding as well, but she hadn't thought she would, and hadn't arranged for it. Her saddle was packed away in one of the carriages with their other belongings, and packed deep. She hadn't believed she'd need it until they reached their destination. While one could hire horses at the posting inns, and she could ride virtually any sort of horse without difficulty, a saddle was an altogether different article. A lady's saddle was as personal an item as her corset, and made to fit her precisely. Not that she needed a saddle. She was Jack Wingate's daughter after all, and as easy on a horse's back as any gypsy. But no one was to know she still did that sort of thing. No one was to know about the men's clothes that Bailey had adapted to fit her, which lay neatly folded in a box among her other belongings. She recalled how shocked Lyle had been the first time he'd seen her in boy's clothes. She was remembering that moment. How could she forget the comical look on his face when the coach stopped? The carriage bounced slightly as the footmen jumped down from their perch at the back. She saw one hurry ahead to hold the horses. "What is it?" said Lady Cooper. "Lyle noticed something wrong with one of the wheels, I dare say," said Lady Withcote. The door opened, and a footman put down the step. Lyle waited behind him. "No need to disturb yourselves, ladies," Lyle said. "I only want Olivia." The ladies smiled at her. "He only wants you," said Lady Cooper. "He said he'd leave me by the side of the road," Olivia said. "Don't be silly," said Lady Withcote. "He'll do nothing of the kind." He'd do worse, Olivia thought. He'd had time to brood over the grievous injury she'd done his pride. By now he'd probably composed a very boring and irritating lecture. "We're not scheduled to stop," she told him. "Not until—" She glanced down at her Pattersons. "Not until Buntingford."
"I want to show you something," he said.
She leaned forward and looked out of the door to her right, then to her left. "There's nothing to see," she said. "Except an excessively handsome man sitting as easily upon a hired horse as if it had been part of him."
"Don't be tiresome," he said.
"Lud, don't be tiresome, child," said Lady Cooper. "Let the boy show you his what's-it."
"I could do with a pause," said Lady Withcote. "I should like a moment to close my eyes without being jounced and jostled. Such a head I have! Must have been something I ate." Olivia turned away from the door to look at them.
"Don't you want to see what it is he wants to show you?"
Lady Cooper said. Olivia disembarked. The ladies leaned forward to watch the proceedings through the open door. Olivia walked up to him. She stroked his horse's muzzle, while aware, out of the corner of her eye, of the muscled leg near by.
"You said you never get to see the sights," he said. "There's one down that turning on the left."
A little surprised, she looked at the signpost he indicated. Then she looked up at him.
"I'm not going to take you to a desolate place and murder you," he said. "Not here and now, at any rate. Were I to take you away and return without you, the ladies might notice. Bailey would, certainly. We're only going a short distance. We could easily walk, but these country lanes will be knee-deep in mud. You can ride Nichol's horse."
She held up her hand before Nichols could dismount. "No, stay as you are. I can ride behind his lordship."
"No, you can't," Lyle said.
"We're going a short distance, you said," she said. "It makes no sense to spend time making a dozen adjustments to get me properly seated on Nichols's horse. Adjustments you'll have to go to all the bother of readjusting later. I can be up behind you in a minute." He looked at her. He looked at Nichols. Despite having been caught in a downpour, the valet remained elegant and unflappable. Though he wouldn't show it, he'd die 1,000 deaths on the inside, rearranging his saddle for her. She saw no reason to torture him. He hadn't insulted and hurt her. "What worries you?" she said to Lyle. "Are you afraid I'll knock you off your horse?"
"I'm a little afraid you'll stick a knife in my back," he said. "Swear to me that you're not armed."
"Don't be absurd," she said. "I would never stab you in the back. That would be dishonourable. I would stab you in the neck or in the heart."
"Very well, then."
He kicked his left foot free of the stirrup. Olivia put her left foot into the stirrup, took hold of his arm, gave a hop, and sprang up behind him.
"Deuce take the girl!" Lady Withcote cried. "I never could do that." "You were agile in other ways, Millicent," said her friend.
Meanwhile, Olivia realized she'd made a grave error of judgment. Chapter 6. She'd acted unthinkingly, and why not? Olivia was as much at ease on a horse as any gypsy. She'd ridden behind her father time without number. But that was her father, and that was when she was a little girl. Lyle wasn't her father. She'd ridden behind him once or twice, but that was ages ago, before he'd become so excessively masculine. It hadn't dawned on her to cling to his coat. She'd simply wrapped her arms about his waist because that was the natural thing to do. Now she was hotly aware of the taut waist under her arms, and the straight back against her breasts. She was aware of thigh touching thigh, and leg touching leg, and the rhythmic movement of their bodies as the horse walked along the muddy, rutted road. She could actually feel her moral fibre, such as it was, disintegrating. Ah, well, it was only a short ride, and she could expect a long, boring lecture at the end of it. That would stifle inconvenient and pointless urges. She let her cheek rest against Lyle's neck, and inhaled the earthy scent of mail and horse and country air and recent rain, and somewhere in this mix, tantalizingly faint, a hint of shaving soap. After a moment he said, "In what ways was Millicent agile, I wonder?"
"Nothing nearly as exotic as you imagine," she said. "Nothing like your harem dancers, I dare say. Not nearly so acrobatic."
"In the first place, I don't imagine," he said. "In the second, if you're referring to the dancing girls, they're not technically harem dancers."
"Oh, good! A language lecture. That would take her mind off the rampant virility and the male scent, which ought to be bottled and marked with a skull and crossbones."
"The word harem, you see, commonly refers to the women of a household," he said, "though this is not the precise meaning of the word, which denotes a sacred or forbidden place. The dancing girls, on the other hand—"
"I thought we were to take the left turning," she said.
"Oh, yes."
He turned back to the lane. Not a moment too soon. It might have been the way he smelled, or the heat of his body, or all that virility, or more likely the devastating combination, but she'd found herself growing genuinely interested in the correct meaning of harem. Moments later they entered a meadow, and proceeded to a small railed area guarding what appeared to be a block of stone.
"There it is," he said.
As they neared, she saw the metal plaque set into the stone. "A rock," she said. "You've stopped the carriage and taken me to see a rock."
"It's the balloon stone," he said. "The first balloon ascent in England landed here."
"Did it really?"
"There's a prior claim, but—"
"Oh, I must see!"
Eager to get down and away from him and get her head clear again, she didn't hesitate. She set one hand on the back of the saddle and one on his thigh, preparatory to dismount. She felt it instantly, the shock of that intimate touch, but it was too late to stop, and absurd to do so. This was the quickest and easiest way to get down. She swung her leg over the horse's rump, aware of the pressure of Lyle's hand over hers. On his thigh, holding her steady, heart racing, she slid down to the ground. She didn't wait for him to dismount, but moved quickly to the railing, hiked up her skirts, and climbed over it into the small enclosure. She knew she'd given him a prime view of her petticoats and stockings. She knew what such a sight did to a man, but he'd got her agitated in that way. Turnabout was fair play. "Let posterity know," she read aloud in the declamatory tone usually employed on state occasions, "and knowing be astonished that on the 15th day of September 1784, Vincent Lunardi of Lucca in Tuscany, the first aerial traveller in Britain, mounting from the artillery ground in London and traversing the regions of the air for 2 hours and 15 minutes, in this spot, revisited the earth." Lyle remained at the railing. He still hadn't recovered from the ride. Olivia's arms wrapped about his waist, her satanic breasts pressed against his back, and her legs tucked up behind his. Physical awareness still vibrated the length of his body, particularly where it had met the front of the saddle. She'd got him so befuddled that he'd ridden straight past the turning. He hadn't had time to fully collect his wits before she climbed over the fence, offering him an excellent view of her petticoats and stockings. It was her typical hoydenish behaviour, the same she'd exhibited when they'd been together in the past. She thought of him as a brother. That was why she didn't mind her skirts, and that was why she hadn't hesitated to climb up on his horse, behind him. But he wasn't her brother, and he wasn't the boy he'd used to be, deaf, dumb, and blind to a flurry of feminine undergarments. Not to mention that in girlhood she wouldn't have worn stockings like those, with their alluring blue embroidery, or petticoats trimmed in excessively feminine lace. And in those days she hadn't owned shapely legs and splendidly turned ankles, or if she had, he hadn't noticed. After he'd got these matters sorted out and his reproductive organs calmed down and his mind functioning again, he stepped over the fence to stand beside her as she finished reading the ornate tribute to the first balloon ascension in England. At the end she looked at him and said, Isn't it amazing? This quiet meadow saw such a momentous event. How wonderful that they've marked the spot.
You said you never got to see the sights, he said.
And as vexed as he'd been, and still was, he'd felt sorry for her. When he was a boy, her stepfather had often taken him along on journeys. Lord Rathbourne had always taken the time to point out the sights and tell stories about them, especially the blood-curdling stories boys liked, about grisly murders and ghosts and such. It seemed odd and unfair that a girl with such a vivid imagination, who craved change and excitement, had had so little opportunity of sightseeing. "I knew nothing about it," she said. "Only imagine, nearly 50 years ago. What must the people living here have thought when they saw it?"
"They were frightened," he said. "Suppose you'd been a villager of that time."
He gazed up at the leaden sky.
"You look up, and suddenly appears a gigantic thing where only birds and clouds are supposed to appear."
"I don't know if I'd be frightened."
"Not you, specifically," he said.
"But if you'd been a villager, an ordinary person." Which was inconceivable. The very last thing Olivia was ordinary. "I've always wanted to go up in a hot air balloon," she said. No surprise there. "How thrilling it must be," she said, "to look down on all the world from a great height."
"Going up to the great height is all very well," he said. "Coming down is another story. Lunardi had no notion how to steer the thing. He brought along oars, thinking he could row through the air."
"But he tried," she said. "He had a vision, and he pursued it. A noble quest. And here's a stone marking the occasion for all posterity, as it says."
"Do you not find the prose inflated?" he said.
It was a dreadful pun, but he couldn't resist. "Inflated? Oh, Lyle, that is—" She gave a snort of laughter, which she quickly stifled. "Abominable."
"He took with him a cat, a dog, a pigeon, and a hamper of provisions," he said. "The provisions I understand. The animals I do not. In any event, the pigeon soon escaped, and air travel disagreed with the cat, who was let off a short distance from London."
She laughed then, truly and fully, a velvety cascade of sound that startled him. It was nothing like the silvery laughter so many women affected. It was low and throaty, a smoky sound that slid down his spine. It stirred dangerous images, of bed-curtains moving in a breeze, and tumbled bedclothes, and it disarmed him at the same time. He smiled stupidly at her. "A good thing, too," she said. "Can't you picture it? The basket of a hot air balloon, the small space crammed with provisions and oars and instruments and such, and the cat, the dog, and the pigeon. And there's the cat, being sick on the floor. I can see the look on Lunardi's face. How he must have wanted to pitch the dratted cat over the side. I wonder if he touched ground when he let it off."
"Really, Olivia, you know I have no imagine—"
Then he snorted too, and in a moment he was laughing as well, helplessly, at the pictures she made in his head. For a moment all his grievances and frustrations vanished, and he was a carefree boy again. He leaned back against the railing and laughed as he'd not done in an age. Then he told her the tale of 14-stone Mrs. Letitia Sage, the first British female air traveller, who went up in another balloon with Lunardi's friend Biggins. Naturally, Olivia sketched out a scene, the basket rolling in the wind, and the large woman slipping downward across the floor inexorably toward the terrified Biggins. In the nick of time, though, the winds shifted again, and Biggins escaped being flattened. She didn't simply tell it, she acted it, complete with different voices for the various parts, including the animals. Caught up in exchanging stories and laughing over them, they drew closer together. It was unthinking, so natural. It was as they would have done in the past. He could have stayed there for a long, long time, forgetting his anger and resentment, and simply revelling in her company. He'd missed her, and that was an undeniable fact. He remembered the way the world had seemed to tip back into proper balance when she drew him into the antechamber that night, mere days ago, and said, "Tell me." Of course it hadn't taken her much time to unbalance his world again to a spectacular degree, and he still wanted to kill her. but he was dazzled too, and happy at this moment as he hadn't been for a long time. He was in no hurry to leave, even when a sharp gust of wind struck like a slap in the face. But she shivered, and he said, "We'd better get back." She nodded, her gaze on the monument. "We've certainly given the ladies plenty of time to speculate about what exactly we've been doing."
"That pair," he said. "How the devil did you persuade my parents that they made suitable chaperons? Come to that, I can't guess how you persuaded everybody."
"Lyle, you know perfectly well that it's against the Delucy code to explain the cheat." He studied her faintly smiling profile.
"You did cheat, then," he said.
She turned to meet his gaze, her blue eyes seemingly guileless, seeming to hide nothing. "Every way I could think of. Are you still angry with me?"
"Furious," he said.
"I'm furious with you too," she said. "But I shall put that aside for the moment because you showed me your stone instead of subjecting me to a tedious lecture about morals and ethics and such."
"I don't lecture," he said.
"All the time," she said. "Usually I find it rather endearing, but today I was not in the mood. Since you restrained yourself, I'm prepared to kiss and make up, metaphorically speaking, for the time being." He realized that his gaze had slid to her mouth. He carefully turned his attention to her right ear, which seemed a safe object. But no, it was small and prettily shaped. A gold earring with a lot of filigree surrounding a bit of jade hung from it. He realized his head was bending closer to her. He made himself look away entirely, at the balloon stone, the meadow, anywhere but at her. There was much too much femininity too close to him. And where the devil was that wind? It had died down as abruptly as it had risen, and now he could smell her. He turned to tell her it was time to leave. She turned her head and leaned in at the same moment. Her mouth touched his. A shock ran through him. For one vibrating instant they simply stared at each other. Then they jumped apart as though a bolt of lightning had struck the railing. She rubbed hard at her mouth as though an insect had landed there. Heart pounding, he did the same. It was no good rubbing at her mouth. Olivia knew she'd never rub it away. The firm, warm feel of his lips, the tantalizing hint of what he tasted like. "You are not supposed to put your mouth in the way," she said.
"I was turning to speak to you," he said. "Your mouth shouldn't have been so close."
She clambered over the railing. "I said I was willing to kiss and make up metaphorically," she said.
"You kissed me."
"It was meant to be a sisterly peck on the cheek." She hoped that was what she meant. She hoped she'd meant something. She hoped she hadn't lost her mind.
"You're not my sister," he said in his usual pedantic fashion as he followed her out of the enclosure. "We are not related in any way. Your stepfather was at one time married to my father's sister."
"Thank you for the genealogy lesson," she said.
"The point is—"
"I won't do it again," she said. "You may be sure of that."
"The point is," he went on stubbornly, "men don't distinguish in such matters. When an attractive female is nearby and she seems to make an overture—"
"It wasn't an overture."
"Seems," he said. "Seems. Do you never listen?
Right now I wish I were deaf."
"Women are subtle," he said. "They make fine distinctions. Men don't. Men are like dogs, and gad, why am I explaining this to you? You know precisely what men are like."
She'd thought she did. They'd reached his horse. Olivia looked at it, then at him. "We'd better get back, before the ladies die of curiosity," she said. "You can continue the lecture while we return to the carriage."
"I am not getting on that animal again with you."
She didn't want to get on with him again. The muscles and heat and male scent was poison to a woman's brain. She couldn't abide to turn stupid with any man, especially him. He laced his hands together.
"Up with you."
It was the only intelligent thing to do. All the same. "The roads are foot deep in mud," she said. "You'll ruin your boots."
"I've other boots," he said. "Up."
She disguised her sigh of relief as a huff of irritation, took hold of the reins, and set her booted foot on his linked hands. She gave a little bounce, and up and into the saddle she went. Brisk and businesslike, he helped her adjust the stirrups, then tugged her skirts down. "Oh, for heaven's sake," she said.
"People can see everything," he said.
"How puritanical you've become," she said.
"You are abominably careless," he said, "showing all that femininity to all the world."
Ah, well then, it bothered him, did it? Good. He'd bothered her. She smiled, and with a soft cluck, signalled the mare to walk on. The ladies were asleep when Olivia returned, and didn't wake when the carriage set out again. While they snored, Olivia opened Patterson's Roads, and to while away the journey, read to Bailey the information about the towns and villages they passed, the names of the important personages who lived nearby, and descriptions of said personages' abodes. A slowish drive uphill took them to the change at Buntingford. The road continued uphill to the next change at Royston. After that the horses' pace increased as they crossed a stretch of galloping ground. They continued over the River Cam and on to Arrington. Here they stopped at the Hardwick Arms, to be greeted by the landlady herself, unsurprisingly. She'd recognised the Dowager's travelling carriage, and like any other innkeeper on the King's Highway, knew the crest was a sign that properly read, "Money, pots of it, freely spent." At this stop the ladies came wide awake. Declaring themselves parched and famished, they sprang from the carriage the instant the footman put down the steps. Olivia was about to disembark, when Lyle, on foot this time, came to the open door of the vehicle. "I know you said you were taking charge, but we must stop to eat," she said. "We're all starved." Thanks to the furor at the Falcon Inn, she hadn't eaten breakfast there. At Ware she'd been too aggravated to think of eating.
"I wasn't intending to starve you," he said.
He offered his hand, and she took it casually enough, ignoring the entirely unnecessary flurry within her, while she quickly climbed down the narrow steps. As soon as her feet were firmly on the ground, she let go and started toward the inn. She couldn't get ahead of him, though. His long strides easily caught up with hers.
"I should have stopped sooner had you reminded me that you hadn't had time for breakfast," he said. "You'd better not rely on me to pay attention to such things. If I hadn't been hungry, I shouldn't have thought of food at all. In Egypt, when we travel, I don't think about meals because the servants do. Moreover, we're usually travelling in the dahabeeyah, with a cook and provisions and cooking facilities. We don't have to stop at inns for meals. Not that there's much in the way of inns outside of Cairo. Sailing on the dahabeeyah is like travelling in a house." Images crowded her mind's eye, vivid enough to make her forget her inconvenient feelings. "How wonderful it must be," she said. "The graceful boats sailing up the Nile, the crew in white robes and turbans, completely different from this." She waved a hand, taking in the courtyard. "You glide along the river. Beside you on either side stretches a great vista, a swath of green, rich with vegetation. Where the green ends, the desert and mountains begin, and there among them the temples and tombs appear, the ghosts of an ancient world." They were inside by the time she'd finished describing her vision. She found him studying her as though she were an unfamiliar squiggle on a bit of stone. "What?" she said. "What now? Am I showing too much neck?" "How easy it is for you," he said, "to imagine."
It was as natural to her as breathing. "In this case it's like remembering," she said. "You've sent me drawings and watercolours, and we own heaps of books, most of which she'd purchased, in order to follow the journeys he wrote of too briefly in his letters. I can't see it as you do, but I can understand how you'd miss it."
"Then why—"
He trailed off, shaking his head.
"But no, we've declared a truce."
She knew what he wanted to ask. Why, if she understood how he longed for Egypt, had she snared him into this ghastly journey to one of his least favourite places on earth, to appease parents who cared nothing about his happiness and didn't understand him at all? She understood better than anybody the longing to have another sort of life, to pursue a dream. She wanted him to have that life. She wanted to have such a life too, but that, she'd realized ages ago, was next to impossible for a woman. Not that she'd completely given up hope, or had stopped trying to invent a way to make it happen. Next to impossible wasn't the same as impossible. But until she did find the answer, if she ever did, she'd have to live vicariously. If Lyle ended up stuck in England... But no, that didn't bear thinking of. He'd probably hang himself, and she'd hang herself in sympathy, if she didn't die of boredom first. He ought to know that, but he was a man, and thick. And being a man, and thick, he was sure to fail to grasp the brilliance of her plan. He would probably run away screaming in horror at what she'd done. No, he'd throttle her. But that was because he lacked imagination. The George, Stamford, Lincolnshire, 89 miles from London, shortly before midnight. The shouting jolted Lyle from a sound, badly needed sleep. "Carousers," he muttered. "It only wanted that." Shepherding 3 troublesome ladies over 400 miles of road was not a task for the faint-hearted. Like the horses, they had to be fed and watered. Unlike the horses, they couldn't be traded in for a fresh set. Unlike the horses, they couldn't be put in harness. This meant one must be vigilant about stopping times. One mustn't let the women dawdle, else they'd dawdle forever, and the longer they remained in one place, the greater the likelihood of trouble. Happily, by 9:30 that night, they'd reached the George without further mishap. Here the other 2 carriages joined them. With all the servants and luggage, they'd taken over most of the rooms along one corridor. To his vast relief, all 3 ladies promptly took themselves away to their rooms, after Olivia told him she needed a bath. "The ladies said I smell like a farmyard," she'd said. Doubtless that pair of boards had said a good deal else. Lewd suggestions about horses and women riding astride, and generally everything he'd been thinking and wished he could scrape out of his brain. He did not need, added to this, mental images of Olivia in her bath. He turned over and pulled one of the pillows over his head. The shouting was still audible, though he couldn't make out the words. Sleep gave a mocking wave and ran away. The voices, accompanied by angry footsteps, came nearer.
"I saw you do it." "You're imagining things."
"You're making sheep's eyes at her."
"What about you? I saw you flirting with him."
"You're drunk."
"I'm not drunk and I'm not blind."
Lyle gave up, threw off the pillow, and listened, as everyone else in the corridor must be doing, whether they wanted to or not. "You're disgusting," the female cried. "What were you doing behind the wagon?"
"Taking a piss, you stupid woman."
"I'm not stupid, and I'm not blind, either. I saw you, the pair of you, in the stable-yard."
"Then you were seeing things." "Damn you, Elspeth, don't make me chase you down this passage."
"That's right, Elspeth," Lyle muttered. "Make him chase you down another passage." "Damn me!" the woman screamed. "You vile, coarse, wicked, false brute!"
"Come back here!"
Another shriek. "Take your hands off me!"
"You're my wife, curse you!"
"Oh, yes, curse me! You betray me, and you curse me? I hate you! Why didn't I listen to Papa?" Then someone pounded on a door. Lyle's door? "Sir?" Lyle sat up. A thin shadow in the shape of Nichols emerged from the adjoining sleeping closet. "Shall I open the door?" the valet said softly. "Gad, no," Lyle said. "Stay clear of lovers' quarrels. No predicting what—" "Get away from me or I'll scream!" More knocking, but next door this time. "Sir?" said Nichols. "Not on your life," said Lyle. "I hate you!" the woman cried.
"Elspeth, I've had enough of this."
"I've had enough of you."
"Don't make me drag you back."
"Like the brute you are?" Mocking laughter now. More knocking, farther along the passage.
"You stupid woman. No one's going to open the door to strangers at this—"
An abrupt silence. Then another voice. Though he was too far away to understand the words, Lyle had no trouble identifying the owner. Olivia.
"Plague take her,"
he said. He threw back the bedclothes and ran to the door. Chapter 7. With a sob, the woman flung herself upon Olivia, who instinctively put her arms about her and drew her into the room. Olivia turned the sobbing woman over to Bailey.
"Hoy,"
said the man.
"that's my wife."
Swallowing a sigh, Olivia moved back to the threshold. She did not mind a row, but marital disputes were not proper rows. The odds, she knew, were strongly in favour of the woman's being the wronged party. Marriage was set up that way, giving all the power to the male. Still, that didn't mean that a wife couldn't be acting like a nitwit. She strongly suspected this was the case at present. One could not, however, turn one's back on a damsel in distress. She hated marital quarrels. She bestowed a dazzling smile on the man. He took a step back. "Your wife seems to be distraught," she said.
"Deranged is more like it," he said.
She said, "I heard," she said. "I reckon the whole town heard. Frankly, I think you could have handled it more cleverly. If I were you, I should go away and devise a better strategy. Sobering up would be a good start."
"I'm not drunk," he said, "and I won't be ordered about by females."
"You're not making a good impression," she said cheerfully.
"I don't care. You give her back."
He leaned threateningly toward Olivia. Though he wasn't tall, he was square and sturdy, with arms like a blacksmith's. He could easily pick Olivia up and throw her out of his way if he so chose. Having reached the reckless stage of drunkenness, he might. She rose to her full height, folded her arms, and tried to forget that she wore her night-clothes, and only her nightgown at that. Bailey hadn't been able to find her dressing-gown in the dark on short notice, and Olivia hadn't waited before answering the door. She pretended she was not only fully dressed, but fully armed as well. "Do be reasonable," she said. "I cannot in good conscience give her back if she doesn't wish it. Why don't you try coaxing?"
"Elspeth," he shouted, "you come out of there."
That was his idea of coaxing. Men. "Brute!" Elspeth cried. "Betrayer! Womanizer! Libertine!"
"Libertine? Damn it, Elspeth, all I did was take a turn in the stable yard. You're being ridiculous. Come out of there, or I'll come in after you."
He looked at Olivia.
"Miss, I'd give her back or get out of the way if I was you. This is none of your affair."
He took a step forward, then a sudden step back, as a white-clad arm grasped his and spun him around.
"Don't even think about it," said Lyle. "She's got my wife, so she does. But you may not go in after her."
The man looked down at the hand on his arm, then up into Lyle's face. Lyle was wearing the extremely calm expression that usually preceded his doing something violent. Most people had no trouble reading this expression. The outraged husband must have read it, because instead of trying to break Lyle's jaw, he turned to scowl at Olivia.
"Women." "I sympathize, believe me," said Lyle. "But you can do nothing here. It's claimed that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Why don't you go downstairs and wait for your helpmeet to come to her senses?"
"Silly fool female," the man said, but half-heartedly. Lyle's dangerously calm demeanour had sapped the fight out of him. Lyle released his arm, and the fellow went away, muttering about women. Lyle watched until the man was out of sight. Then he turned to Olivia. His silvery gaze skimmed over her, from the rat's nest of her hair down over the muslin nightdress and down to her bare feet. She felt every inch of the survey. She gave it back, letting her gaze move slowly down from his tangled hair, over the bruised eye, over the nightshirt that covered only as far as his knees, and on down a length of naked, muscular calf to his bare feet. Then she wished she'd stared at the wall behind him instead. She was remembering his scent, and the feel of his body, and the heat of contact. Low in her belly something wicked stirred.
"Knowing you, I ought to believe it," Lyle said. "The mind reels all the same. It's the middle of the night. You came to your door wearing almost nothing, and opened it to strangers."
"I'm not wearing nothing," she said. "Or if I am, so are you." As though on purpose to contradict her, Nichols glided to his master's side and helped him into a magnificent green silk dressing-gown with a lining the colour of claret. Never taking his gaze from Olivia, Lyle absently accepted his servant's ministrations, then waved him away. Nichols vanished in the same discreet way he'd appeared. How a man like Lyle could retain this superior sophisticated valet was as great a riddle to Olivia as the little pictures and squiggles Lyle drew in his letters to illustrate one point or another. The elegant gown had to be the valet's doing. Lyle was not a man who cared about his clothes. Olivia had always supposed that dressing him must be a thankless task, yet the valet stuck with him, and braved the hardships of Egypt with him. She felt a surge of envy, which she quickly crushed. What was so enviable about spending one's life being invisible? Meanwhile, with Bailey occupied with the hysterical wife, only Olivia was wearing almost nothing. "It was an emergency," she said. "One can't wait to be properly attired when someone in trouble seeks help." She gestured toward the woman, who was blowing her nose in what looked like one of Olivia's handkerchiefs. "A damsel in distress," Olivia went on. "What would you have me do?" Lyle shook his head. The light from the sconce behind him made a hazy glow of his sun-streaked hair, like a halo, as though his angelic good looks needed enhancement. She shifted her gaze lower, to resist the temptation to run her fingers through his sleek tousled hair. She stared at the sash of his dressing-gown instead, but that only reminded her of the taut waist she'd clung to hours earlier. She didn't know where to look.
"I'd have you think," he said.
"No, you wouldn't," she said. "You'd have me sit quietly, waiting for a man to come along to do my thinking for me," she said.
"Even I know better than to expect you to sit quietly," he said. "I thought you knew better than to get mixed up in a marital squabble. Do you never listen to your stepfather? Isn't that one of Rathbourne's rules?"
She was desperately aware of his bare feet, inches from hers. "I believe he taught you a rule about arguing with ladies as well."
"Thank you for reminding me," he said. "You are and always have been impulsive to a suicidal degree. It's a waste of breath to argue with you at any time, especially in a frigid corridor in the middle of the night."
"You're the one in the cosy dressing-gown," she said. "I don't feel cold." His gaze slid downward to her breasts. She didn't follow the gaze. She didn't need to. She was well aware of the state of her nipples.
"Part of you feels it," he said. "But you'll argue about that too, and I've had enough."
He turned and strode down the corridor. She stood for a moment, watching him walk away from her. He always walked away, or rode away, or sailed away, off to his adventures, to his mistress Egypt. He'd come back only long enough to unbalance everything. For a time she'd have her friend and ally back, but after he'd gone, she'd be more restless and discontented. She'd wait for his letters to share his life, and he'd forget all about her if she didn't write to him constantly, reminding him she existed. She clenched her fists and went after him. Lyle entered his room and closed the door behind him and leaned back against it, eyes closed. Ye gods! Ye gods! Olivia half naked, and standing in the doorway of a public hostelry for all the world to see. Elspeth's husband had certainly had an eyeful, Olivia's tits standing at attention under that paltry excuse for night-clothes. Lyle's cock was standing at attention too, as though it hadn't wasted enough energy in that way already.
"Go down and get me a glass of brandy," he told Nichols. "No, better yet, a bottle. Make it 3 bottles.
"I could prepare a posset for you, sir," said Nichols. "Very quieting after so much agitation."
"I don't want quieting," Lyle said. "I want oblivion. These cursed women."
"Yes, sir." The valet left. The door had scarcely closed behind him when the knocking started.
"Go away," Lyle said. "Whoever you are."
"I'm not going away. How dare you turn your back on me? How dare you scold me and order me about and—" He pulled the door open. She stood there, as inadequately dressed as previously, her arm upraised to knock again.
"Go back to your room," he said. "What the devil is wrong with you?"
"You," she said. "You haven't been about for years. You come for a short time, then you go away." She made sweeping motions that pulled the muslin tautly over her breasts. "You have no right to order me about or interfere. As you took such pains to point out, you're not my brother. You are not related to me in any way. You have no rights over me. More dramatic gestures. Her hair tumbled in wild disarray about her shoulders. One of the ribbons tying her bodice was coming undone. If I wish to let 10 women into my room, you have no right to stop me, she railed on. If I wish to let 10 men into my room, you may not stop me. I am not your property, and I won't be ordered about. I won't be castigated for doing what I think is right. I won't be—" She broke off with a shriek as he grabbed one of her flailing arms, pulled her into the room, and shut the door. She shook him off. He let go and stepped back.
"This is very aggravating," he said.
"On that we're agreed," she said. "I had completely forgotten how provoking you can be.
I had completely forgotten that you lose all sense of proportion, as well as all sense of where you are, when one of your moods takes hold of you."
"It isn't a mood, you thickhead.
I don't care what you call it," he said. "You can't go about barely dressed, making scenes in public. If that poor fellow hadn't been besotted with his temperamental wife, or if it had been another sort of man, or a pair of them, when you opened the door, the consequences— No, I refuse to contemplate them. Devil take you! Do you never think before you act? Do you never take a moment, an instant, to consider what might happen?"
"I know how to take care of myself," she said, lifting her chin. "You of all people ought to know that."
"Oh, do you?" he said. "Then take care of yourself, Olivia."
He wrapped an arm about her and pulled her close. "Oh, no, you—" He grasped her chin and kissed her. Olivia did know how to take care of herself. She reached up to dig her nails into his wrists. She had her leg poised to thrust her knee into his soft parts. But something went wrong. She couldn't move her face because he was holding her chin, gently yet firmly, and that left her no way to escape the shocking feel of his lips and the pressure of his mouth, determined, demanding, insisting. He was stubborn to the core, and whatever he did, he gave it all his concentrated attention, leaving her unable to turn away or ignore it. She couldn't not respond to it. She couldn't not savour the feel of his mouth and the taste of him. Then the evilly tantalizing male scent wafted into her nose and swam into her head and filled it with dreams and longings and heat. The ground beneath her feet fell away, as though she rose in a hot air balloon. She slid her hands up to his shoulders. Then her arms were around his neck, and she was holding on, as though she'd drop 100 miles to the cold earth below if she didn't. She was supposed to kick him in the shins. Instead, her bare foot slid up along his leg. The hand not holding her chin slid down her back and down and grasped her bottom, and he pulled her close against his groin. Only a few thin layers of muslin and silk came between them. They hid nothing, protected nothing. His arousal, hot and heavy, pushed against her belly. She was no pure innocent. She'd felt a man's arousal before, but the heat had not raced through her like a flame along a line of gunpowder. She'd been titillated and aroused before, but she hadn't ached as she did now. She hadn't felt this wild restlessness. He fell back against the door, taking her with him, and everything she knew fell away. All her knowledge and guile passed into nothingness. All she could do was yearn, and it was no pretty romantic longing, but a madness. She rubbed herself against him and opened her mouth to draw him inside and taste him. It was hot and lewd, a kiss of tangled tongues and thrust and withdraw, like the coupling every instinct screamed for. She heard the sound, but it meant nothing. A vague sound that could have been anything. Something beating somewhere. She didn't know where. It could have been her heart, making every pulse point thump with physical awareness of every inch of masculine body pressed against hers. It could have been the beat of wanting that seemed to have gone on forever. There was a knocking, but her heart knocked against her rib cage with heat and need and fear, because what was happening was out of her control. More knocking. A voice. "Sir?" A male voice. Familiar. On the other side of the door. Delucy survival instincts, refined over generations, yanked her from whatever mad universe her feelings had taken her to. She came back to the world, a chilly place, suddenly. She felt Lyle stiffen and start to draw away. She untangled herself from him. She dared a glance at his face. It was perfectly composed. No danger of his feet leaving solid ground. He calmly tugged her nightgown back into place. Not to be outdone, she straightened his robe. For good measure, she patted his chest in a friendly way. "Well, then, let that be a lesson to you," she said. She pulled the door open, gave Nichols a regal nod, and sailed out, head spinning and legs trembling, and hoped she didn't crash into a wall or fall on her face. 6:30 in the morning. Sunday, 9 October. In the dream, Olivia wore a very thin piece of linen. She stood at the bottom of a set of stone steps, beckoning. Behind her was a deep darkness. "Come, see my hidden treasure," she said. Lyle started down the steps. She smiled up at him. Then she glided through a door. It slammed shut behind her.
"Olivia!"
He beat on the door. He heard answering thunder. But no, it wasn't thunder. He knew that sound. Rocks rolling into place. A booby trap. He looked back. Darkness. Only the thunder of the great stones rolling into the entrance. Crash, crash, against wood. What was that noise? Not stones. A door. Someone pounding on the door. Lyle came completely awake, as he'd trained himself to do years ago in Egypt, when being able to shake off sleep instantly could mean the difference between life and death. He sat up. The dim light filtering through the window curtains told him the sun was rising. Where the devil was Nichols? At this hour on the point of rising from a maidservant's bed, very likely. Or had he found his way into one of the female guests' bedchambers? Cursing his valet, Lyle hauled himself out of bed, dragged on his dressing-gown, shoved his feet into his slippers, and stomped to the door. He pulled it open. Olivia paused, hand upraised. He shook his head. He was still dreaming. But no. The passage behind her was filled with the same grey light as his bedroom. She was fully dressed. His sleep-clogged mind slowly took it in. The over-decorated bonnet, the high neck of the carriage dress with its fashionably swollen sleeves, the slim half-boots. Travelling clothes, his sleepy mind informed him. But that made no sense. "What?" he said. "What?" "We're ready to go," she said. "The servants' vehicles have gone ahead. The ladies are in the carriage." He had no idea what she was saying. His mind cast up images of last night. She nearly naked, he losing his mind. A blunder. A whopping, great, nearly fatal blunder. But there she'd stood, wearing little more than a shift, and that coming undone, and her hair tumbling loose while she waved her arms about, and other parts of her body moved along with them. He'd seen Cairo's dancing girls. Even in public, fully dressed, they moved suggestively. At private parties he'd watched them go well beyond that, baring their breasts and bellies sometimes, or dancing in nothing more than a fringe or a sash. In spite of what those amazingly limber bodies could do, he'd kept his head. Olivia had stood before him, angry, not trying to entice him. She'd been fully covered, technically, and he'd lost his mind. If Nichols had not come to the door— "What time is it?" he said. What day was it? Was he dreaming still? 6:30, she said. In the morning? Her smile was dazzling, dangerous. "If we leave now, we can reach York by sundown." "Leave?" he said. "Now?" "We'll easily beat the Royal Mail to York," she said. "I've had 3 hours' sleep," he said. "What is the matter with you?" "I should like to reach Gorewood as soon as possible," she said. "The sooner we get there, the sooner we can complete our mission, and the sooner you can go back to Egypt." She eyed him up and down. "You don't seem to be ready." "Of course I'm not ready." Another dazzling smile. "Well then, you'll get to York when you get there, I dare say." She turned and walked away. He stood in the doorway, watching in disbelief as she sauntered down the corridor, hips swaying. He backed into the room and closed the door. A moment later the door opened.
"I know what this is," he said. "It's revenge."
"Sir?" Nichols entered, carrying a tray. "I noticed that the ladies were preparing to depart," he said. "I thought you'd want your coffee." Chapter 8. York, that evening. As a boy, Lyle had once watched the mail coach set out at sunset from the York Tavern in St. Helen's Square. He doubted Olivia had seen it today. She and her coven might have arrived in time, but they would travel only as far as the George, in Coney Street. It was a large old hostelry whose quaint, gabled and plastered exterior, with its curious figures, dated to the 16th century. When Lyle arrived, night had fallen, and the Royal Mail was long gone. He'd travelled more than 100 miles this day. He'd ridden hard, trying not to think about last night, and he'd kept the stops short for the same reason. At present he ought to be too tired and hungry to think, but he had a conscience, and it wouldn't stay quiet in the back of his mind. He trudged up the stairs and along the corridor. He heard the hurried footsteps, but it was a distant awareness. Olivia came around the corner so quickly and unexpectedly that he barely had time to brace himself before she crashed into him. As it was, he swayed a little at the impact, but his arms promptly came up and went around her to stop her from toppling.
"I knew you'd miss me," he said.
It wasn't the wisest thing to say, and in light of what had happened last night, not letting go of her immediately wasn't the wisest thing to do. But he was a man before he was a wise man, and he did what a man did when a bundle of frothy femininity fell into his arms. She was dressed in mile upon mile of some heavy silky stuff and lace and ruffles, with at least 6 miles of material in the great ballooning sleeves. She was dressed, that is, except for where coverage would do the most good, the milky expanse of shoulder and bosom abundantly on display. She was warm and shapely and soft, and for one giddy moment he couldn't remember why he ought to let go of her. She gazed up at him, her deeply blue eyes soulful. "I missed you dreadfully," she said, with a catch in her voice. "The hours passed like eons. How I bore the separation I cannot say, but it depleted the last stores of my strength." She sagged. He was tired enough, and the rampant femininity in his arms made him stupid enough to believe for exactly 3 seconds that she'd fainted. Then he remembered that this was Olivia.
"I've been riding since early morning," he said. "My arms are tired along with everything else, and I'm very likely to drop you. Very likely."
She straightened and gave him a little shove. He let go and stepped 2 paces away.
"Is it me?" he said. "Or are you not wearing as much in the way of clothing as you used to do?"
"It's a dinner dress," she said.
"But you're not at dinner," he said. "You're running about a public hostelry in a frenzy."
"Because they've escaped," she said. "The ladies. When I wasn't looking, they bolted."
"Considering the punishing drive they endured this day, I'm not surprised," he said. "Really, Olivia, you know antiques need gentle handling."
"They're not antiques," she said. "They're 2 wicked women who aren't nearly decrepit enough, and they've gone out roving in the night." She waved her arms about in that way of hers, making the soft flesh on display undulate in a highly provocative manner. He tried to look away, but he was tired, and his intestinal fortitude wasn't up to the job. "They took it into their heads to visit the Minster," she said, "because they haven't been there since the fire, and they wanted to see the crypt." Lyle called his mind away from the satanic flesh. He remembered that a madman had set fire to the York Minster 2 years ago. The wreckage had revealed a large crypt under the choir.
"They wanted to crawl about the bowels of a burnt-out cathedral," he said, "at night. That's mad even by your standards."
"Not crawl about," she said. "It isn't like you and your tombs. They only want to have their blood curdled. A burnt-out ruin at night is irresistible, and it's convenient. A few minutes' walk from here. They should have returned hours ago."
"I'll go collect them," he said.
Curse them! He was famished. He was nearly delirious from lack of sleep, and now he must go out into the streets of York, hunting for two lunatic crones. "I'll go," she said. "They're my problem, and this is my fault for letting them pull the wool over my eyes."
"A nice bathe and a nap, that's all I want,"
she mimicked Lady Cooper. The wicked deceivers! They knew that was what I wanted to do. I should have realized. They napped through the stages until breakfast, and again in the afternoon. They were well rested, brimful of energy. I should have realized they'd get up to something. I blamed myself. I'll take a pair of servants and hunt them down.
"You're not going into a burnt-out church in the middle of the night without me," he said. "I'm used to crawling about tombs and temples in the dark. You're not."
"You need a bath," she said. "You smell like a stable-yard."
"I want to bathe in peace," he said. "I want to eat my dinner in peace. I should like a night's uninterrupted sleep. I can't do any of those things while that pair's out running loose."
"I'm perfectly capable—"
I know, he said. "We'll go together, but you have to change into sensible clothes."
"There isn't time."
"If they're dead, they'll still be dead when we get there," he said. "If they're merely in trouble—"
"Merely?"
"Or up to trouble, which is far more likely. I dare say they'll survive an extra quarter-hour. They're about as delicate as wild boar."
"Lyle!"
"You can't crawl about the charred debris looking for corpses in that dress," he said. "Let Bailey stuff you into something less... He gestured at her exposed bosom. "Airy. But make haste. I'll give you a quarter-hour, no more. If you're not ready, I'm going without you." 15.5 minutes later. "Trousers," Lyle said grimly. She'd burst through the door in the nick of time. He was already on the pavement, ready to leave, without her, exactly as she'd suspected. "You told me to wear something sensible," she said, still breathless from the mad race to get ready. "I should never be able to get into tight spaces in a dress." "You're not going into any tight spaces," he said.
"For women, most spaces are tighter these days," she said. "In case you haven't noticed, our fashions are a great deal wider than they used to be. Most of my sleeves are the size of butter churns. I'm sure great-grandmamma had an easier time getting about in hoop petticoats."
"If you would stay put and let me do the searching, you wouldn't have to squeeze yourself into garments that were never designed to accommodate a woman's shape."
"I see," she said. "You think my bottom's too big?"
"That isn't what I said," he said. "You're not shaped like a man. No one would ever mistake you for one. Gad, I don't have time for this nonsense."
He turned away and started walking. Olivia went with him. He was in a horrible mood, and that, she knew, was at least partly thanks to her. She'd woken him at a cruel hour after a long and wearying day and night, after an exceedingly emotional episode, which she didn't want to think about. She'd been angry with him, and upset in ways she could scarcely explain even to herself. What she'd done this morning was the equivalent of slapping him and running away. Very mature. But she was at a loss, a rare state for her, and she hated it. "Passing for a man isn't the point," she said. "I dressed for comfort and convenience. You said to wear something sensible, and women's garments simply aren't sensible. They grow less so every year. Furthermore, a reasonable man would have understood that it's impossible for a woman to change out of one dress into another in a quarter-hour. It would serve you right if I'd come down in my shift."
"It isn't as though I haven't already seen you in your shift," he said.
"If you're referring to last night, that was my nightdress," she said. "And don't let's talk about last night. I'm not ready."
"It looked like a shift to me."
"You can't have seen very many if you can't tell the difference."
"I'm a man," he said. "We don't go in for the fine details of women's dress. We notice how much or how little they're wearing. I've noticed that you seem to wear very little."
"Compared to what?" she said. "Egyptian women? They seem to go to extremes. Either they're completely covered except for their eyes, or they're dancing about wearing a few small bells. The point is—"
"This way," he said,
and turned into St. Helens Square. The square, broader than Coney Street, wasn't as gloomy. As they passed the York Tavern, she looked up. The dark buildings were silhouetted against a sky lit by a great blur of stars. In another moment they'd crossed the square. They turned briefly into Blake Street, then into Stonegate, another narrow York lane. "The point is," she said, "women ought to be allowed to wear trousers in cases like this."
"The point is," he said, "women ought not to be getting into situations requiring them to wear trousers."
"Don't be stuffy. Aunt Daphne wears them."
"In Egypt," he said, "where women do wear a sort of trouser-like attire, but they're not as form-fitting, and they wear layers of other garments over them. Were you to wear those trousers in Cairo, you'd be arrested for public lewdness and flogged."
"They're a bit tight, I'll admit," she said. "I don't know how men can abide them. They do chafe in a sensitive area."
"Do not talk about your sensitive areas," he said.
"I have to talk about something," she said. "One of us must attempt to lighten the heavy gloom of your company."
"Yes, well."
He stopped walking.
"Oh, damn. Olivia, about last night, when you came to my door."
She stopped too, her heart racing.
"It was a mistake," he said. "A very bad mistake. On about 100 counts. I'm sorry."
He was right, she told herself. It had been a terrible mistake on so many counts. "Yes," she said. "Yes, it was, and not completely your fault. I'm sorry too." He looked relieved. She told herself she was relieved too.
He nodded. "Good. That's settled, then."
"Yes."
"Just to be clear, though, you're still aggravating, and I don't apologize for berating you," he said.
"I understand," she said. "I don't apologize for anything I said, either."
"Very well, then."
They started walking again. It was awkward. Lyle had never felt awkward in her company before. This was what came of crossing a line that shouldn't have been crossed. He'd apologized to her, but he couldn't apologize to Rathbourne, and he couldn't shake off the sense of having betrayed him. He couldn't shake off the sense of having done something irrevocable. He'd opened Pandora's box, and now her voice broke the lengthening silence. 15 minutes, she said. Only a man would think that a reasonable amount of time.
"You know perfectly well I was counting on you not to do it," he said.
"And you know perfectly well that I'd do it or die trying," she said. "We had a bit of a panic at first. Bailey couldn't find my trousers, and I thought we'd have to take Nichols's." He looked at her. She didn't look anything like a boy. Or did she? Was that his walk she was imitating?
"You really are ridiculous," he said.
"Oh, I understood how difficult it would be," she said. "But it was the first thing that leapt to my mind when we couldn't find these clothes. Then, while Bailey was tearing off my dress and petticoats and squeezing me into my trousers, I was picturing what would have happened." He was picturing her maid tearing off her clothes and squeezing Olivia into narrow trousers. Pandora's box. Still, there was no harm in thinking. He was a man. Men always had lewd thoughts. It was perfectly natural and normal. "He would make a fuss," Olivia continued, "and I would have to distract him while Bailey knocked him unconscious. Then we'd take the trousers. Then after I'd gone, Bailey would bind up his wounds and tell him how sorry she was and how it couldn't be helped."
"Why couldn't you stay quietly in London and write dramas for the stage?" he said.
"Lyle, use your head," she said. "If I had the least talent for staying quietly, I should have quietly stuck to the first gentleman I became engaged to and got married and had children and disappeared into that anonymous demi-existence other women disappear into." She began to wave her arms about. "Why must women stay quietly? Why must we be little moons, each of us stuck in our little orbit revolving around a planet that is some man? Why can't we be other planets? Why must we be moons?"
"Speaking astronomically," he said, "those other planets all orbit about the sun."
"Must you always be so literal?" she said.
"Yes," he said, "I'm horribly literal, and you're appallingly imaginative. For instance, I see a cathedral rising behind some buildings ahead. What do you see?"
She looked to the end of Stonegate, where a black tower rose into the night sky. "I see a ghostly ruin looming through a narrow alley, a great black hulk against a star-studded night sky."
"I'm not sure it's a ruin," he said, "but we'll soon see."
A few more steps brought them to the end of Stonegate. They crossed High Petergate, passed into an alley, and entered the darkened grounds of the ghostly ruin, or, depending on one's point of view, the slightly burned York Minster. Lyle supposed that the faint flickering light behind a stained-glass window would add to Olivia's ghostly view of the place. To him it was merely a sign of life.
"Looks like somebody's home," he said.
"All the same, I'd rather not stumble about getting in." From a pocket of his greatcoat he took out his tinder-box and a short candle. "I've got lucifers," she said. He shook his head. "Filthy, vile-smelling things." He took a moment to employ the tinder-box and light his stumpy candle. "They are disgusting," she said, "but one never knows when they'll prove useful."
"They're useful to those who are accustomed to having their servants make all the fires," he said. "Any competent fellow can strike a spark as easily and quickly, and more safely, with a tinder-box."
"Most people won't practice 10,000 times on purpose just to prove they can do something," she said.
"I did not practice Gad, why do I let you bait me? Is it too much to ask you to stay close? We don't know how much clearing out they've done."
"Just because I've squeezed my gigantic bottom into men's trousers, you needn't assume my brains have shrunk to masculine size," she said. "I'm perfectly aware that you're the one holding the only candle, and I'm not longing to trip over stray bits of cathedral. It's shockingly dark and quiet, isn't it? London's as busy at night as it is in the daytime, and better lit, but it's perfectly in keeping. Medieval church, medieval darkness, and tomb-like silence." As it turned out, the way in was clear, but they didn't get far. They were crossing the south transept when a fellow carrying a lantern hurried toward them.
"Sorry, gentlemen," he said. "No visitors after dark. I know some like a broody atmosphere or want to be frightened out of their wits." "We're not visiting," Lyle said. "We've only come— You must come back in the daytime. Very busy, I admit, with the workmen, but they must clear out, mustn't they, before we can make a start of things? And now this matter of the crypt, and everyone pestering for a look at it. That isn't— I can't tell you how many scholars we've had measuring and arguing. Last I heard, it'll cost £100,000 to repair the damage, but that doesn't include the crypt, as they haven't decided what to do. Half, at least, saying it must be dug out, and the other half saying leave it as it is. It's not about— You come back tomorrow, sirs, and someone will be happy to take you about and answer your questions, and tell you why they're disputing about what's Norman and what's perpendicular." He shooed them toward the door. Theorizing that the watchman was slightly deaf as well as garrulous, Lyle said more loudly, "We're looking for 2 ladies." The man stopped waving his lantern at the door. "Ladies?" "My aunties," said Olivia, sounding uncannily like an adolescent male. Mimicry came easy to her. Lyle glared at her. She always had to embellish. "One about so tall," said Lyle, holding his hand level with Olivia's ear. "The other a trifle shorter. They wanted to see the church, and particularly the crypt." "Oh, yes, indeed," said the man. "I told them to come back tomorrow. It isn't at all safe, I warned them, but they wouldn't have any of that. Before I knew what I was about, there I was, leading them about and answering questions. But I'm not employed, sir, to give tours at night, and I won't be making any more exceptions." "Certainly not," said Lyle. "But perhaps you could tell us when they left." "Why, not 10 minutes ago, I'm sure. Maybe it was a quarter hour. I don't recollect exactly. But they left in a hurry. Lost track of time, they said." "Did they happen to say where they were going?" Lyle said. "The George in Coney Street, they told me. They asked for the quickest way back. Said they were late for dinner." "If they left 10 minutes ago, we should have met up with them," Lyle said. "They might have gone another way," said the watchman. "Did you come by way of Stonegate?" "We did," said Lyle. "Did they—" "As I explained to them, the name refers to the stone brought to build the minster," their informant said. "It travelled from the quarries by water, and landed at Stane Gate below the Guildhall, Do you think they were interested to learn that the author Mr. Lawrence Sterne lived in Stonegate in his bachelor days? Do you think they went another way? Lyle said in a rush. Mayhap they took the wrong turning into Little Stonegate, the watchman said. I hope they didn't go astray. I saw them safely out of the church, I promise you. The way is poorly lit indeed, and with all this debris about, it's all too easy to— A shriek cut him off. Lyle turned in the direction of the sound. He saw nothing. Then he realized he saw nothing in the place where Olivia ought to be. "Olivia!" he shouted. "Ow, ow, ow!" Olivia said. Then, remembering that she was supposed to be a male, she added, "Deuce take it!" Her voice wobbled. Indeed, the pain made her eyes water, and she wanted to cry, although that was mainly frustration. She saw no way to get out of this gracefully. "I'm over here." "Over where?" The light of candle and lantern wavered over the various heaps of debris. "Here," she said. At last the light swung toward her ignominious pose. She lay arse upward, half on and half off the pile of lumber and stone and whatever else she'd tripped over. A precious small pile, she saw as the men came nearer, but like the small hole that had finished Mercutio, it had been enough to do for her. She'd struck her knee, and that hurt, and landed on an elbow which sent pain twanging up her arm, but that was nothing to what she felt when she tried to stand up. Lyle passed his candle to the watchman and crouched beside her. "This is why I tell them not to come at night," the watchman said. "A man could trip and crack his head open. Even in the daytime you've got to watch where you're going." "Stand back a bit," Lyle said. "Hold the lantern higher." The watchman retreated and did as he was told. Suppressing a groan, she managed to turn slightly. She didn't care what Lyle saw, but she'd rather not have her arse centre stage for the watchman to gape at. "Where's your hat?" Lyle said in a low voice. "I don't know." He ran his fingers lightly over her tightly pinned hair. "You don't seem to be bleeding." "I fell on my arm." "If you hadn't, you could have cracked your skull." "There's nothing wrong with my head," she said. "That's a matter of opinion." "It's my foot. I can't get up." "I'm going to throttle you," he said. "I told you to stay close, I know. But I only moved a very little away. I was trying to get a quick look about before he ejected us, and then—" "You tripped." "It wasn't a bad fall, but my right foot won't hold me. I think I twisted my ankle. Help me up, will you?" "Is anything broken, curse you?" "I don't think so. It's only the foot. It won't cooperate, and it hurts like blazes if I try to make it cooperate." He said something under his breath, in Arabic. She supposed there wasn't an English curse strong enough to express his feelings. Then his hand grasped her right foot, and she nearly shot straight into the air. He inspected it, inch by inch, turning it gently this way and that. She had all she could do not to moan, and she wasn't at all sure whether this was on account of the pain, or the feel of his hands on her. From her foot he made his way swiftly but gently up to her knee. "I don't think you've broken anything," he said. "That's what I—" She broke off because he was dragging her up into a sitting position. Before she could catch her breath, he caught her under the arms and pulled her upright. When her right foot touched the floor, she winced. "Don't put any weight on it," he said. "You'll have to lean on me. Luckily, we haven't far to go." While he spoke, he slid his arm under her coat and around her back. His arm, bracing her so firmly, was warm and hard. She was aware of his hand under her breast. Her breast was aware of it, too, the skin tightening, while Morrel's sapping sensations cascaded downward. While propping her up, he fished some coins out of his pocket and gave them to the watchman. "Sorry about the trouble," he said. "I hope the young gentleman recovers soon," the man said. "Thank you," Olivia said in her young male voice. Lyle said nothing. He manoeuvred her through the door and slowly down the steps into the yard. They proceeded in silence through the narrow passage into High Petergate. Lyle didn't trust himself to speak. She'd frightened him out of his wits. She could have broken her neck or cracked her skull.
Even when he knew she was more or less in one piece, he worried about broken bones, splintered bones, concussion. It looked as though she'd done nothing worse than turn her ankle. The trouble was, it had taken him too long to reach that conclusion. He'd put his hands on her head, her foot, and her leg. He'd examined her far too scrupulously and spent too much time doing it. That was not intelligent. He'd been even less intelligent when he hauled her upright. He'd put his arm under her coat instead of over it. Instead of encountering a protective layer of waistcoat, he felt the thin fabric of her shirt and the waist of her trousers. When she leaned against him, the bottom of her inadequately protected breast rested on the side of his hand. Under the shirt, the soft flesh was so warm. It would have tried the self-control of a saint to walk in this intimate way, her breast bobbing against Lyle's hand, and her hip pressed against his, as they made their way so slowly out of the church, down the steps, and out of the churchyard and on. Holding her so close, he could smell her hair and her skin. "Keep moving," he told himself. "1 foot ahead of the other. Rathbourne's stepdaughter. Remember."
"Lyle,"
she said. "Don't," he said.
"I know you're angry, but there we were, and who knew when I should be back again, and I only went a little way."
"Only," he said. "Only this, only that. And if you'd broken your neck, what should I say to your mother, your stepfather? Olivia's only dead?" He couldn't and wouldn't think about that. He didn't need to. She was alive. But he touched her, and every touch reminded his body of last night's long, ferocious kiss, and the way her bare leg had slid up his. Her scent was in his nose, and her breast was pressing against his arm, and every instinct wanted to prove, in the most primal way, up against the wall of this narrow alley, that she was alive, and he was alive. "She's crippled, you pig."
"Yes, but I didn't break my neck," she said. "It's so unlike you to dwell on what might have happened."
"Unlike me?" he said. "You don't know what's like or unlike me. You only see me here in a constant state of tension, bracing myself for the next debacle, and trying not to do something insane and unforgivable, and from which there'd be no turning back." He was a man of reason and principle. He had a conscience. He knew the difference between honourable and dishonourable behaviour. But he'd crossed a line, and his carefully ordered world was disintegrating.
"Really, Lyle, you're making a great fuss over—"
"Every time I come home, it's the same thing," he burst out. "Is it any wonder I don't want to live in England? In Egypt I contend with merely snakes, scorpions, sandstorms, thieves, and cutthroats. Here it's all scenes and creating trouble where there wasn't any. If it isn't my parents shrieking and sobbing and carrying on, it's you starting riots and trying to get yourself killed."
"I don't believe this."
She tried to pull away. "Don't be an idiot," he said. "You'll fall on your face."
"I can lean on the buildings as I go along,"
she said. "I don't need you." He pulled her more firmly against him. "You're being childish." Yes, you. Everything is a drama with you. Emotion first, last, and always."
"I wasn't born with a stone scarab where my heart ought to be."
"Maybe you could use your head once in a while instead of your heart," he said. "Maybe you could think before you decide to wander about a ruined choir at night. Or maybe, here's a novel thought, you could have told me what you were about.
You would have stopped me."
"And rightly so."
"Only listen to yourself," she said. "You go poking about in tombs and burial shafts."
He pulled her into Stonegate. He kept rigid the arm holding her, because otherwise he'd shake her. "I know what I'm doing," he said, and it wanted all his will to keep his voice low and seemingly calm. "I don't act first and think later. I don't rush blindly into everything that seizes my imagination for a moment."
"That isn't what happened. You're twisting everything about."
"And you can't see yourself," he said. "You can't see what you do. It's the same as you do with men. You're bored and use them for entertainment. Never mind who gets hurt. You're bored and you barge into my life and deceive my family and yours and disrupt who knows how many households."
"Indeed, I'm sorry I did," she said.
I never was so sorry in all my life." He should have stopped then. He knew, in a small, sane corner of his mind, that he should not have started in the first place, but that small awareness couldn't make its way through the furious current of turmoil.
"I'm sorry too," he said. "I'm sorry I came home. I'm sorry I came within a mile of you. I should have stayed where I was. Yes, I'd rather go blind deciphering hieroglyphs. I'd rather roast in the desert and take my chances with the sandstorms and scorpions and snakes and cutthroats. I'd rather do anything, be anywhere that keeps me a world away from you and my parents."
"I wish you'd never come home," she cried. "I wish you'd go back. I'd gladly pay to send you back and keep you there. I don't care what becomes of you. Go to Egypt. Go to the devil. Only go."
"I wish I could go to the devil," he said. "It would be like paradise after 2 days with you."
She shoved him. Hard. He wasn't prepared. He lost his balance, falling back against a shop door, and relaxed his grip. It was only for an instant, but it was enough for her. She pulled away. "I hate you," she said. She limped the few steps across the lane and started making her way slowly, her hand against the buildings. He stood for a moment watching her, his heart racing. He didn't cross the lane. He didn't trust himself. He started walking slowly, he on his side, she on hers. And slowly, silently, and worlds apart, they made their way back to the inn. Chapter 9. Monday, 10 October.
Jackass.
Beast. It was a long, punishing ride, more than 100 miles from York to AnAn, Northumberland. Lyle began it still furious with Olivia, and ended it furious with himself. The things he'd said last night. She was his friend, a demented and dangerous friend, true, but he was far from perfect. His temper, for one thing. Too quick, he knew, but when before had he ever unleashed it so cruelly on a woman? And this was the woman who'd loyally and faithfully written to him week after week. This was the woman who'd always understood what Egypt meant to him. Jackass. Beast. And that was only the beginning. By the time he reached Annick's White Swan some hours after sunset, he'd run through every epithet he knew, in 6 languages. Aware that a long day's ride, no bath, and no dinner had played a part in last night's debacle, though none of that excused him, he bathed, dressed, and dined before making his way to Olivia's room. He knocked once, twice. Bailey opened the door.
"I must speak to Miss Carsington," he said.
"I'm not in," Olivia called. "I've gone out. I've gone out to sell my wicked soul to Lucifer." Lyle waved Bailey away. She looked at her mistress, then at him. Then she stepped aside. "Really, Bailey," Olivia said, "I cannot believe you let him intimidate you." "Yes, miss," said Bailey. "Sorry, miss." She took herself into the adjoining room. She left the door partly open. Lyle walked over and shut it. He turned to Olivia. His first glimpse of the room had told him she was seated at the fire. He now discovered why she hadn't leapt up to rush at the door and try to push him out or beat him with a poker or stick a penknife in his neck. Clothed in a dressing gown with apparently another frothy garment underneath, she sat with her skirts drawn up and her feet in a large basin of water. The hurt ankle. He remembered, and grew hot with shame. It was no good telling himself that she was injured because she'd acted like an idiot. She'd been hurt, in pain, and he had said appalling things to her. He crossed the room to stand in front of her, the basin between them.
"You must not hate me," he said.
The wrong words. He knew it before she shot him a furious flash of blue. She said nothing, only returned that blazing gaze to her feet. The silence seemed to beat at his head, his heart. "Don't hate me, don't hate me, don't hate me." He looked at her feet, so slim and white and vulnerable. He knew what to say. It was there in his mind, somewhere. "Sorry." A single word, but a weight pressed on his chest, and he was slow, and she broke the silence first. I detest you, she said, her voice low and throbbing. You broke my heart, cruelly. He stared at her. Broke your heart? Yes. He'd been beastly, yes, and said cruel things, but her heart? Oh, come, he said. You know I did nothing of the kind. Another murderous flash of blue. To compare me to your parents, of all people. Your parents! When you know how often I fought them on your behalf, when you weren't there to defend yourself. And to say you've kept away all this time because of me. She looked away. It was true. She was his friend, but she was like the simoom, a sudden immense whirlwind racing across the desert and sucking up the sand into a great tidal wave and sending everyone running for cover. It tore up tents and scattered belongings and flung people and animals about as though they were toys. It was beautiful and dramatic, and it rarely killed, but it left so much damage in its wake. She was a human simoom, and he couldn't deny that she was one of the reasons he stayed away, but he'd cut his tongue out rather than tell that truth again. He bent to peer at her face. You're not really crying, are you? She turned her head further away, toward the fire. The firelight danced on her hair, striking coppery sparks in the wayward curls. If she had truly been his sister, he might have stroked her hair. If she had been his lover— but they couldn't be lovers, ever. He couldn't dishonour her, and he couldn't marry a simoom, and it was as simple and irrevocable as that. Why should I waste tears on a heartless brute like you? She said. Why should I allow myself to be cut to the quick by the fiendish injustice of your remarks? Fiendish injustice. Drama. That was good. True, too. The weight on his chest began to ease. If she was trying on the guilt technique, forgiveness was forthcoming, though it would take a while and involve stunning verbal abuse which he fully deserved. Why, indeed, he said. I've never minced words with you, and I should be sorry to start. Though I will if that's what you want. I've had practice enough. But I must tell you that will be more depressing to my spirits than Scotland's infernal climate and my infernal parents and their accursed castle. If we're to be together for who knows how long in that wilderness with those two beldams, and I can't speak my mind to you— Don't try that with me, she said. Don't pretend I'm your confidant when you've done and said everything to assure me I'm not. If your way of speaking your mind means abusing me in that despicable way— Despicable? Excellent. And quite right, too. I'm not a dog you can kick when you're in a foul mood, she said. You could kick me back, he said. You usually do. I wish I could, she said. But as you see, I'm temporarily disabled. He looked at her feet, naked in the water. He remembered the feel of her foot against his bare leg. Pandora's box. He slammed the lid shut. Is it still very bad? He said. No, she said. I merely turned my ankle. But Bailey imagined it was swelling and made me soak it. I must do as she says or she'll leave me, and if she leaves me, you know I'll go all to pieces. She won't leave you, he said, and neither will I, until this idiotish noble quest is accomplished. You've dragged me into it, and now you must live with the consequences. Like it or lump it, Olivia, you brought this on yourself. He told himself that was as good an exit line as any. He told himself an exit was the intelligent move. He'd been forgiven, more or less, and he no longer wanted to hang himself. But her foot. Bailey believed it was swelling. Not a good sign. He knew a great deal about such things. He'd learned from Daphne Carsington how to tend to the servants' and crew's frequent illnesses and injuries. Perhaps Olivia hadn't merely turned her ankle. She might have sprained it, or fractured one of those scores of tiny bones. He knelt before the basin. He blocked out the feminine garments and the firelit curls and all the rest of the fragrant womanliness and focused on her right foot, as though it were a separate object altogether. It doesn't look swollen to me, he said, but it's hard to be sure while it's under water. Gently he grasped her foot and lifted it from the basin. He heard her suck in air. Something was trembling, either his hand or her foot. Does it hurt? He said. "No," she said.
"It looks all right," he said.
Carefully he turned the foot this way and that. A slender foot, elegantly proportioned, the toes in gracefully descending size, like the feet of Egyptian statues. The wet skin was so smooth under his hand. "I think you've looked at it long enough," she said in a choked voice. "It's getting cold."
"Yes, long enough. Too long. Time to stop soaking it in any case," he said briskly.
He heard the catch in his voice. He hoped she didn't.
"It's getting wrinkly."
He reached for the folded towel placed near the basin, set it over his thigh, and put her foot on his thigh. He gently massaged her foot with the towel, working his way from ankle to toes, and back again, and up her calf to her knee, and back again. She remained perfectly still. He set the injured foot down on another towel and attended to the left foot in the same way. He was careful to keep the towel between his fingers and her skin. All the same, he felt every graceful contour of her foot, the fine bones, the turn of arch and ankle, the delicate line of her toes. "If you're kneeling at my feet," she said unsteadily, "this must be an apology."
"Yes, perhaps," he said.
This was the selfsame foot she'd slid up his bare leg the other night. He raised the foot, as though to set it on the towel as he'd done with the other. He hesitated. It was only for an instant, and it was a lifetime. A wave of longing rushed through him, unbearable. He bent and kissed the front of her lower leg. He heard her sharp inhalation. He could scarcely breathe for the furious pounding of his heart, the heat racing downward. Carefully he set her foot down. Smoothly he rose. Wrong, wrong, so wrong. Unfair to him, to her, to everybody. But it was done, and he'd stopped, and his frock-coat concealed what she'd done to him. Or he'd done to himself.
"Or maybe I'm getting even," he said.
Out of the room he sauntered, his gait cool and casual, while the simoom roared across his inner self. As soon as the door closed behind Lyle, the one to the adjoining room opened, and Bailey came in. "Miss, I'm sorry," she said, "but I didn't think I ought to—" Olivia held up her hand. "Never mind," she said. She barely recognized her own voice. Breathless, because her heart still beat so painfully hard, so fast. She trailed off. What the devil was he thinking? They'd agreed, had they not, that the episode in Stamford was a terrible mistake. But they'd crossed a line, and he was a man, and once a man got those ideas in his head— Oh, what nonsense! Men always had those ideas, but he was supposed to keep his distance from her. He was not supposed to seduce her, the great idiot. Whether it was meant to be an apology or revenge, he was taking a suicidal risk, with her future, with his. "Men," she said. "Yes, miss," Bailey said. "It was my own fault, I suppose." "I don't know, miss." "I was furious, you know." "Yes, miss." "The things he said!" It still hurt to recall them. "Yes, miss." "I should have covered my feet when he came in, or at least drawn down my skirts." "Yes, miss, but I could have done that, and I did desert you. Not your fault, Bailey. I'm a Delucy. It doesn't matter that I'm other things as well. The Delucy always takes over. He hurt my feelings, and I had to get even by being provocative. Could I have been more foolish? Did I not size him up at great-grandmamma's party? Wasn't it clear enough, the invisible sign over his head? Danger! Don't play with this fire! Any Delucy would have seen it. The trouble is, any Delucy would do it anyway. Yes, miss. It's so hard to resist a risk. Yes, miss. But he's too risky. His two clever hands, and their touch, unbearably intimate, so patient and methodical. If he set out to seduce a woman, that was how he'd do it. Patiently, methodically, the way he'd kissed her the other night. Absolutely focused attention. No quarter given. If any other man had touched her in that way, kissed her in that way, her morals would have disintegrated, and she'd have let them, happily. Damned if you do and damned if you don't, she said. If one is married, one might have affairs. But marriage is a very bad gamble for a woman. Play the wrong card, wed the wrong man, and spend the rest of your life in one kind of hell or another. Some worse than others, but all of them, or nearly all, hells. That's true enough, miss, said Bailey, who did not have a high opinion of men. Watching the way men behaved around Olivia would destroy any young woman's illusions. All the same, her ladyship, your mother— Pray don't use mamma as an example, Olivia said. She'd found the love of her life. Twice. It's not the same at all. She's good. Tuesday, 11 October. Olivia tried to rise before dawn as she'd done the 2 previous days. Today, though, the prospect of dragging those naughty ladies from their beds in the dark, again, and leading Lyle a merry chase, had lost its entertainment value. The sun was well up and streaming through the window when she was at last ready to face the day. Bailey brought in the breakfast tray. On it lay a letter. The outside read, Miss Carsington. The precise, angular writing was all too familiar. Olivia broke the seal, unfolded the paper, and read, Alnwick, Tuesday 11th instant. Dear Olivia, by the time you read this I shall have already set out, because I am determined to reach Gorewood while sufficient daylight remains for reconnoitring. It belatedly occurred to me, and given that I'm a man you won't wonder at its being so belated, that we've no idea what the monstrosity holds in the way of furnishings. Very little, I suspect. It seems I must impose on your good nature, scratched out, you, to undertake some shopping in Edinburgh for me. Nichols has made a preliminary list, which I enclose. He'll make an inventory after we arrive, and I'll send it on to you in Edinburgh. Being accustomed to camp beds or blankets on tomb floors, I'm certainly not one to fuss about colours or styles. Use your own judgment, and if you think of anything else that may be wanting, pray don't hesitate to add it to your purchases. In any event, I've no doubt that your taste in such matters is far superior to mine. I've directed a letter to Mains, my father's agent in Edinburgh, informing him of your errand. All bills are to be sent to him. I know that he, like every other sentient male, will be happy to assist you in any way you require. You will find his name and direction on Nichols's list. I shall look forward to seeing you in a week or 2 at Castle Horrid. Yours sincerely, L. Oh, really, Lyle, Olivia said. That crossed-out bit is so childish. Still, she considered. Yes, you aren't a complete imbecile. You've seen the error of your ways, I don't doubt. Out of sight, out of mind. Miss? Olivia waved the letter at her. A reprieve, Bailey, she said. He's gone, and we're going shopping. Edinburgh, 12 October. Dear Lyle, rather than subject the ladies to another long day in the carriage, I decided to continue to Edinburgh by easy stages. We arrived this day in the late afternoon, and, oh, what a sight came into view, exactly as Scott described. Such dusky grandeur clothed the height where the huge castle holds its state, and all the steep slope down whose ridgy back heaves to the sky, piled deep and massy, close and high, mine own romantic town. As you may recall, I had visited in my childhood, but my memories were confused, and I thought I'd dreamed it. The castle crowning the great rock, rising through the smoke and mist, the spires and steeples poking through the broody atmosphere, the ancient town with its tall buildings, perched on the ridge. But there it was, the most astonishing city in the world, and yes, I should defy even the Sphinx to match it for atmosphere. But I know my effusions bore you. Therefore I proceed to business. The picturesque old town is crowded with shops of every description. There are still more to be found in the far less romantic new town of Edinburgh, in a plain to the northwest. That is where your cousin used to live, by the way, in an elegant house cluttered to an astounding degree with old books and papers. Beyond a doubt we can fulfill all of our most pressing commissions with a few days of shopping. I shall send ahead to you all but the servants we cannot do without. Edwards, who is to act as our butler, will wish to do what he can to make the castle habitable in advance of our arrival. In the meantime I shall visit the servants' registry and make our needs known. Given the locals' fear of the place, we shall have to rely upon our own small force, at least for a time. I'm fully confident, however, that we shall speedily get to the bottom of this haunting and re-establish a proper Scottish staff, for, as you know, our London servants are on loan, and must be returned soon, preferably before Mamma finds out I've stolen them. Yours sincerely, Olivia Carsington. On Wednesday, Roy and Jock Rankin returned from Edinburgh, their pockets jingling with the profits from the most recent sale of things that didn't belong to them. They found Gorewood's public house buzzing with news. The Marquis of Atherton's son, the Earl of Lisle, was moving into Gorewood Castle with a full retinue of London servants. One carriage had already arrived with boxes, trunks, and a set of servants, and more were coming in a few days. Roy and Jock looked at each other. "Not likely," Roy said. "Some Londoners coming to stare at the old castle like they do sometimes. Everyone hereabouts gets fool ideas, always thinking someone's moving in. No one's moved in since the old man moved out, what was it, 10 years ago?" But the people about them were excited, much more than they ever were when travelling visitors from England turned up wanting to explore the castle. After a time the brothers left the tavern and went out in the rain to see for themselves. Their neighbours, they found, had got the story right for once. From the road, through the steady drizzle, they could make out light in at least 3 windows. When they sneaked in closer, they discovered a carriage and horses in the ramshackle stable. "This won't do," said Roy. "We'll have to put a stop to it," said Jock. Thursday, 13 October. The butler Edwards was not as drunk as he wanted to be. It had been raining steadily since he'd arrived at Gorewood Castle. It was an ugly heap of stones, dank and stinking of disuse. They'd brought bedding, but there were no beds. It was one thing for the master, who was used to sleeping on stone floors or bare ground, but it wasn't what Edwards was used to. They'd been working from sun-up to long after sundown, trying to make the great dungeon of a place habitable for the ladies. The villagers were not cooperative. They steadfastly refused to understand simple English, and even the master, with all his knowledge of heathen languages, couldn't make heads or tails of their speech. The London servants were treated like an invading army. You would think the shopkeepers would want the custom, but ask them for this or that, and all you got was a blank look. And when at last they condescended to recognise you as a customer, they got the order wrong. At least they'd got it right at the Crooked Crook public house, after making him go through a dozen gyrations, and finally having to write it down. He'd stopped there to warm his insides before trudging back to the cursed castle in the wet. The road was lonely. Not a street lamp anywhere. To one side he made out the ragged outlines of the church that had burned down last century. He could see the churchyard, the gravestones sagging at untidy angles, as though the rain and the dark and the cold weighed them down. He was looking that way, shivering, when he heard the rustling. Then suddenly it loomed in front of him, a white figure with glowing eyes. He screamed and turned and ran. And ran and ran and ran. Gorewood Castle, Friday, 14 October. Dear Olivia, you had better find another butler. Edwards has disappeared. Yours sincerely, L. Chapter 10. Gorewood, Monday, 17 October. She stood in the road, looking up at the monolith that crowned the rise. Lisle had left the village and arrived in time to see Olivia's carriage stop next to the graveyard and ruined church. He'd watched her alight and move to one side of the road. There, hands clasped over her bosom, she gazed, obviously enraptured, at Gorewood Castle. A parade of vehicles, mainly carts and wagons, heaped with who knew what, had preceded hers. Others followed. All of the village's inhabitants had stopped whatever they were doing and come out to gape. He'd gaped too. He hadn't seen a line of vehicles that long since King George IV's coronation a decade ago. She was oblivious to the horses' carts and wagons passing by her. She was oblivious to everything but whatever it was she saw in that great grim rectangular heap of stone. Lyle knew she saw worlds more than he did. All he saw, really, was Olivia, in a pose that was so like her. He remained for a moment, simply watching her stand so still that a fanciful person would believe she was spellbound. Since this was Olivia, she was undoubtedly spellbound. One needn't be fanciful to know that. One needed only to know her. What, he wondered, would she make of the pyramids? Stupid question. She'd be enchanted. She wouldn't mind the hardships. She'd grown up on the streets of Dublin and London. She'd be happy and excited, until the novelty wore off and she grew bored. His life wasn't always as exciting as she imagined. The work itself was repetitive and tedious. Finding a tomb could take days, weeks, months, years of patient searching, day after day in the heat, overseeing workers carefully shifting sand, the slow, meticulous work of copying the images on tomb and temple walls, of making drawings of monuments, because they could easily disappear. Whole walls and ceilings had been cut out and taken away to adorn museums and private collections. Temples had been dismantled, their stones used for factories. He missed it, the repetitious, tedious work. He missed finding, measuring, sorting, imposing order. She understood his passion for Egypt, but she'd never understand his passion for such slow work. The reality of his life there would bore her witless, and he knew what happened when Olivia became bored. She'd see the pyramids some day, he didn't doubt. She'd visit as others did, the aristocrats who sailed to Egypt in their yachts and went up and down the Nile, and went home again in a few months, the yachts piled with antiquities. She turned then, while his mind was still continents away. Unprepared, he felt the world drop away. Nothing remained but her beautiful face, the blue eyes and the pearly skin, the colour rising in her cheeks like a sunrise. And things stabbed, tiny daggers to his heart. "Ah, there he is, the laird of the manor," she said with a thick Scottish burr she must have picked up in Edinburgh. The sound jolted him from his reverie. He hoped she hadn't picked up bagpipe playing as well. He approached. "Tell that to the natives," he said. "They seem to think I'm the tax collector or the hangman." She laughed the low, velvety laugh. He could feel himself being drawn in, a dunce of a fly skirting the edges of the spider's web. Facts. Stick to facts. He studied her clothes as though they were ancient artifacts. Over the mass of red curls she wore the usual milliner's insanity, a thing with a brim the size of a flagship's foredeck, with feathers and ribbons sprouting out of the top. She wore the usual dressmaker's insanity, sleeves the size of wine barrels and puffed-out skirts that made her waist seem tiny enough for a man to encircle with one hand. Seem wasn't a fact. Seem was fantasy. He flung the thought away as though it had been a useless piece of rubble. He swept off his hat and bowed, to give himself something rational to do. "Welcome to Castle Horrid," he said. "I hope it's hideous and gloomy enough for you." "It's wonderful," she said. "Beyond anything I could have hoped for." She was well and truly thrilled. It was there, unmistakable in the flush of excitement in her cheeks and the light in her eyes. If they'd been children, she would have run at him and flung her arms about his neck and cried, "I'm so glad I came." He felt a moment's grief, a sense of loss. But one couldn't be a child forever, and one didn't want to be. He put his hat back on his head and turned his attention to Gorewood Castle and its facts. "Mott and Bailey style," he said, "U-shape. Main block containing basement and 3 floors. 2 wings projecting from the west face of the main block with 3 main floors above the basement. The height is 106 feet from ground level to the top of the parapets. The walls, on average, are 15 feet thick. It is far from a common type of structure, I agree, and it is certainly extraordinary in having survived for so long, relatively intact. Thank you for the architecture lesson. She gave a little shake of her head that made the curls bounce about her face. You never change, do you? I referred to the atmosphere, so grey and forbidding, and the light at this time of day. The lowering sun piercing the clouds to drive long shadows over the bleak landscape as though Gorewood Castle spreads its gloom over the surrounding valley. While she spoke, a flock of crows, disturbed by something, started up from the north tower, cawing. "And there are your dark ghosts," she said.
"Atmosphere is your department," he said. "I've had as much atmosphere as I can take. It's done nothing but rain."
Too many short dark days of rain, followed by long dark rainy nights, all the while wondering what he'd done in his life to deserve being sent into exile here, wishing he had someone to talk to, and telling himself he didn't mean her, but someone sensible. But here she was, glowing like an Egyptian morning, and stabbing at his heart and lifting it at the same time. "Then I pronounce the atmosphere completely correct," she said. "The perfect setting for a horrid tale like Frankenstein or the Monk."
"If that's your idea of perfect, you'll be ecstatic with the inside," he said. "It's damp and cold and dark. Some of the windows are broken, and we have chinks in the mortar. As a result, we get interesting shrieking and wailing sounds as the wind blows through." She came nearer then, and peered up at him from under the gigantic rim of her bonnet. "I can't wait," she said. "Show me, now, while we still have the light." Olivia had been enthralled, yes, but she hadn't failed to notice the castle's dilapidated entrance arch, through which her train of carriages and carts and wagons passed. She'd expected to see Lyle appear there. She'd imagined him standing next to the equally dilapidated and picturesque drum-shaped gatehouse for a time, watching the vehicles pass and looking for her. Then he'd spot her and come out and... Well, he wouldn't open his arms so that she could run into them, but she'd expected him to come out from there to greet her, as the lord of the manor would do. Instead, he'd appeared out of nowhere, in exactly the place where the lowering sun could catch at his hair when he swept off his hat and bowed. The sun made glittering gold trails in his hair, and danced on the straw and dust from the carts and wagons, making golden sparks fly about him. It was very aggravating of him to suddenly appear, all gleaming gold like a figure in a medieval tale. For a moment she'd imagined him sweeping her up on his white charger and carrying her away. To where? Egypt. Where else? Where he'd drop her in the sand and forget about her as soon as a crumbling, smelly mummy caught his eye. But he couldn't help it, any more than she could help who she was, and he was her friend. Her friend, she discovered on closer inspection, had shadows under his eyes. Under the shade of his hat brim the bruised eye was barely noticeable, but that same shade emphasized the lines of weariness in his face. He was unhappy as well. He was being stoical, but she could hear it in his voice, and see it in the way he carried himself. All determination, and no zest. She said nothing, though, only listened as he went on in his pedantic way, while they passed under the entrance arch into the weedy courtyard. The curtain walls were crumbling, she saw, but the stables at the far end of the courtyard were merely shabby. Overall, it was not in nearly so ruinous a state as the Athertons had made out. Not altogether surprising. Both she and Lyle had understood the castle was merely a means to an end. They neared a set of stairs leading up, perhaps 30 feet, to a door in the castle. "This is how we get to the first floor," he said. "One used to cross a drawbridge and pass under the portcullis, but those disintegrated long ago. When major repairs were done last century, my ancestor must have decided stairs were more practical. A wise decision, I think. A drawbridge and portcullis serve no useful purpose nowadays, and they're the devil to maintain.
She could picture the drawbridge and portcullis. She could picture the castle as it had been long ago, when the walls about it were strong, and men kept watch from the towers and gatehouses and parapets. Before she could start up the stairs, he touched her wrist to stop her. If he'd been the romantic figure she'd imagined, he would have pulled her into his arms and told her how much he'd missed her. She, to her vexation, had missed him. She'd wished they might have explored Edinburgh together. Even he would be disarmed by its beauty. Even he would appreciate how different it was from London, like another world entirely. But his gloved hand barely touched hers before he drew it away to indicate a doorway, blocked by weeds and rubbish, at ground level.
"There," he said. "We've a basement comprising 3 rooms in the main block, arched vaults, a well-room in the south wing. I've assigned you women to the south tower. It's a bit warmer and brighter. The harpies will be on the lower levels because the stairs will kill them."
She looked up, to the top of the castle. The inner stairways would be narrow and steeply winding, and dark. In olden times, any enemies who managed to get inside could easily be trapped and killed before they got far. "A drawbridge and portcullis would be more romantic," she said, starting up the unromantic stairs.
"Would a dungeon make it up to you?" he said. "Because we've a fine dank one in the north wing of the basement."
"I'm sure it will come in handy," she said.
"It isn't functional at present," he said. "Except for the well room, the basement rooms are in a ruinous state. One of the stairways leading down from the first floor has been vandalized. Still, that and the curtain wall seem to represent the worst of the depredations."
She reached the top of the stairs. The door opened, and she stepped past the servant holding it, into and through a short passage. Then she simply stood stock-still, and gaped like the veriest yokel.
"I had the same reaction," came Lyle's voice from behind her. "To hear my parents carry on, you'd think we had trees growing in the fireplace and birds nesting in the minstrel gallery."
She'd known his parents had exaggerated. They always did. Still, nothing had prepared her for this sight. It was a great banqueting hall, and yes, she'd been in plenty of them. But those were richly furnished, offering every modern comfort. They didn't show their origins as plainly as this one did. Above her rose a great pointed vault. To her left, at the end of the long hall, a fire blazed in an immense fireplace with a cone-shaped stone hood. On either side of it were large niches where someone had set candles. The room was splendid. Though almost completely unfurnished, it was much as it would have appeared centuries ago, when Mary Queen of Scots visited. This, she thought, must be a little of what Lyle felt when he first came upon an ancient temple, a sense of stepping into another, older world. She was vaguely aware of servants moving out into the hall, lining up, waiting, and she knew she was supposed to marshal them into order, but for the moment all she could do was take in her surroundings.
55 feet long and 25 feet wide, came Lyle's voice beside her. 30 feet from the floor to the top of the pointed barrel vault. The minstrel's gallery seems to have been replaced in the last century. There was a screen's passage under it. I'm not sure that needs to be replaced."
She turned to him. "It's splendid."
"I'm glad you think so," he said. "I hope you'll convey its splendor to the servants. They seem to be dubious."
"I will," she said fervently. She knew exactly what to do. This was what she'd come for, to turn a ruin into something magnificent, and bring a village back to life, to do something worthwhile. She turned her attention to the line of servants, who didn't appear at all happy. Strangely, the ones who'd been here for a few days did not seem to be in a greater state of trepidation than those who'd come with her. She supposed that Lyle had done his best to keep up morale. But they were all London servants, after all. They must have felt they'd stepped into the Dark Ages. She didn't square her shoulders visibly, but she did it mentally. This part she could easily do. The sooner she did it, the more quickly their work here would be done. Then he could go back to his one true love, and she— Oh, for heaven's sake, she was only 22. She still had time to find her own true love, too. The odds weren't good, but she'd beat long odds before. Only look at how far she'd come since the day she'd met him. And now she had a castle. Not forever, but then she wasn't a forever sort of girl. An hour later. Lyle knew Olivia was a chameleon. She could mimic not only accent and dialect, but posture and manner. He'd seen her fit in among street urchins and pawnbrokers and peddlers. Why shouldn't she as easily assume the role of chatelaine of the castle? Still, he was startled when, shortly after entering, she took off her ludicrous hat and turned into her step-grandmother, Lady Hargate. The romantic, breathless Olivia he'd seen standing in the road became cool and detached and absolutely in control as she set about directing the servants. The first priority was making the great hall comfortable, since they'd be spending most of their time here. Nichols had had the first group of servants clean the room. After inspecting their work, Olivia set about directing the placement of furniture and such. When Lyle realized he was studying her the way he'd study a mummy's wrappings, he collected his wits and left the hall. He went to his room and gave himself a lengthy and logical lecture about spellbinding women who turned into sandstorms. Then he gathered his plans and drawings and returned to her. Very coolly and logically he said as he gave them to her, "I thought you'd find it easier to understand the castle's layout if you had these." She took out the sheets of paper and set them out on the large table the servants had hefted into the centre of the room. She studied them for a time, and the firelight and candlelight danced in the curious arrangement of curls her maid had made atop her head. "Oh, Lyle, this is brilliant," she said. If he wrapped one of those curls about his finger, what would it feel like? "I have some of your cousin Frederick Dalmay's books and papers," she said. "They do contain drawings and plans, but nothing so detailed as these." "It's what I usually do when I come upon an unfamiliar structure," he said. "I needed to be doing something productive. The downpour limited activity, and that started the first day." "It rained in Edinburgh a little every day." She didn't look up. She was still studying the drawings and plans and notes. "It was more than a little here. The cold stream of rain commenced at Coldstream, our first stop after Nichols and I left Alnwick. I suppose that's Scotland's idea of a joke. It rained throughout the ride here. It didn't stop raining until last night. Surveying the house kept me busy. It was supposed to keep disturbing thoughts at bay, too. That part hadn't worked so well." "Is this what you do in Egypt?" she said. "Yes, after we clear away the sand." "Your drawings are beautiful," she said, looking up at last. He looked at the drawings spread out on the table, then into her face. That beautiful colour in her cheeks. It seemed to come from within, but perhaps the candlelight enhanced it. Even in daytime, not much light survived the long journey from outside through the narrow windows and 15-foot wall. "I'm not joking, and it isn't flattery," she said. "Your draftsmanship is excellent." They exchanged a smiling glance, and that said everything, he thought. They were thinking the same thing. The first day he'd met her, she'd told him that his drawings were dreadful. "It's taken me only a decade to progress from execrable to excellent," he said. She turned back to the drawing. He watched her slim finger trace the outline of the first floor's great bedchamber. "This simplifies everything," she said. Did it? Or had everything become impossibly complicated? The slender, graceful finger, and her fine-boned hand, and the way her skin glowed in the dusky light of this ancient hall, and the smile at a shared memory. He stepped a pace away before he could be tempted to touch. "It makes it easier to set priorities for repairs," he said. "When and if we ever get workmen, I'll know precisely where they're to begin and what they're to do." "That's why you were in the village today," she said. "For all the good it did," he said. "I can't believe you had no luck with the villagers," she said. "You manage hordes of workers in Egypt." "It's different there," he said. "I know enough of the various languages to communicate, and I know their ways. Scotland's culture is altogether different. But I suspect Gorewood's inhabitants are being thick on purpose because they don't want to understand me, and I'll wager anything they lay the burr on thick on purpose because they don't want me to understand them." "I'm wild to get to the bottom of that," she said. "You're the laird's son. They have a problem with your castle. They ought to feel they can confide their worries to you." "Perhaps they don't find me the confiding sort." She brushed this away with a wave of her hand. "Don't be silly. All you have to do is stand there to inspire trust, unlike the rest of us. But I must keep to one thing at a time. Our servants first." "Yes, sorry about that," he said. "I didn't mean to lose the butler." She turned away from the drawings to give him her full attention. "Edwards," she said, "I meant to ask you, but the sight of the castle knocked everything else from my mind. Then I saw the servants all looking so
"Suicidal," he said. "One can't blame them. They've had to camp out in the Great Hall exactly as their predecessors would have done centuries ago. I'm amazed they haven't all bolted."
Her blue eyes lit with interest. "You think Edwards bolted?"
"So it would have—"
A roar and a horrific crash cut him off. The door to the kitchen passage flew open, and the kitchen staff erupted into the great hall. The roaring, human, continued in spurts. Olivia looked at the kitchen help cowering under the minstrel gallery, then at the door to the kitchen passage, then at Lyle.
"Must be Aye,"
he said, naming the London cook she'd sent to feed them.
"He's been a little sullen lately."
"A little sullen?" she said.
"We've been living on cold meat and cheese," Lyle said. "He won't bake. He says the oven is an abomination. I wanted to pitch him out of the window, but he probably wouldn't fit. And if he did, we'd be short a cook as well as a butler."
Olivia's chin went up. "I may help you pitch him out of the window," she said, in the same coolly indignant tones Lady Hargate would have used. "Not bake bread, indeed! No wonder the staff are so dispirited." Head high, eyes blazing, she swept toward the kitchen. Nichols, who'd been talking to one of the frightened kitchen servants, hurried into her path to block the door.
"I beg your pardon for standing in the way, Miss Carsington, but it isn't safe. I'm told he's threatening with the cleaver. I recommend you allow me to disarm him first."
Olivia eyed Nichols up and down. He could probably don armour and still not weigh 10 stone.
"He's tougher than he looks," Lyle said, reading her thoughts exactly. "And stronger," he added in an undertone. "With remarkable stamina. Or such at least is his reputation among the womenfolk of Egypt."
His voice was too low and his mouth was too close to her ear. His breath was warm, tickling her ear and a sensitive place behind it. She didn't have time for this. Men! "Thank you, Nichols," she said, "but we cannot allow you to precede us." She turned to Lyle and added in a voice as low as his had been, "We can't let it seem that we're intimidated by a temperamental French cook. The villagers will hear about it and laugh themselves sick."
"Sorry, Nichols," Lyle said more audibly. "We can't let you have all the fun. Miss Carsington and I will sort this out."
Olivia waved her hand imperiously. Nichols stepped out of the way. More roaring came from behind the door. Olivia glared at Nichols. He opened the door. She stormed into the dragon's lair. Olivia tried to get ahead of him in the short passage, but Lyle grasped her waist, picked her up, and put her down behind him. The last bit, setting her down again, wasn't nearly as easy as it ought to be. She was lighter than she looked. The mountainous clothing deceived the eye. It rustled too alluringly, too like the sound of bedclothes being tossed about. It brought back to the front of his mind the slenderness and delicacy of her feet, the grace of her fingers, the silken feel of her skin under his hands. All the dreams and fantasies he'd so rigorously suppressed rose up like ghosts. He beat them down again.
"You can do the talking," he said, "but I'm going first, in case of deadly missiles."
"Don't be absurd," she said. "You think I can't handle menials?" She elbowed him sharply in the ribs and pushed past him into the kitchen proper. Cursing under his breath, Lyle followed close on her heels. Over her shoulder he saw a red-faced Aye brandishing a cleaver. Since he was nearly 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide, and surrounded by extremely sharp blades, it required no prescience to understand why the kitchen staff had fled when he exploded. Lyle had heard the tirade on the way in. Conducted in 3 languages, it boiled down to,
"This kitchen, to call it primitive is a gross flattery. It is like a cave for animals. No one can expect me to cook in such a place."
When Olivia sailed in, the cook paused, mouth open, the hand holding the weapon in mid-air. "Don't let me interrupt," she said. "You were saying?" Aye quickly recovered from his surprise.
"It is not to be borne, mademoiselle," he cried. "This is a place of brutes. The peasants, they are savages of the most ignorant. How am I to tell them what is needed? They speak no English or French, no form of German or Italian. Their language, it is for animals, all grunts and ugly gargling of the mouth."
"He's a fine one to talk," Lyle whispered. "I see," Olivia said. "The peasants are inferior. What else?" Aye waved his cleaver, first at the oven, then at the gigantic fireplace, which dwarfed even him, the stone basin and sink, the pans and cooking utensils heaped on the ancient trestle table.
"To expect me, Aye, to cook in such a place is torture,"
he roared, though with a degree more uncertainty than a moment ago.
"It is inhuman to subject an artist to this cave. I will not endure it."
Slowly and deliberately, Olivia looked about her. The kitchen occupied the first floor of the castle's north wing. Even allowing for the thickness of the walls and the size of the fireplace, a generous space remained. One of the 3 large windows had been converted to an oven. Still, even on rainy days, it was a brighter kitchen than many Lyle had seen. In some great English houses, the kitchens were deep underground. "I think it's rather impressive myself," Lyle muttered. No one heeded him. "This is not torture," she told Aye. "Torture must wait until the dungeon is properly fitted out. What we have here are challenging conditions. A great chef can cook anywhere. Remember the challenge Prince Talleyrand set the great chef Carême? A year of meals, never repeating a dish, using only ingredients in season from the estate. But if you cannot rise to this challenge, it cannot be helped. It's no use wishing you had skills of a higher order, or possessed confidence in those you have. If you are inadequate to the task—"
"Inadequate?
Kindly remember that the fellow has a whacking great cleaver in his hand, with a deuced sharp edge," Lyle murmured. "If you've decided to give up, Monsieur Aye," she went on, "then stop fussing about it and do so. One of the village women can see to our meals until I can send for a proper cook from London. A Roman this time. I'm told they're dauntless in the face of adversity." Having delivered her broadside, she turned and sailed out, cool as you please. Lyle didn't move. For a moment he could only stand, staring. He saw Aye watch her go, his mouth hanging open, his face an ugly shade of maroon. Lyle braced himself, but the chef slowly lowered the hand with the cleaver in it. Lyle backed out into the passage. No flying blades, but the silence in the kitchen was ominous. Then he heard Aye's voice, grumbling about accursed Romans and their inedible sauces. Then came the sound of pans being banged about. Lyle got halfway to the door where she waited. Then the scene rushed into his mind, as vivid as an illumination, Aye brandishing the great cleaver, and Olivia, a fraction of his size, in her gigantic sleeves and vast skirts, her curls pinned into silly corkscrews. Olivia, her chin in the air, coolly whittling the immense cook down to size. The look on Aye's face, the look on hers. Ye gods! Olivia! Olivia stopped short when she heard the sound. Someone being strangled, she thought at first. Aye. Had he sprung into the passage, attacked Lyle? Heart surging into a gallop, she whipped round. What she saw in the gloomy space was Lyle, leaning against a wall, bent over, clutching his stomach, laughing. She marched back to him. "Not here, you idiot," she said in a low voice. "He'll hear." Aye was still talking to himself, banging pans, but they were only a few feet away from the kitchen. Lyle looked at her, his lips pressed together, but a whoop escaped. She grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the door. He started to go with her, but after a few steps he fell against the wall again, his hand over his mouth. "Lyle," she said. "You," he said. That was as far as he got before he went into another paroxysm. "Lyle," she said. "So funny. You. Him. You're going to do yourself an injury." "You," he said. "Only you." He went off again. She could only stand looking at him and wondering at him. When she'd come, he'd been so weary and stoical, and now... He took out his handkerchief and wiped his eyes. "Sorry," he said. "You're overtired," she said. "Yes," he said. "Probably." He came away from the wall. Then he convulsed again, laughing and laughing. She stood mesmerized, smiling helplessly, while inside she seemed to be turning over and over, like the golden dust motes that had danced about him. She was falling into something, falling over and over, because he laughed, and the sound was mischief and joy, and it was impossible to keep that sound out of her heart. Then he stopped, and again wiped his eyes, and said, "Sorry, don't know what... Really, Olivia, you are beyond anything." He took her hand, to lead her to the door, she thought. And then she was against the wall in the corner by the door, and his hands were cupping her face, and she tasted the laughter when his mouth covered hers. Chapter 11. She was wonderful. He'd only meant to tell her so. Lyle thought that was what he'd done, was doing. But his hands came up, and then he was cupping her beautiful face and wanting to say, I'd forgotten this part of you. He'd forgotten what a miracle of a girl she'd been, ready to try anything, face anything. The beautiful woman had got in the way, and he couldn't see Olivia properly. But she was the girl as well as the woman, a miracle as well as beautiful. He was looking down into her great blue eyes, whose colour he couldn't see in the shadowy passage and didn't need to see, since it was engraved deep in his memory, the fierce blue that had so startled him on the day he'd met her. And there was her mouth, full and soft and slightly parted in surprise, only inches from his. He couldn't say anything at all. And then he was kissing her. He felt her stiffen. Her hands came up to his chest. "Push me away, yes, that's best, but no, don't, not yet." The softness of her mouth and the scent of her skin and the nearness and the warmth. He wasn't ready to give it all up. Not yet. She didn't push. The stiffness melted away and she became soft and yielding, melting into him while her hands crept up to his shoulders. She kissed him back, so quick and sudden and fierce. And there it was, the taste he'd tried to forget. It was like biting into a ripe cherry. It made a man forget all other tastes in that first ambrosial moment. It must have been a cherry that Eve gave Adam. What other fruit tastes quite so sinful? He forgot other things, too. Resolutions and conscience and wisdom. Strip them away, and what was left? He'd missed her. Now she was in his arms, the girl he'd missed so much, and the woman, too, the human chameleon he'd known for so long. So fearless and confident a moment ago, so warm and yielding now. He surrendered, too, to cherry-sweet sin, and the scent of her skin and the faint traces of a flowery fragrance in her hair, her clothes. The scent slithered into his mind like opium smoke. Something else lingered there as well, a shadow, a warning voice. Enough. Stop. Remember. Not yet. Her fingers slid up into his hair, and the touch, so caressing, reached deep. It found the empty place in his heart, the one he'd so carefully covered up, where he hid impossible wishes and longings. He ached, he hardly knew what for, but it wasn't mere animal need, the simple obvious thing. That he'd recognize. This was unfamiliar. He needed something more. That was all he understood. He slid his hands down to her shoulders and arms. He pulled her hard against him, and still searching for the elusive more, deepened the kiss. She gave way as desert sands give way, sliding away while they drew one deeper. She dared now as she'd always done, answering his urgent searching with her own. She didn't know either what it was she looked for. He could sense it, that this world was strange to her too. Here they were novices, though neither of them was innocent. All the while the careful walls they'd built to protect their friendship softened into sand and slid away. He dragged his hands down to cup her bottom and crush her against his groin. She rubbed against him, unbearable provocation. He moved his hands restlessly over her breasts, but there was clothing in the way, too much of it. Infuriating. He caught a fistful of skirt and dragged it up, but there was more. Miles of skirts and petticoats. He kept pulling, drawing up more and more, while the fabric rustled so loudly like a protest. But she didn't protest. She silently urged, inviting and daring him, her body moving against him, her mouth clinging to his. Their tongues, toying and teasing, had become a thrusting and parrying, a mimicry of coupling. He made his way at last through the mountains of skirts, and his fingers grazed the edge of her stocking. Then his fingertips touched skin, velvety feminine skin. He slid his fingers upward toward the soft place between her legs. She gasped, and he gave a start, like a schoolboy caught at a prank. Then her hand slid over the front of his trousers. He inhaled sharply. At the same moment he became aware of a crash. Metal on metal. Not far away. Near. The kitchen. Aye, banging pots. If the pot had hit Lyle on the head, that would have been more effective, but it was enough to bring him back to the world, to where they were and what he was about. His wits, a part of them, returned. He broke the kiss, raised his head, and drew away a fraction. She looked up at him, her head back, her eyes wide and dark, her hand still over the bulge in his trouser front. She snatched her hand away. He looked down regretfully, stupidly, at where her hand had been. He let go of her dress. It rustled its way down along her hips and legs. "Lyle," she said. "That wasn't what I meant to do," he said. His voice was thick and dull. "Dunce! I meant—" He had to think. Maybe he ought to bang his head against the wall. "What you did in there," he began. "You were brilliant, but, ye gods—" She stepped back a pace. Her clothes were all, every which way, delicious, terrible, what he'd done. "It was a momentary exuberance," she said. "We were carried away. We were excited because we could have been killed." "The I don't know what came over me excuse," he said thickly. "That's a good one. That'll do." He looked so devastated. Olivia understood why. He wasn't like her. He had principles. He brimmed with duty and honour and loyalty, all the right things her stepfather had taught him. Oh, she knew. As to her, she didn't need principles to be badly shaken. She'd come this close to losing her maidenhead. To him. "It was my fault," she said. "You know I've always lacked moral fibre. It's the curse of the dreadful Delucies. We're all like that except for my mother, but she's an aberration." "We have to get out of here," he said. "Now." "We can't," she said. "The servants will take one look at us and know we had a clandestine encounter." "They won't know any such thing," he said. "They'll think we had a skirmish with the cook." She looked down at her dress. The bodice was twisted about. "This doesn't look like a skirmish," she said. She pulled it back into place and smoothed her skirts. Her hair was coming down, but it was no use asking Lyle to fix it. "Go," he said. She moved past him and through the passage. He didn't hurry ahead to open the door for her. She supposed he was waiting for his erection to subside. He had been prodigiously aroused, and she hadn't needed to put her hand there to know how aroused, because it had been completely obvious, but she lacked moral fibre. Temptation came along and beckoned, and she went, without a second thought. He was far too exciting for an unprincipled woman to resist. He excited her even more when he was in a good mood than when, as at Stamford, he was in a bad one. This time her knees had completely melted away. If he had let go of her, she would have dissolved into a puddle of unresolved lust in the passage. She supposed he'd applied the same diligence and persistence to the art of kissing that he'd employed to improve his drawing, the same way he'd trained himself to strike fire in an instant with a tinder-box. And when he bedded a woman... But this was not the time to speculate. She pushed the door open and walked into the hall. Lyle followed a moment after. There were all the servants, exactly as they'd been before, waiting in what once had been the screens passage. They didn't look depressed any more. They all wore the same look of keen interest. She drew herself up, once again the chatelaine of the castle. "Back to work," she told the kitchen servants. They filed past her through the door into the kitchen area. She gave a few final instructions to the others, and they quickly scattered to attend to their duties. The great hall emptied, but for a pair of servants at the opposite end, near the fireplace, who were carrying furnishings into the harpies' quarters. The door was open, and she could hear the ladies arguing about who ought to get the first-floor bedroom, and who ought to get the one above it. She let them sort that out for themselves. When she turned back to Lyle, he was saying something to Nichols. The valet nodded and glided away. "They heard," Lyle said in a low voice. "I supposed that was why they looked so attentive," she said. "Not us," he said. "They heard your encounter with Aye." He nodded at the kitchen door. The door was cracked. That, added to chinks in the mortar and broken windows, means sound travels more easily than it will once we've completed repairs. They heard him roaring at you. They heard something of what you said in answer. They heard his reaction. Then in a very short time they heard things return to normal. You saw how the kitchen servants didn't hesitate to return, and the rest of the staff is properly impressed." She smiled. "I slew the dragon." "You were brilliant," he said. He paused. "I should have realized. I'm sorry I doubted you. Mind, I'm still not happy to be here, but you've made it a degree less dismal." "Thank you," she said. "I find you diverting, too." His eyebrows went up. "Diverting?" "All the same, what happened in the kitchen passage must not happen again," she said. "You know I'm lacking in moral fibre, and I know you have a great deal, all sorts of principles and ethics and such." She gave a dismissive wave. "Yes, and such." The haunted look came into his eyes. Guilt was eating at him. Drat her stepfather for fitting him up with a conscience and strict notions of duty and honour. She leaned in closer. "Lyle, it's perfectly natural. We're young, we're beautiful,
And modest, too."
You like facts," she said. "Let's face them. Fact. Intellect has an uphill battle against animal urges. Fact. We're badly chaperoned. Conclusion. The situation is ripe for disaster. I shall do my best not to err in that way again, but—" "Wonderful," he said. "Then it's all up to me to protect your honour. Such a fine job I've done so far." She grabbed his lapels. "Listen to me, you high-principled thickhead. We cannot make that mistake again. Do you know how close we came to the irrevocable?" She let go of him to hold her right hand up, thumb and forefinger a quarter-inch apart. "This close we came," she paused for dramatic effect, "to playing into your parents' hands." His head went back as though she'd slapped him. Someone had to do it. Someone had to do something. She hadn't planned for this. She'd thought she could manage him the way she managed other men, but she couldn't, and she saw that they were racing down a slippery slope. If he left it to her, she'd wave her hands and shout, "Yes, faster, faster!" His voice broke the taut silence.
"What did you say?"
She had his full, concentrated attention now. "They're trying to keep you home by hanging this millstone of a castle about your neck," she said. "They hope that the longer you're home, the less you'll think of Egypt, and by you'll forget about it and take a fancy to a proper English girl and marry and settle down." He stared at her.
"I don't—"
She saw the realization dawn in his grey eyes. "Yes," she said. "They don't even care if it's me." It took Lyle a moment to absorb it. Then he saw it in his mind's eye. His parents' smiling faces, the conspiratorial looks cast up and down the table, the dowager's smiles and indulgent looks. Like a play.
"Olivia," he said mildly, his heart thudding, "what did you tell them?"
"Tell them? Don't be absurd. I should never be so careless as to actually say it. I merely encouraged them to think it.
"That you'd—"
He could hardly bear to say it.
"That you'd set your cap for me?"
"It's the sort of sentimental nonsense they'd believe," she said, "and the one excuse they'd accept for my travelling with you and staying here with you."
"To trap me," he said, "into marriage."
"Yes." She beamed at him. "I know you're shocked."
"There's an understatement."
"After all, we both know they've never really liked me. But as I told you, rank and money will buy almost anything, and I'm very well connected as well as disgustingly rich." He put his hand to his head and leaned against the table. Really, she was beyond anything. To stand there so cheerfully explaining this monstrous lie she'd told, implied.
"You take my breath away."
She moved to lean against the table next to him, as casually as though they hadn't done what they'd done a moment ago, in the kitchen passage, of all places. "The only thing I hadn't bargained for was that we should have this inconvenient attraction," she said.
"Inconvenient?"
"As infuriating and thick-headed as you are, you're my dearest friend in the world," she said. "I don't want to ruin your life, and I know you don't want to ruin mine. We have so many fine examples about us of good marriages. My mother found her own true love twice. I should be happy to find mine once. And that's what I wish for you. But you know we should never suit in that way."
"Gad, no."
She scowled at him. "You needn't agree so enthusiastically."
"It's a fact," he said.
He knew it was. She was a wonder of nature, but the simoom was a wonder of nature too. So were hurricanes, floods, and earthquakes. He'd grown up in chaos. Rathbourne had given him order. Lyle needed order. He'd spent the last 10 years making an orderly, if occasionally exciting life. He'd been fortunate to discover early what he wanted, and he'd pursued that goal patiently and determinedly. With her, everything flew out of control. Worst of all, he lost control. Look what he'd done. Again and again and again. "Well then," she said.
"Right."
He straightened away from the table.
"I'm going up to the roof now."
"The roof? I admit that my plans have gone a bit awry, but there's no reason we can't master this." She came away from the table. "Matters got out of hand, but it's not the end of the world. There's no need to do anything so extreme as throw yourself from the roof." For a moment he could only gaze at her in wonder. Then,
"I'm not going to throw myself from the roof," he said patiently. "I'm going up to complete my survey of the house. Because of the downpour, I wasn't able to measure the roof area or assess its condition, or draw the layout."
"Oh," she said. She stepped back 2 paces. "That's all right, then."
"Throw myself from the roof," he muttered. "Really?"
"You look so upset."
"That's because I don't know whether to laugh or cry or hit my head against the wall," he said. What I need is calm. I need desperately to do something very, very boring.
Later that evening. Though it wasn't his most elaborate dinner, Aye contrived to put a very good one on the table. It was the first proper dinner Lyle had eaten since he left London, he realized. A proper civilized dinner at a proper dining table, with diners conversing in a relatively intelligent manner. It was, too, the first dinner he'd presided over in one of his family's homes. By the time he and the ladies of the household left the table and gathered at the fire, the day's tumult had subsided somewhat. Not altogether. His loss of control with Olivia still haunted him, and he still couldn't see how this idea of hers would get him to Egypt by the spring. Still, he was calmer, thanks to the work he'd had the good sense to undertake. His usual remedy for confusion or upset of any kind was to work. Measuring and evaluating and making notes, he was on familiar, peaceful ground. Even here, in this primitive structure, in this miserable climate. While he concentrated on the familiar task, confusion and frustration abated. And during that time, he now discovered, the Olivia whirlwind had changed the landscape. She, the embodiment of disorder, had created calm. The servants had settled into a proper routine, and in a matter of hours the castle had begun to look like an abode instead of a desolate fortress. Looking about him, Lyle saw peace and order. He'd forgotten what that was like. The meal had had a mellowing effect, and the wine, naturally, made everything pleasanter. Even the harpies were more amusing and less exasperating. At present they were drunk, but that was normal. For the moment they were quiet, because Olivia was reading from one of Cousin Frederick Dalmay's histories of Gorewood Castle. The histories included the requisite ghost stories. There was the usual body inside the wall, this one a traitor who'd been tortured in the dungeon. He haunted the basement. There was the usual murdered pregnant serving-maid. She appeared in the kitchen passage after weddings and births. There was a lady who appeared in the minstrel's gallery when she felt like it, and a knight who on certain feast days haunted the second-floor chapel. Now Olivia had come to the ghosts, who loitered about the roof. 7 men accused of plotting the heinous murder were sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered, she read. Loudly protesting their innocence, they demanded a chance to prove it through trial. To everyone's surprise, Lord Dalmay agreed. He had the villains taken up to the top of the South Tower, and invited them to prove their innocence by jumping across the gap to the North Tower. Any who succeeded would be proclaimed innocent. Some of Dalmay's followers protested. His lordship was overly merciful, they said. No one could make the leap. They'd plummet to the ground and die instantly. For what they'd done, these men deserved a slow, agonizing death. But in Lord Dalmay's realm, his word was law. Thus, one by one, the men stood upon the battlement. One by one they sprang toward freedom, and one by one 6 men fell to their death.
6?
Lyle said. 1 man did not die, Olivia read, and Lord Dalmay abided by his judgment. The man was declared innocent and allowed to go free. Lyle laughed.
The fellow survived a fall of 106 feet?
No, he made the leap, Olivia said. Must have had prodigious long legs, said Lady Withcote. You know what they say about long-legged men, said Lady Cooper. That's not legs, Agatha, said Lady Withcote. It's the feet. Big feet, they say. Big.
It's physically impossible, Lyle said. The man would have to sprout wings.
What's the distance between the 2 towers? Olivia said. Are you sure an agile man couldn't make the leap? There's nothing like an agile man, Lady Cooper said reminiscently. Remember Lord Ardberry? How could I forget? Lyle met Olivia's gaze. She was biting back laughter, as he was. Made a study of it, said Lady Withcote. From the time he was in India. Some sort of secret book, he said. I thought it was a sacred book. Maybe it was both. In any case, that's why he learned Sanskrit.
Not that one needed to read anything in any language. You saw his collection of pictures. Worth 1,000 words, every one of them. Quite as entertaining as Eugenia's engravings.
Lyle saw it in his mind's eye, as clear as if he had the writing paper in front of him. Engrave scratched out. One of Olivia's provocative, crossed-out words. "What engravings?" he said.
"Did you never see them?" said Lady Cooper. "I thought all the Carsington boys discovered them at one time or another. Highly educational."
"I'm not, technically, a
"Really, Agatha," said Lady Withcote, "as though Lord Lisle needs to be educated. The young man is nearly 24, and he lives where girls dance naked in the street and men keep harems. For all we know, he's got a harem and has tried all 400 positions. Millicent, you know perfectly well there are not 400. Even Lord Ardbury admitted that numbers 263 and 384 were physically impossible for anybody with a spine."
Lyle looked at Olivia. "What engravings?" he said. "Great-grandmamma's," she said in a bored voice. She put her book down and rose from the chair. "I'm going up to the roof," she said. "I need fresh air. And I want to see how wide the gap is." She collected her shawl and sauntered from the room. It was most unfair. She'd studied great-grandmamma's pictures. They were highly educational. She'd looked forward to experiencing those activities. But she'd kissed some men and allowed a few minor liberties, and it had been disappointing. A little titillating, but that was mainly because of knowing she was misbehaving. Then Lyle had come back, a fully grown man who'd probably learned kissing from Oriental experts. He would go to an expert, and practice diligently. Now she understood why the ladies talked so much about it, and why great-grandmamma had loved her one and only husband so much, and why she'd been such a merry widow. Not titillation. Passion. It didn't require love, great-grandmamma said, but love made a delicious sauce. That was all very well, but passion had a nasty way of making one restless and vexed for no reason. Since Olivia had been so unlucky as to experience it for the first time with Lyle, she had to cope with balked passion, and that was most unpleasant. She climbed up and up, wondering where all the cold draughts had vanished to. The wind wailed in the stairwell, but it was about as cooling to her emotions as a hot desert wind. She climbed round and round, up and up, past the 2nd floor, then past the 3rd floor, once the garrison's quarters, and now the servants'. Farther up she went, one last flight, then through the little door and onto the roof at last. She walked out to the wall, set her hands on it, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply. The air was cool, beautifully cool, and it was quiet here, far away from all the talking. She took another deep breath, let it out, and opened her eyes. Stars and stars and stars, all around her, above her. She'd never seen so many. And there was the moon, high and bright, approaching the full. It was so beautiful, this wondrous place. "What engravings?" came a low voice behind her. She did not turn around. "Oh, you know," she said carelessly, "the naughty pictures they sell from under the counter at the print shops, along with the ones great-grandmamma collected when she travelled abroad. Everything from Aretino to the latest illustrations for Fanny Hill. She and the harpies still cackle over them." "I guessed it was something of the sort," Lyle said. His evening shoes made almost no sound on the stone floor, but she could feel him approaching. He came to a stop beside her nearly a foot away and set his hands on the wall. "But you never told me. You raised the subject in a letter, then crossed it out, in that provoking way you have." "I can't believe you remember that." She stole a glance at him, and that was a mistake. Moonlight and starlight streaked his hair with silver, and made polished marble of his profile. "Of course I remember," he said. "It was particularly aggravating at the time. I was, 14 or 15? Naturally I was dying to see them and furious with you for teasing me. 'Ha ha, Lyle,' he said in sing-song. 'I have dirty pictures. You don't. You didn't need dirty pictures. You had dancing girls.' He turned fully toward her and leaned his elbow on the parapet. He studied her face for the longest time. She let him study her. She was a card player, a good one. No one could read her face. "The dancing girls trouble you strangely," he said. "Of course they do," she said. "Look at me." She made a sweeping gesture over the swell of skirts and ballooning sleeves. "I'm looking," he said. "Me in all this? Corseted and petticoated and hemmed in on every side." "That seems to be the fashion," he said. "They dance in the streets," she said. He tipped his head to one side, his expression puzzled. "I should give anything to dance in the streets," she said. "But I'll never do it. I shall fall in love if I'm lucky, and I shall marry the poor fellow because I must not disgrace the family. I'll turn into somebody's wife and the mother of his children, and I shall never be anybody else or do anything else. Unless, of course, he dies and leaves me a wealthy widow and I can carry on as great-grandmamma did. But no, I can't do that either, because women can't do that any more. Or if they do, they must be much more discreet, and I'm hopeless at being discreet." He didn't answer. He didn't understand. What man would or could? Even he saw her first as a woman, and second or 42nd as Olivia. Or maybe he didn't distinguish. "What do you want?" he said softly. "What do you really want? Do you know?" "I want you, nitwit." But that was like her, to want to leap over the cliff when there were perfectly good, safe meadows to play about in. Even she wasn't so reckless, though, as to aggravate an already difficult situation by telling him she was, infatuated? She looked out at the world below them. This was the highest point for miles about. She could make out the outlines of houses, faint twinkles of light in their windows, in the villages nestled in the valleys beyond. On a height not far away stood another castle. Starlight and moonlight bathed the scene. The cool wind rippled across her skin and lifted the ringlets, fashionably framing her face. The brisk breeze felt wonderful. "For a start, I want something like this," she said. She waved her hand over the silvery landscape. "Magic, romance, the way I felt when I first saw this castle, when I stepped into the great hall. What do you think I want? You know me. Who but Mamma knows me better? You know I want to be swept off my feet." He looked out at the moonlit landscape and up at the moon and the sparkling cloud of stars. "You silly girl," he said. She turned away from the parapet and laughed and threw up her hands. He'd never change. Romance wasn't facts. She might as well have talked to the moon and stars. They'd understand better than he ever could. To him she spoke a foreign language. From the moon, probably. He pushed away from the wall and held out his hand. "Come, it's cold up here." Practical as always. But that was who he was, and he was her friend. He couldn't help doing what he did to her. She knew he truly didn't mean to. In any event, she was a selfish wretch to keep him up here. He wasn't used to the climate. Since he was probably chilled to the bone, he'd think she was too. He only wanted to take her back inside, out of the wind. Protective. She took his hand. He tugged, and she lost her balance, and he pulled her into his arms. The next she knew, she was bent backward, one muscled arm under her waist and the other round her shoulders. Her arms went up instinctively to circle his neck. She looked up into his face. He was smiling a little, looking into her eyes. His were pure silver in the moonlight. "Swept off your feet," he said, in the same low voice. "Like this, do you mean?"